All right, guys. Good morning and happy birthday, Dan Scavino. We love you, man. Health, happiness, and years filled with love. Will Newshead, good morning to you. Birth for you to see. Beautiful Trucy, we love you. Sing a new song, sister. You broke the internet. Will for you to see. Okay, guys. DJ Golf, we love you, sister. Thank you so much for blessing us with your attendance. Collie Kager, legend, we love you. The High sister, God bless your beautiful soul. Posh on YouTube, good morning to you. And beautiful Dragonfly, we love you, sister. Boom time. Go live in 10 minutes. Enjoy each other's company. Real Newshead. Shout out to everybody watching on Pilled, YouTube, and Rumble. Let me get Derf Man into the show, guys. Oh, nope. Yes. Oh my God. Let's do this again. Technical difficulties. Huh. Okay, Derf. What? All right, guys. Derf Man in the house. It's gonna be a good one. We're gonna do some live decoding. I had my hands full with Little Grass the last couple of days. Hence the drop in decodes. I really could not, split myself in three. Whew. But we're gonna go through the last couple of days, see if the team wants to come out and play. And then we're gonna just celebrate Dan, guys. The man that controls the internet. The Scavinator. Okay, guys. Let me try to load my tabs. I'll be back in a second. Ted Phyllis, good morning to you. Welcome. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a sec. All right, guys, we got Danny Backers with us. The Knob saying good morning. Parco, you broke the internet, brother. Great to see you. Trucy, Rick Q. Truce, great to see you. Yo, Tree Powell, love you, man. Good morning to you. Let me scroll up a little bit. Okie dokie. Danny Backers, we love you, man. We got Priscilla with us on YouTube and King William III. Good morning to you guys. We're going live in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Gonna start the intro so all the new arrivals understand what happens live during our shows. And then we hit the ground running 17 minutes past 10 in the morning. Madame Dumont, sister, we love you. Elliot. 443, we love you. Madame Dumont, God bless your beautiful soul. Sing a new song, sister, we love you. Okay. Almost there, guys. Rune Newshead also joined us on YouTube. God bless you, man. We love you. DJ Golf, God bless your beautiful soul. Ellie K. Patton, we love you. And if you're new here, let us know. Join us in chat so we can welcome you in. Susie, 1638, we love you. Good morning. Priscilla, awesome to see you. Things are truly ramping up. Absolutely. Woo, Nui. Great to see you, my friend. Yep, things are moving up. Absolutely. Iran, guys. Pay attention. Central Scrutinizer, good morning to you. Thank you all so much for joining us. Just a few minutes early to the show, Greg. Wonderful that you're with us. To get the energy running, W3RO187. Let's go! Okay, guys, 10 seconds to go. Are you ready? Elliot, God bless you. 5, 4, 3, 2. Here we go.
Bring everybody in, guys.
Cubanita, we love you.
Spread the word. Come on, come into the show. We will, I promise you, this will blow your mind.
Grassroots army. It's an army.
It's an army, guys. A grassroots army, guys.
We have plenty of time. It's a Sunday, right?
At 17, your people say, I want to vote, but, I'm busy. I have other things to do. Let's go see a movie, and we'll watch the results later.
Come on now, Trump. Look at the ease in his eyes. He's doing this flawlessly, man. Trump is doing this flawlessly. Just had a bullet whizzing over his ear. 5 days later, he's behind the mic and he's spitting calms, guys. Trump is spitting calms like a Gatling gun, guys. We thank you. Patriots win. Arrows up, share, hoorah. Oscar worthy, look at this band of annals. There was a time when the world asked ordinary men to do extraordinary things. That is us, guys.
That's great. That's great. Do we have the greatest people in the world? We have the greatest people in the world.
The point, the hat, he turns, he claps, and he points to the camera. Boom! There he is, guys. Trump, we love you guys. Oh my God, what a rally, guys. What a rally.
Nothing beats just hearing us, just seeing, you can already hear it in my voice where I think like, okay, I might head out now, right? And then, before you know it,
an hour later.
They come with something that is like, and that is that drop, right? That I always want to read. 1339, and this is to you, QT. We establish a series of proofs for this specific reason. Undeniable, unpredictable, coincidence after coincidence, growth due to confirmations, real sources communicating with the people, unrestricted and together, guys. So this is why Trump was labeling them the fake news, and they will make sure, right, to drop those, to back us up, right? And we love you, Q-Team. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
That's Zero Delta at 2:47 and 56 seconds. It's to the second, guys.
47.56 to the second Delta.
The second, guys. This is ridiculous.
An insane assault.
There it is, guys.
Jesus.
There it is.
Boom, guys.
There it is.
There it is, guys.
Woo!
There
Dang, Derf.
it is. Derfman in the house.
Dang,
We
Derf.
got Derfman in the house, guys.
I do appreciate all.
I do appreciate, guys. There it is. We sincerely appreciate. There it is, guys. 10:25. 10:25, guys. 10:25. There it is. I hope you guys can see it again. But this is Central, so we got an add an hour here, right? 10:25. 10:25. We sincerely appreciate it for your kind words and appreciation. There it is. There it is, guys. The zero.
There it is.
Hey!
Oh my God, this is good.
Of thousands, millions of people came in through Biden, and they say zero.
Boom, they say zero. What? 9:40 EST, aka 21:40 Eastern Standard Time. Boom, 21:40, 0 Delta. What do we have here? 0. They say 0. How about a nice 0 Delta to encourage add-ons on request of the Q team? Oh, whoa. Guys, check it out. He's saying we have it all at 7:09. 7:09, guys. Listen.
We have it all.
Boom, guys. We have it all. 5:09 Mountain Time. That is 7:09. Check it out. Are you ready? We have it all.
Oh my gosh.
This is 1909. The military timestamp of 7:09, guys. We have it all. See that? Isn't that epic, guys?
Wow. How does he do that?
But we'll make sure that that's going to go very quickly. We'll be able to do things that you never even thought. The only good thing about what happened with this 4-year disaster is that the people will understand when we fix our country. They'll be much more understanding than they would have been if we just went straight ahead and did it.
Oh, right.
What the heck?
What the fuck? Stop on Trump. Dude, what the fuck? This is XM 4461. Dude.
They tell me there's a storm coming in. Is that right? Is that still
The first time I had it, but you guys were after me. I said I had to focus. I was the hunted. And now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference.
After decades in which past presidents coddled and enabled the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, President Trump finally ended the immediate threat of a nuclear Iranian regime. The Iranian regime was weeks away from being able to produce a nuclear weapon that would threaten the entire world before President Trump took this decisive action on Saturday night to obliterate their nuclear capabilities. The contrast in leadership could not be more clear. Barack Obama and Joe Biden sent pallets of cash, American taxpayer dollars, in a failed attempt to buy the Iranian regime's compliance with a weak and ineffective deal. President Trump sent a fleet of American warplanes to destroy Iran's ability to produce a nuclear weapon.
There's new evidence that Barack Obama asked intelligence and investigatory heads like John Brennan, the former CIA director, James Clapper, the former director of national intelligence, and James Comey, the former FBI director, to find me evidence that you haven't found yet so that we can continue the Russian collusion hoax after it was ineffective in the campaign. You go back, we only have a few weeks left. I'm a lame duck president, and bring me the right assessments. And that's exactly what they did, and that's why they're terrified that new information is coming forth that suggests to the American people what they did and how they were culpable.
Incredible. It's all there now. It's in writing. And Tulsi's done a great job.
She's tough.
And she's tough, and she's smart, and she did. She went deep into the files, and she found it.
A new bombshell on the Russiagate hoax has dropped, revealing what U.S. intelligence knew back in 2016. Sources telling Fox News Digital that the U.S. intel had credible foreign sources indicating that the FBI would play a role in spreading the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. That was before the FBI launched its controversial probe. Now, CIA Director John Ratcliffe is expected to declassify intel from former special counsel John Durham's report on the origins of the FBI Trump campaign probe.
As you were playing those clips of these people like Morning Joe seemingly befuddled, saying that by no account is any of this true, I would challenge them to see if they've actually read the documents, every single page of the documents that we've released over the last couple of weeks. If not, go to odni.gov, G-O-V. It's all right there for anyone to see. And those who go in and read this will see how President Obama directed that a National Security Council meeting be called to talk about Russia.
Is the Oversight Committee prepared to enter into a legal battle with the DOJ over the Epstein files? You guys want the Clintons to tell us what they know about this, and many others. We'll put up the list again so everyone can see.
How can an entity known only as Q, faceless, nameless, fameless, etc., begin to ask questions on 4chan, now 8chan, and build something of this magnitude? How can the same Q entity garner such a massive amount of worldwide mainstream media, fake news attention attacks? How is it possible this Q entity can forecast future events or know when the POTUS is about to tweet? How is it possible future proves past regarding the information provided? How is it possible this Q entity, an entity who began by merely asking questions on 4chan, 8chan, was able to fill in the blank?
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda, and the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever is necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented, and the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefit of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
All right, guys, here we go.
You ready?
Beats.
You ready? You ready?
Okay, guys, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful day. Shout out to Stormwind. Great to see you, Indy Ford. Wow, guys, we love you. The chat is going wild on Rumble. We love you, guys. You are all here because you know the storm is upon us, and let's come together and celebrate the most powerful man on the internet, Mr. Scavino. Dan Scavino. Here we go, guys.
My fellow Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. That is the freedom that I wish for you. Freedom from sin. Freedom from our weaknesses. Freedom from the slavery that sin makes out of all of us. That is the freedom that is worth dying for. Kind of reminds me of the words that Mel Gibson first intoned in his Academy Award-winning film Braveheart, when he said to his ragtag army, and I say to you tonight, I see before me a whole army of my countrymen here in defiance of tyranny. You've come to fight as free men, and free men you are. What will you do without freedom? Will you fight? No! Yep, fight you may die. Run and you'll live. For at least a while. Dying in your beds many years from now, would you have been willing to trade all the years from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell our enemies that you can take our lives, that you can never take our freedom. Every man dies. Not every man truly lives. You. We must fight for that authentic freedom and live, my friend. By God, we must live. And with the Holy Spirit as your shield and Christ as your sword, may you join Saint Michael and all the angels in defending God and sending Lucifer and his henchmen straight right back to hell where they belong. rudder. And in the words of Reagan, evil is powerless if the good are unafraid. God bless you.
God bless you, beautiful patients. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's celebrate our friend Scavino, and let's play Hold the Line. Let me shout each and every one out, because you know that I love you, right? All right, guys. Let's see who's with us. 1, 2, 1, 2. Boom time. Again, big shout out to Tree Powell. Thank you so much for the 20 spot. And Madman inviting everyone into the Red Castle Club.
Anger.
You gotta be a rumble, guys.
Hatred.
Boom.
Extremism.
Madman, we love you.
Violence.
Storm winds. Blue news hat.
No progress.
Beautiful.
No nation.
Elizabeth.
Only a state of chaos.
Jackie
Don't
from the
piss
field.
down my
from
back and tell
Limburg.
me it's raining.
We gonna hold forth. Okay, guys. We gonna hold. We got a lot of Dutchies, guys. New Trooper. Nui Nui. We gonna hold. We gonna hold the line. Boom time. Temper Tim, Rick Hugh, Bo Smith, Sister VIP, we love you. Susie 1638. Dick Tracy. Denny Beckers. Susie 1638. LM. Temper Tim. Marco. Brother, Legend. We love you. Tommy Success. Diane to know. We love you. Dutch Rumbler. We love you, Dutchies. Do no good. Real news at Breezy 15. God bless your beautiful soul. Dick and Tracy. Ellie K. Patton. Alright, sister. Ellie, we love you. Rick Hugh. Texas Ginger. We love you, sis. Our gunslinger patrons are with us. Woo, baby. We have reached and cruising up to the 40,000 foot long ago. As we prepare to land, make sure your season photo trays are in their upright position. And while you're ready, guys, please double check if you're bumping up, because you know it's gonna get bumpy. Ooh, baby. Colors 1921. We love you, sister. Miss Betty Black. God bless your beautiful soul, legends. Here we go. United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay. Immediate boarding at gate E. We knew this day would come, so grab your favorite beverage, look at tears. You would like to dance to do the heavy lifting, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And don't forget, guys, local action, national impact. Be that change, the man and woman in the mirror, singing a new song and singing it loud. The angels are sounding their horns. The apocalypse is nigh. Foreshadow from millennia and unfolding right in front of our eyes. We're so blessed to be alive and to be witnesses of this epic transition to greatness. Shout out to Donald J. Trump, Scavino, Elon Musk, General Flynn, Dash Patel, Bobby, Chuck Grassley, Chris Canal, but less than 10 wins in March. We love you guys.
We
Shout
love
out
you.
to our hand.
We'll be back in some form.
Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal.
But
that is a dangerous, defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that we are gripped by forces
we cannot control. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for the storm mega. Okay, guys. You are the calm before and during the storm, and the absolute proof of the where we go one, we go all worldwide, guys. Wow, what a beginning, right? We have arrived. Let's go to scene number 3. Boom. There we are. Richard Rohr is with us. T. Johnson, we love you. Let me start the dick music. All right. Again, guys, awesome that you're with us. Stormwind, Elizabeth. Awesome, Trucy, Diane to know. Okay, guys, let's get into the show. Let's introduce the man that we all know. And today is a special day, by the way. I saw, it doesn't happen that much. That I look at my phone, I send them a few pictures of, what I'm dealing with while I'm setting up the show and running the intro.
And he let me know something, guys. We're going to get into this. Today's a special day. It's not only, when we are going to celebrate what happened 50 years ago on January 14th, guys. A soul entered this realm, and the repercussions, guys, are unmistakable. The most powerful man on the internet was born, 3 Second Dan, we love you. And again, Derf. Oh, let's introduce the man that you all know as Mr. Butterboy. The man that knows without being told. Mr. 45, believe it or not. Heartbeats a minute. Do not let him tell you otherwise. Lori Lash, we love you. Great to see you. The cherry on top. We were all there during the Trump rallies. Derfman was making his way there. He was sending pictures of, this incredible headwear that he was wearing, right? This fedora. Send us a picture, right? So we knew what we were looking at. So we were going live, decoding Trump, and looking in the crowd to see if we could see him. Then we spotted him, and Trump was looking a lot to his right. Then it so happens to be the Derfman doing a selfie, right? And then on his way back, I asked him, like, hey, how was it, right? Derfman. He starts talking, this and that. And then at the end, I don't know if it's something, right? And then he said, yeah, it might be that, Trump did a RQ while I was making the selfie. I should have made a video. I took a selfie, but RQ Flip was with him. And he told him, while he was doing the selfie, Trump was doing the RQ. Well, I said, okay, great. Next day, of course, Trump had 3 more rallies. So Derfman was with us. Hey, Derf, how was it? He talked about the supposed RQ that he got. And then I said, hey, go into your details, right? Just click on the info, check the timestamp. And there it was, guys. We saw the time. We then went back into the show of the day before, and we fast forwarded to 7:35. And the rest was history. Now we know him as, and again, shout out to Granny99, we love you. But damn Dumont, let's introduce the man that you all know as Mr. RQ Derfman. How you doing, my friend?
Well, goedemiddag, Ras, and Trucy, and Danny Backers, and Dutch Rumbler, and Monique and Jos Reiners, and any other Dutch Patriot I may have missed. Good afternoon, Rod Leonardo, Miss Penny Black, any other Euro Patriots that I may have missed, and good morning to everybody else, from Deflustrated to Singing a New Song to Will For You to See, Susie 1638, Ted Phillips, Parco, Richard Rohr, love you guys. And I'm doing great. I gotta admit though, there's some glitches are happening on Twitter right now that are
on my app.
You too, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, and this is really weird because I'm able to load my Twitter account, but when I try to load yours,
yes,
it's giving me a hard time.
I know. I just deleted all my cache. I deleted the whole app, reinstalled it, and still I can't enter.
Now you're back.
Okay,
like,
Elon, what's up, bro?
Yeah, what's up? I've been messing around for the last 15 minutes.
Me too.
And now you're loading, so that's good. That's been itching at me. Other couple things itching at me. I gotta say, shout out to Rapid Response 47. You guys made me laugh yesterday. Also, big shout out to the White House, who have reached 5 million followers on TikTok. So that's pretty cool. Congrats to you guys. And even QAG has been a little glitchy with me. Now, as of right now, the last post that I'm seeing is a post from Rapid Response at 9:56 a.m. They, again, are making me laugh, so I appreciate the laughs, guys. But nothing else is loading on QAG either. Now, very quickly, Grass, I gotta say that Trump, RSBN is live, and Trump is hosting a historic investment in rural health roundtable.
Okay.
And they went live.
You know, you see that Wheel of Death on... Okay, so now it's gone.
Like when you were trying to refresh?
Yeah, so, you know, it's kind of loading and loading and loading and loading. You know? Look at this.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much the same thing is going on with me as far as QAG is concerned. Very, very odd behavior, to say the least. And let me try... I'm going to try my notifications on X to see if they're loading. And even that is really, really slow.
So we're talking about QAG, huh?
Well, QAG, and right now I'm trying to load up the notifications on X, and even that is... It's not quite loading up for me. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's an Elon thing, if it's a worldwide internet thing, but you know, that's not going to stop us from doing a show and from celebrating the amazing 50 years on this planet for Dan Scavino.
Boom. Happy birthday, my friend.
Happy birthday, Dan. And yeah, you mentioned V. Powell. Thank you for the 20 spot, saying we're going to make it. And right before that, he had also posted, nothing can stop what is coming. We will win.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you for that. And also thank you, Real Newshead. Also dropped a little Rumble rant saying the Don Rowe doctrine instead of the Monroe doctrine. I like that. And Trump's golden age, where we go one, we go all. And absolutely, guys, where we go one, we go all. And yeah, so...
Do we want to shout out the Madman Red Castles?
Oh, thank you. I do have those right over here as well. Thank you for the reminder. And yeah, thank you so much, Madman. And welcome to the Red Castle Club. Will for you to see P.A. Dumont or Priscilla Adams Dumont. Welcome to the Red Castle Club. The Powell, aka Smills, welcome to the Red Castle Club. The Knob, or Dak Knob, I'm gonna go with the Knob. And Troez, welcome to the Red Castle Club. Elliot0443, Diane Tano, welcome to the Red Castle Club. We also got Singing a New Song, Breezy15, and Colors 1921. Welcome to the Red Castle Club, courtesy of Mattman. So thank you so much, Mattman. We appreciate you. We appreciate all of you guys who are dropping subscriptions or Rumble rants. We absolutely appreciate you guys. And Yeah, there he is.
I made this one with Grog. It took me a while, until it was a little bit, I wanted him to say, where we go one, we go all. So, and even sometimes, when you make these things, people are saying, AI. So it's, what do you think? What? Like, what? I'm busted now? You think this is real? Right? That happened with this one. I don't know, man. These people are crazy. I don't know. Where is it? Let me see. Something with happy birthday, Trump. This one. Like, this one. Remember?
The storm is indeed upon us, but together we will weather it with strength and unity.
Right? And then people are actually going underneath saying, they say,
you didn't really say that.
No, AI, that this is AI. And I'm like, what? Really? Come on now. It's got to be somewhere down there, right? One of those. Oh, no, dude. Hey, you see this tweet? This thing is, I might have muted the person. But,
Well, it seems like all the images are not loading. So it's definitely still... It's still kind of glitching right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
somebody was saying AI. Yeah, what do you think? You really think this is real? Okay, look at this. Okay, but are we?
Okay, well,
yes,
at least the video loaded.
Nope. It doesn't work, man. Doesn't work. Oh,
yeah, it's doing that again.
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Elon.
Yeah, man. This is what happens when you are running, And by the way, we had a blackout in Amsterdam, guys. Wow, guys. Doesn't happen that much. I gotta say. It's, this is a pretty rich city. Going back millennia, guys. Getting spices all across the world, right? Like this is this is like New York City, so to say. Old money. And for this to have, a blackout like this, I was like, huh. Anyhow.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you guys also have a lot of like, how can I say this? Like the electricity infrastructure underground?
Yeah, so we yes and no. So in the city, yeah, but you also have like these big iron things, right? But again, how that looks is not like how it looks in America, right? These wooden poles with these black lines, right? It's more, let me see. Power lines on it.
I thought I had read that a little while ago, because downtown Montreal is sort of the same. You don't see the power lines.
It's like this, right? So in Amsterdam, it looks like this. Is all everything is in the ground. Everything. Mm-hmm. Nothing up, right? But between cities, it might run like this. But this is like, we don't have this, right? This wooden stuff. We have like these iron things.
Right?
It's not like this. Yeah. We don't run it like this. This is more. I think this is more sturdy like this.
Yeah, so for Amsterdam, just like downtown Montreal, you don't get too many power outages, at least the ones that are affected by the weather.
Mm-hmm.
And for that to happen in Amsterdam, something pretty big had to have happened there.
Mm. And my phone went off like wank, 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 and I was like, what? Normally, like we have every first Monday of the month, we have like this, standard alarm going off, and even all the roof,
air alarms are going off, to test it. So everyone knows at noon, first Monday of the month, you hear like the woo, right? And it's like, oh, war is coming. Just a kind reminder. But yeah, guys, just saying, the blackout was pretty wild. I was taking care of little Grass. Miss Grasshopper had to go to the university to teach arts. So I was just sitting home, with an extra jug of water, to make sure if anything goes out, we can still drink some water, or I can flush the toilet. That was my preparation, guys. Okay, guys. And Wissa, how you doing? That's a Dutch name, right? We love you, sister. Okay, so what are we going to do? We can show you a few of the crumbs of Dan Scavino. We can also show you, some beautiful things that happened between Dan Scavino and us during the show, right? Again, remember that time where he was in England, right? I was loading these tabs and then I saw these things happening, right? As we were live and we were saying awesome, right? Then Dan Scavino said awesome as well. Because you, Derf, I think you made one of those compilation videos of the So Shinies, right? As we were showing, the people watching our shows, that when we were showing, so we were showing a clip of Trump dropping while we were live, and what he was dropping was linking with the decodes that we decoded on Trump before, right? So we were showing something of Trump, then Trump dropped something on the boards, right? On QAC. So shiny. But when that happened in the clip, Trump actually posted again. And that happened consistently, right? Like it was happening not once, not twice, I think 3 or 4 times. And that was what this clip was all about, right? The So Shiny. And I was saying awesome underneath Derfman's video. And then Dan Scavino came out with awesome, right? Remember that, Derf?
Yes, I do.
Okay, guys. He was dropping a 14-second clip. There was yes. So he was reposting something, right? And earlier that day, and we know in the show how it works with Dan Scavino and these air dot shows. Remember? The 2442 that came back and came back. So every time we see like these fighter jet videos that he's posting, right? 9 out of 10, 7 out of 10 times, there's something juicy in there, right? So what are the odds that first off, he was dropping this air dot show, but then in, this air show, but then in England, right? And then he reposted it with a view from the cockpit, right? Let me see, because this is, I guess, this happened after the show. This is when, we were rounding off the show, and Trump and Dan Scavino in Air Force One was dropping crumbs back to back. And again, if you see the crumbs, guys, I don't know if I can go underneath here because there is something more to this. Because we were showing you something, and when we were showing you, the initial decode, this is when Dan Scavino dropped, the view from the aircraft, so to say. But again, we can look at this one. But of course, this doesn't want to load. Oh my God. Again, so let me just, we set this at 11:42 a.m., right? 11:42 a.m. on September 17th. And then just, I don't know, just a few 8 minutes later, guys, 8 minutes and something, Let me see. Yes, 8 minutes and 20 seconds later, right? Dan Scavino drops awesome. We were typing awesome during the show, right? At 11:42. Then 8 minutes and 20 seconds later, Dan Scavino drops awesome regarding those airplanes. And he reposted it with another view, right? From within the cockpit. You know, the timestamps are showing us 24:14, right? Eyes on VIP Patriot. The world is watching. The 459, or no, the 409 is showing you correct exchange. Analysts have changed our mind regarding private to public. We are listening. Highest priority, have faith. The 459, right, of the minutes to seconds. Operational window, the floor is yours. Twitter. You know, the truth number, 730. Coincidence, truth to power, learn, right? Correct exchange, VIP add-ons, right? Truth to power, no coincidences, expand your thinking, right? Awesome, awesome, right? I like it. Let me see. So, okay, so this is the decode that we did on what Dan Scavino dropped on his way back from England to Washington, D.C. When you look at the crumbs, I'm not going to list all the numbers because, you know, it will take up too much time. You know, it was saying, now what are the odds of death? You know, mathematically impossible, coincidence. The truth is right in front of you, right? What did we show you over here, right? Truth to power, right? The previous decode with awesome was saying truth to power, and the post number of Dan Scavino here is saying what are the odds of death? Mathematically impossible, coincidence, truth is right in front of you. Enough is enough. These are the times, guys. And again, this is one of my favorite drops, right? 45:44. His timestamp. Beautiful. These are the times that try man's soul. The summer soldier and Sanja patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women. Tyranny like hell is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, is that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It's dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put proper price upon his goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial as an article of freedom should not be highly rated, right? Beautiful. Then, you know, the delta to the next is bringing us to the the Do It Q with Dan Scavino and Donald Trump and Stephen Miller, or Stephen Miller, how Derfman loves to say it, right? Doing the Do It Q. So they are sending this from Air Force One as they are in Air Force One. As earlier that day, they were giving us these crumbs, right? Unbelievable. Do a Q, 1 in a billion coincidence. Mathematically impossible. The truth is right in front of you. They were sending this video of this, you know, I think Raptor, what is it? F-32? Yeah, I think so. I think it's the F-32. Love that plane. You know, they were sending again fighter jet clips from Air Force One, right? And if you look at these crumbs, it ties back to what we were decoding earlier, right? Now, what are the odds of death? Mathematically impossible. The truth is right in front of you, right? Enjoy the show. Do a Q. 1 in a billion coincidence. Again, you know, I can show you a little bit of that broadcast. Guy, brother. Dropping us a clip, guys. Enough. Oh, come on. Look at this, guys. 1450. Okay. Scavino, guys. Oh, brother. Okay, guys. It's not going to work. Okay. So that's... so that... So that's promising, guys. So that's really promising. Okay.
Yeah, I guess your like 6 or 8 second clip was all right, but this one's probably too long, right?
It's unbelievable, guys. Anyhow, Dan Scavino coming out with Air Force, right? A drill that was happening at 2 a.m. in the morning on January 14th. But check this out. He posted this at 23:46:08. And, you know, he's dropping a gap code. 1 second. He's dropping a gap code. A beautiful palindrome. Let me just drop it down because I don't think you can see. A beautiful palindrome. 65256. 652, right? The drop is saying POTUS on terrorists in Guantanamo Bay. Let's be clear. Enemy combatants. Reread the executive orders. Put it together. You know? The 8064 acknowledged. God bless. And the length of the audio that was embedded in this internet link that Dan Scavino is dropping is 1 minute and 29 seconds long, right? Closing act, impossible to clean, dismantled, operations by Q Group, no such agency. Interesting that the PM timestamp, you know, that drop is saying date versus actual. You know, NORAD is doing a drill in the nation's capital, DC, right? 2 a.m. But when you look here, again, I can pull up the drop, 11:46, I believe. Let me see. Up. Okay, 11:46. Look at this loading time, guys. And look at my internet speed. I got plenty of internet speed. 40K, guys. 4 gigabits. Upload, 26 download. It's nuts.
Well, it's primarily a Twitter thing, Grass, because YouTube seems fine, and even Truth Social seems fine. But, like, again, I can't even load my notifications on X.
Yes. So there might be a glitch happening there. I thought it was me, but where were we? Let me see. I don't know. What? The AirDot show. Where the hell did it go? Oh yeah, so I was pulling up the Decode. Yes. Sorry, guys. So the Q drop over here. So this is the biggest that I can pull in. 11:46, right? The timestamp of Dan Scavino in the PM, 11:46, is showing you a drop. It talks about night 4, increased chatter, B19 authenticated, Sparrow Red, prevent at all costs, good castle online. You know, 79 missiles, 22 missiles hit, 2 US AF B-1 Lancers, right? So we're talking about the Air Force. But the drop that is being shown is showing you 177. So you can read January, the first month, 77 makes 14, right? So I thought that was pretty wild that the date versus actual, you know, this is not April 8th. You can see this as January 14th, right? Just a little thing. Also, the 2 a.m., here it is 2 p.m. Just another little funny thing, right? Doesn't mean anything, but I'm just saying these were the things that I was spotting in this beautiful truth of Dan Scavino. Is it truth or is it? No, this is Twitter. Sorry. Okay. By the way, I can see in my okay. I didn't include this in the graphic. There's always better to read the whole decode, right? Because there are way more things in this decode that I can embed into a graphic, right? So when you look at the minutes and seconds, the 608, oh man, what the hell is wrong with this thing? MI6 play ball. They rented out their deep state masters plus a lot more, right? Again, this is what Q is saying. And Anon was saying they rented out their deep state masters, and then Q came underneath. Plus more is what they were adding to what the Anon was saying, right? Plus more, a lot more. Again, man, the future looks bright, really bright. Let me see, guys. So yeah, we got some major glitches going on here. Again, I posted this because I think this will happen really, really soon, right? People are dying on the streets, and the Q team has been working with, the patriots in Iran for a long time, right? So I don't know why they should not be helping out now, and they will. Because already in 2019, Q was trending in Iran with this patriot, or Iranian Anon was dropping this, right? Hiding his face, saying restart, make Iran great again. MAGA plus MAGA, right? Goes in tandem, guys. Hashtag Q Anon with a beautiful heart. Again, guys, God bless your beautiful soul, guys. Everyone there, we stand with you as you're taking on this corrupt establishment, right? And again, no one is free, guys. If one of us is chained, none are free. You understand that, right? We won't rest until everyone has the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, right? I have friends in Iran. I know the people who fled there, right? And it's a real thing. Yes, the old America, right, was involved with, stuff over there. This is not the same that's happening right now under Trump, right? We are now here to bring things back the way they were, right? Power back to the people, democracy. We're not talking about Afghanistan, right? Where democracy doesn't work because these people think different. You can't force a country to do something. But when the people demand it, right? This is how it was before. And when this regime change happened in Iran, they had to flee, right? With just what they had in their hands. I know guys, wonderful Iranian people, guys. They came to Holland and they are now top professors and AI, whatever, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, head off to these guys. Pretty influential people, but how they started, guys. They came to Holland with nothing. Some, they even had to reschool themselves. They were living on the street with no money in their pocket, nothing. And from scratch, they climbed up. So they're now professors, right? Renowned individuals. The talent that is in Iran and the courage and strength of these people, and it's being taken away from, due to the leadership over there, right? And a lot of them want to go back. They miss Iran. I have colleagues on the airport. When I start talking about Iran, they start crying, right? Holland is good, right? All these other countries are great, but again, they want to go back because Iran is so beautiful, right? But again, the leadership is, it leaves a lot to be, how do you say that? Wish for or desired, yes. And we are with you, right? All these incredible people were fleeing Iran because they saw this regime coming up, and yeah, man, it's horrible. So when I hear these guys on the internet saying, yeah, Trump has said it again, creating another third world war, this is not the same, guys. Not the same. We are truly bringing democracy to a country that wants it, where it works. You don't want to bring democracy in Afghanistan, where they don't even know what it is. For centuries, they've been doing their thing a certain way. You're not going to change that, right? And again, General Flynn, all these guys who were there were like, what the hell are we doing here, right? This does not work. We're not going into Iran because of the oil, right? They could have already, right? But they didn't. And they want to paint it like Trump is just the same as all these other presidents, right? Watch out for that, guys, because we understand what this movement is all about. This is not national resources. We are freeing the world from a corrupt enemy that is embedded globally. This is what we're doing. Just be careful out there, with some of these black pillars, you even see, like they want to make you believe that nothing ever changed, right? And they look at Venezuela, and they look at a possible Iran coming up, and they totally forget that he created peace all around the world, right? They totally forget about all these 8-9 wars that he settled. That he put the prosperity and winning for America, their freedom, their peace, he put it, let me say it like this, he put the trade deal at risk, right? He was saying, we will not have the trade deal if you don't create peace. So if they would say, you know what, take the trade deal and we continue the war, he would not be winning that much for America. Do you understand what Trump is doing? So now when Iran is protesting against their regime, now when Venezuela is, they were already doing it, right? But Venezuela plays an important role in the 2008 and upcoming elections, right? How they were, so that is a stepping stone, right? And there's a lot of black pillars out there, but understand, guys, action speaks louder than words, right? We have seen Trump create peace throughout the world, so do not let them fool you. And there it is, guys. They had their subpoena. They did not show up. Now they will be held in contempt of Congress. And if it is good enough for Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, it's good enough for them, right? And again, this is not the end all be all, right? 4 months or something, but it would be great, right? To have just a little slap on the wrist, right? Just as a prelude, to get the people, acquainted with just a little bit, just a dash of accountability, right? Would love to see the day, guys. Don't think it's going to be 4 months they're out and then they're off doing what they're doing. They're going to, like he was already talking about going to Gitmo. I don't know if the video was fake that I saw. If it was AI. I don't know if you guys can pull it up. And if you have some idea if this was a real... I saw him say it, right? But you never know how much AI is tinkering with it. But he was actually talking about it. I'd rather go to Gitmo than some other kind of prison. Do you remember that, Derf?
Vaguely.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Clinton, Bill. on Gitmo. He was doing a quote. Is this it? Nope. Okay, yeah. So again, there's no community notes underneath. Let me see this. Center serving, guys. 1 second.
To go after anybody that he thinks in his wisdom is a threat, right? You sign the oath says you promise to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And he said, I think I'll start with domestic. Bring me the army.
Okay, God. Come on.
Dude, I'm surprised you were even able to play 30 seconds.
Okay.
Let alone look for it.
Let me lower the quality.
Now, I used to like President Clinton. I once said only he and Ronald Reagan were the great presidents since World War II. But I've had a change of heart.
What is he talking about, man? Anyhow, if somebody can find the clip, what is this, D-Floss? Okay, that is Trump. Okay, guys, thank you. It's 11:07, guys. We love you, D-Floss. God bless you.
And I think he needs to go away for a long time. And I'm not going to execute him, although I could, under the Supreme Court's ruling. But I think I'll just send him to the Colorado Supermax for the rest of his life. So I've already got a petition ready. I want him to transfer me to Guantanamo.
Boom, guys. Again, that's all you need to hear, right? We got, 9 seconds left on the video. But that's what I want him to say. And again, there's not even community notes underneath here. So I guess this is what he said. This is true. Rambo. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is Rambo posting about this. Okay, guys. So let's go back. Okay, guys. We're not streaming on Twitter, I guess. Yo, Castle Freak.
Well,
great to see you. Yes.
I think we are, but I don't see it under your post.
Okay.
I see it when, like if you click on your own profile, we see your profile picture has that red circle and live under it.
Mm-hmm.
So it is working. It's just doing that thing that it's not loading up under the actual post.
Mm-hmm. There was one other thing. Okay, yeah. So this is what Dan Scavino dropped in regards to his birthday, right? This show is all dedicated to our beloved friend Dan Scavino. Let me see. Come on. Yes, like that. So here's Dan Scavino, showing what happened during his birthday, right? And we know how, the first thing I thought, they have all these oranges here in this bowl, right? And but these are sandwiches, by the way. But I thought, hey, how attentive, right? That they put, they're making these orange sandwiches, right? Oh, that's funny. But yeah, guys, a 14-second clip. Interesting. We know that Dan Scavino is, how do you say that? Engaged, right? And the gap code between Corey Lewandowski and Dan Scavino is 19,950 seconds, right? So 1995. And that drop, 1995, is an Irish patriot saying, hey, I'm getting married soon. Well, that's the same with Dan, right? We wanted to dedicate a song to them, to the Q team, right? Oh no. Yes, okay, and they were asking the Q team, put your heads together and pick a tune, right? And the Q team came, say, congratulations. Those who pull the trigger seem to prefer this YouTube link, right? It brings you to a specific video with music, a little, not heavy metal, but, pretty strong. And Q was saying, not exactly wedding material, but great when in action. Okay, guys, so the Q team dropped a song request, right? For this beautiful upcoming married couple. And Dan Scavino is going to get married pretty soon, right? So I thought that was pretty wild. But guys, let me see. Yes, look at the truth number that Dan Scavino, the X number that Dan Scavino chose for this drop. He used his 324,768th truth. This is the one that he picked. And the drop 3247 right over here is showing you the reflections in the castle. And if you've been seeing our shows, and I couldn't find it on Twitter, guys, but I think Derfman, if he digs deep in his brain, he might remember that I was looking for this drop and I couldn't find it. Derfman could not find it. It was somewhere in one of the decodes. And I said, because I wanted to make the connection, when Q is talking about the castle, they're talking about the White House, right? And I wanted to prove that, not prove it, but just show you that Q was actually putting this together by this drop, but I could not find it. I said, hey, Derf, there's this reflection and Q proofs and castle. Remember that finder should apply to the NSA or something like that. I don't know. Let me look. Is it this? No. Is it this? No. And then during the show, Dan Scavino dropped a gap code or something or a timestamp that brought us to this drop. And this was the one that I was looking for, right? I couldn't find the clip. I know it's there. I know it's out there. It might be on the archive channel, but in between all the other proofs on those rallies on that day, right? So, go back into the archives and have fun over there. But wonderful how Dan Scavino was using this post number, right? 3247, the Q proofs, the reflections in the watch. And these annals were looking at the reflection in the watch, and it could make out the drapes, in what room this picture was taken. Or this picture, this watch was in this room. And it's pointed to all the echoes or all the reflections within the watch. And again, another Q proof, the Oval Office, right? Another reflections. And Q is saying, have you applied to an intel agency, right? But now comes the 768. So this drop with the Q proofs is 3247, as you can see, right? 3247, the post number. But 768, guys. What? 768 right over here. This drop is showing you something. They bring more eyes. The proofs are important. Boom, boom, boom. Q proofs, right? Proofs provide new eyes the ability to question. This board in the coming months will be expressed and discussed across all platforms. Important to be prepared. We will help. Truth always wins. Okay. And then when you look at the timestamp that he dropped, guys, right? Brings you to that Saturday Night Live skit, right? Every kiss begins with Q. It's coming. Judgment is coming, right? 4768 of the post number. Judgment is coming. Now, when you look at 2153 over here, brings you to Pfizergate, coming very soon to a theater near you. And the 1511, right, of the PM timestamp, 1511, is showing you Barack Obama, Michelle, right, Michael, Joseph Biden, Kerry, and Hillary Clinton, etc. The whole corrupt temple, right? I just overimposed this Pfizergate because, this is kind of, this whole drop is showing you all the bad actors from the whole Pfizergate thing, right? And the delta to the next, right? 1995, that is this drop. But the hours, right? 5:32, the hours and minutes in between, 5:32 and 30 seconds, is bringing you to the 5:32 drop. Are you prepared, organized, and coordinated? Are you ready for launch? Show the world the truth. Open their eyes, right? There it is, guys. Provide new eyes the ability to question, right? They will bring more eyes, the proofs. Right? And there it is, guys. Are you ready for launch? Show the world the truth. Open their eyes. Truth always wins. Beautiful, right? Do not let POTUS suffer from the Soros loser bots that continually flood and make the fake news awards your first organized tweet storm day, making America great again. Okay, guys. So Dan Scavino is celebrating his birthday using a post number that is an absolute shout out to the Anons digging. Q proofs 768. The proofs are important for the new eyes. This board in the coming months will spread and discuss across all platforms. Important to be prepared. Truth always wins, right? Show the world the truth. Open their eyes. It's coming. Every kiss begins with you. Judgment is coming. FISA, the Obama administration. And we know how the Venezuela raid of Trump is connected straight up with the 2008 steal that brought you Barack Hussein Obama, right? So interesting, right? How this is all coming together. One side of it is showing you the accountability. The other one is celebrating the Anons, right? By the way, look at this. We got a fly in there. 3512. There it is. 3512. There's a fly Dan fly, right? Again, the Dan that they were talking about should not be happy, right? But I thought it was nice that, there's a little Dan in there. And Dan, congratulations, my friend. We love you. Yes, Derf.
Nothing. I was just laughing at the Dan.
Yes.
Fly Dan fly, right?
Yes, I wanted to. I had another little decode that I made that I was not able to drop. I'm making graphics, guys, but little Grasshopper is making it impossible for me to post. Because making a graphic is one thing. Writing a text with the tweet, ooh, baby, that is that is a challenge. Let me see, guys. Let me see if I can post this. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so this is that one. Okay. There it is. So this is when Dan Scavino thanked. Okay. Yes, so my whole tweet does not, my whole show is not playing live on Twitter. Okay, I can't. Oh my God. So it looks like it's been posted, but I don't think it is. Annoying. Really annoying. Let me see. Let me see.
Oh. Again, for me, Grass, if you go to your home page, you'll see that your profile picture is lit up, and when you click on it, then you can see that we are indeed live.
Okay, guys.
So at least that's working.
Okay. Are we able to pull up the chat here? No, I don't see it.
You have to stretch your window.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, chat pop out. Okay, guys. Let me say something there. Okay. Okay, so this is how we can do it. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I'm not live. What? Okay, guys. So let me know if you're with us on Twitter. Let me go back here and see if we can pull it up. Unbelievable, right?
Oh, it's
okay. So so there it is. Okay, so it is there. So here you can see how Dan Scavino is thanking everyone who surprised him last night in DC for his 50th birthday. I was truly at a loss of words, and I'm beyond grateful to all of the amazing people in my life. Thank you. This has really been a journey of a lifetime, and I look forward to what is next. M-Dash. The best is yet to come. Okay, Dan, we love you. Okay, so Dan Scavino is dropping this at 11:26. It is happening. Clean house is very important, right? And so yeah, the M-Dash. The M-Dash comes with 51 spaces, and it is character number 255. Right? So 255, learn to read the map. You have more than you realize. And 51 brings you to, dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans, such as yourself. The time has come to take back a great land. The time is now. It is happening. Rest assured, the POTUS is backed by the absolute finest people alive, who are all dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the US and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. The White House, as Dan Scavino is celebrating his birthday in the White House, right? Boom. Beautiful, guys. Fly, Dan, fly. Getting married soon. Congratulations. We can try to play this clip. I don't really like the song that much, but, you know. But why not, right? 1995. Let me see, guys. 1995. Ay, ay, ay. Unbelievable. Pooh. Do you see that, Derf? Jeez Louise. 1995.
Yep, it's
ridiculous. My CPU is doing well.
I mean, let's see.
Look at this. Okay, this one is pulling it up. Okay, so 1955. Oh, no. 1995. Andrew, Upper Storm, great to see you. Highlander, Valsmith sister, we love you. What the hell is wrong with this thing, guys? Like, everything is running smooth. My memory, 44%, CPU, 28. My GPU, it's 46, 47. 66 degrees Celsius. Smooth. What in the world? Let me try QX3. Is it happening, guys? What if we're live and it's effing happening, guys? Everybody gets this alarm text, right? EMS text. Weep, weep. Stand by for a special message from the President of the United States of America, the 47th
the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Please stand by. You know, this is the waiting tone, right? Until the thing just comes in. Yo, Watcher, what's up, man? God almighty. What the... Okay, finally there it is. Jeez Louise, man. So again, hey Q, Iris Anon here. Anhon. Look at this. Anhon here. Getting married soon. We want to dedicate a song to the team. Take 5 minutes out of your hectic schedule, knock your heads together, and pick a tune. Where we go one, we go all. Congratulations, Iris Anhon. To those who pull the trigger, seems to prefer YouTube this one. Not exactly wedding material, but great when in action. Let's play this. This one is for you, Dan.
I've had it up to here, listening to a small segment of people trying to put down America. America's the greatest land on earth, and we ought to be proud of what we have. I'm proud of America. I'm proud of our people, and I'm going to prove it. We're American and damn proud of it. Frankly, I'm getting a little ticked off. Go to hell.
Yo, Jill, we love you. Jill 2020, keep up the good work, guys. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the show. America is coming, guys.
Go to hell.
Okay, guys. Big shout out to the Q team. Love the music. Awesome stuff, guys.
I've had it up to here. Listen to it.
Okay,
ticked
guys.
off. Go to
Wow. You know, that gives you a little insight of what Q team is listening to as they are, tapping out their enemy, right? Okay, guys. Those who pull the trigger seems to prefer this song, guys. Awesome. Okay, Derf, man. Do you think that that roundtable is something to look at? Let me just flip through it when it started, etc. Where is it? Mm-hmm.
Well, as I mentioned, or maybe now I'm having doubts.
What's up?
And I blame you, Deflustrated. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, that roundtable went on for about an hour and 5 minutes. Yeah, about an hour and 6 minutes. It started at 10:18.
Okay. So again, where is it? I just lost it. The whole YouTube thing is gone. Oh, maybe it's here. Yes, there it is. Okay. So this is the song. Okay, guys. So let's have a little look. 11:07. This is when we got in. Okay.
And isn't it great to think that
minute and a half or so
3
after
more years now? So the president walking into it's that we generously were giving them. In many cases, the American people did not know of it. Very similar to the SNAP waste, fraud, and abuse. $19 billion out the door. Maybe a reason why child care costs so much in this country. So we're watching all of that as that story continues to develop, and perhaps the scandal of the year right out the gate, Governor Tim Walz. And as President Trump has put it, the moron that he is, but I think it might even be more insidious, something that was not only ignored and turned the other cheek, but with the
okay, there it is, guys. 10:18. Interesting. So if we go back into our show when we were live, let's see, guys.
Arrow.
Boom. Okay, guys. So great timing, guys. 17:06, and then at 18 minutes, guys, Donald Trump dropped it. Came in the show.
Christian warriors, set yourselves apart from this corrupt generation. Be saints. That is the freedom.
Boom. And that is the freedom, guys. This is when Trump links in, guys, at 10:18. Beautiful. He just sits down, right, or what?
Was not only ignored and turned the other
cheek, pretty much.
But with the racial
there it is, guys.
Tropes that happen.
They stand up.
It's amazing. As they're standing
okay,
now,
guys.
The president walking into the East Room will go there
Woo,
live
baby.
to the White House.
The United States, Donald J. Trump.
By the way,
Unbelievable, guys. Yes.
We did get a 10 spot from Gary VR on Rumble.
I see. When will there be a big arrest? Please. Well, happening sooner than later, right? What do you think about the arrest of Venezuela, right? A president of another nation. As you understand, right, that the guy from Venezuela is implicated in stealing the 2008 election under Hugo Chavez, that is, right? And those voter machines were from Venezuela. They had these programs and these machines 20 years ago. Then they came to America, right? And being spread globally, right? So that country, Venezuela,
among, the human trafficking and the drugs trade, etc., is, this is hitting so many nerves, so to say. This is when it all comes together, so to say. Let me see where I have it. Fly rods fly. Let me see. Yes, there it is. So this is the arrest, guys, right? Nicolas Maduro on board of the USS Iowa Jima. Boom. Again, how it was preloaded, because I showed you that, when Trump was coming out with the message, right, that President Nicolas Maduro and his wife has been captured, we arrested them, that he brought this in connection to Obama as 30 days to the day, guys, because this happened on the 3rd of January, right? Over here, we show you what we decoded on the 3rd of December. There it is. December 3rd, 2025, Trump was closing the airspace, saying to all human traffickers, drug dealers, airlines, and pilots, consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. The gap in between, when he posted this on Truth and on Twitter, 44 minutes and 21 seconds. Do you see what is happening? So now we're looking, right? He's closing the airspace. He's talking about human traffickers. And the gap code is, nudging us to open our eyes, right? Do you see what is happening? Okay, so I'm looking. Now, General Flynn comes out at 17:18 and 31 seconds. See that? 17:18:31, also on the 29th. Maduro, I think it's time. Now, 67 hours later, the news breaks by Emerald Robinson that the communist dictator of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, rigged the 2008 Democratic Presidential Caucus on January 3rd, 2008 for Barack Hussein Obama, according to a whistleblower from Smartmatic. Again, that stuff came from Venezuela, right? And so the 67 hours, do you see what is happening, right? So what is the time in between 67 hours? Let's look at 67. And what are the odds that 67 is talking about the mandatory forced grounding of planes as he is closing down the airspace across Venezuela? It's mentioning Podesta, who are human traffickers. It talks about Barack Obama, as this news is coming out, that Venezuela rigged the election for him. This is when the military said enough is enough. They wanted to go into the Oval Office, rip him out, right? But that would cause worldwide chaos. Then they made the decision to wait and get Trump in, then inform the public through Trump, who's calling out the fake news media that is and talking about all their corruption. Well, that is telling humanity the problem, right? Q is saying sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change, right? And again, this is also why when people understand the true nature of their deception, they will not stand in the way when the military hits the street, right? That's why Q is saying the safety and well-being of the population, of every man, woman, and child, is being exhausted in full. That's why they had to wait. And if you think that we are making sacrifices, right? The military was doing the sacrifice themselves, right? By taking the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child in consideration. While their men were at risk, right? In wars, endless wars through Obama with ISIS and all these things. They could have gone in then. They said, well, if we would, and we can, and we want to, this will cause worldwide destruction because they can hit back with ISIS and all these things. Let's wait for Trump to come in inform the public, let them steal the election, then show the people, then they will, elect him back. Now they're eminent, right? Now they have the will to change, right? Now they're screaming for the Epstein files, right? Now they're screaming, lock them up. This is necessary, right? So, and a bunch of other information will be released, might be connected to Venezuela, how they rigged elections, right? And, possibly who these young children went to, because they were sending, they were trafficking through America. And you don't send produce somewhere if someone didn't pay you, right? Again, this is in response to, Durang Naburu, we love you. 5 subscriptions, awesome. We'll get to that. Naburu, we love you. God bless you. Who asked this again? This is my response to that, right? That, for us, it might look long, right? But put yourself in their shoes. They could have done it straight up, but that would cause worldwide devastation. They will not go down without a fight, right? Their sum of all fears is an awakening from public, right? And through COVID and all these things, people are now awake and aware. They have the source, they got the numbers, they got the receipts. Now it's unstoppable, They could have painted Trump in many, if he would have done it in the beginning, they could still paint him as a dictator, right? Now we've seen that they used, weaponized the 3-letter agencies against Trump, the intel agencies. Now Trump can move ahead without any hesitation anymore, right? Now he is arresting the president or the dictator of Venezuela. Right? That is kind of, the brainstem, right, of the human trafficking, the brainstem of rigging elections, the Smartmatic, machines and programs. Right? So he's got the main thing now. This is a big arrest, guys. This is a huge arrest. Just saying. This is one of those arrests that are really, really important. If you understand, how this links together. Q was always saying, why must this be isolated away from the 2016 election? Everybody then thought, okay, they're going to expose 2020, right? Then you had all these patrons, 2020, they got to start with 16, right? And now Venezuela is happening. Oh, wait, we're ending with the beginning, right? Barack Hussein Obama, where the intel agencies were looking the other way and helping out to get him elected in combination with the mainstream media chanting, yes, we can, and prepping this guy up who wasn't even a national born citizen. And then they took out Saudi Arabia, right? And Saudi Arabia is kind of a Venezuela in the way that they were financing these corrupt individuals in America, right? Now, Venezuela is something that is, trafficking these children, trafficking these Smartmatic things, right? Stealing elections. Now they have this guy. Who paid you? Who were you sending this to? Right? Now we have the receipts. Now it's unstoppable. So now the money influx is gone. Now everybody knows who was corrupted through Saudi Arabia. Those guys arrested are singing like birds. This guy, Maduro, he's singing like a bird. He has the sauce. Now it's, now you got two pipelines, right? And at the end is who paid for it, right? Who ordered it, where it needed to be delivered to. So, yeah, guys, this is a big, big arrest. And Trump is taking it slow, right? It's moving quick. It's moving too quick for normal person to understand. But for us, right, knowing what we know is like, yeah, we want it to happen to yesterday already. Right? But again, you have to understand the importance of the arrest of Maduro as it links to Barack Hussein Obama. Now you got the epicenter, so to say, right? If you think Saudi Arabia was big, which it was, right? It was the keystone. But only when the keystone is taken out, now Venezuela is next, right? And that will bring you to all these other things, right? Soros, right? Who controls those voting machines in America? The Rothschilds, etc., right? Just wait for it. It's going to be big. Again, who asked the question?
That was Gary VR.
Okay, Gary VR. I hope this is, how do you say that? A reasonable answer to your question. Again, we wanted to see Americans being arrested, right? All these others. But don't underestimate this event, guys. This event. Let me see if we go back. Yeah, so here, yes.
Gary responded with "makes sense."
Okay, guys.
So I think that was a great explanation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so we now know, right, how this was preempted by Trump, right? Do you see what is happening? Closing the airspace. General Flynn coming out, hey, Maduro, I think it's time. What? And then exactly 30 days later, guys, because this is what we posted on December 3rd. Exactly 30 days later, boom. Trump is coming out at 4 o'clock in the morning. Venezuela, President Nicolas Maduro is captured along with his wife. Unbelievable, guys. Again, what is this showing you? He's posting this at 4:21 and 19 seconds. 4211. What is that showing you? Boom. 4211 is a meme regarding Barack Hussein Obama. The fewer rules a president has, the fewer rules there are for an official to break. And Q is saying underneath this drop, 2211, we are ready to unleash hell. This truth, how do you say that, was dropped after this truth number, 508, right? This is his 508 drop. The timing in between tweets. This is perfect. Plausible deniability to the world, yet ultimate confirmation to us. The timing in between tweets, the missing and replaced letters. This is not a game. Trump himself is speaking to us. I mean, we are the artistic fueled engine the world needs right now. And I feel honored to be part of this. 508. Then Trump waits 12 hours, 33 minutes, and 34 seconds to then drop the big news. Maduro and his wife are captured. The timing in between, right? 1203 brings it to human trafficking. 1203, right over here, shows you Mac is naming names. Again, this is Alison Mack from Nexium. Big names in Hollywood, government officials, local and federal. Peru, Standard Hotel. Future will prove past. Adam Schiff, blackmail, right? And then showing you why is the Mexican border and Long Beach port so important. TikTok LLC, right? Human trafficking. Okay, Trump was saying this, right? To all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers. The time in between this post and the next one was 12,032 seconds. The time in between the previous post at, with his 508 truth number, the timing in between tweets is showing you a gap or a gap code of 1233 hours and minutes or 33:34. So 33 or yes. So let's look at those numbers, guys. 3332 is showing you boom week ahead. Treason doesn't pay well in the end. Well, that is Obama, right? The 3334 is saying, those guilty of treason, truth to light, no sleep in DC. Well, Trump is posting at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? POTUS is not sleeping tonight. And the 1233 of his hours and minutes, right? The timing between his 508 drop and his 509 drop, boom, guys. It's talking about Haiti. This is what the next 6 years is all about. And this is dropped in 2018, right? So in 2018, they were already pointing at 2024. Important year. This is what the next 6 years is all about. The truth regarding Haiti to be revealed. The awakening. What did Hussein do for the black community versus POTUS, right? But what did Hussein do? Oh, Maggie Nixon, right? Hot dog parties. Want me to continue, right? Dude, it's all there in his message. It's unbelievable, guys. You got a 32-32, right? Again, let me look at, because I didn't really had that much time. Again, right? While we're here, why not? Dude, does this keep on happening? It doesn't even want to react. What?
Yeah.
And now it's way bigger. Look at this, how crazy big this is. So the zoom is at 80% and my screen is just, unbelievably in my face. Look at the icons, how big it is. See, this is how it should be. See that? See how big this is? Okay, QX is out of the air, guys. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's look at 32, because we got 32, we got 32, 320. It's still loading, guys. 2032, 2302, and 230. We also have 3032, 30, 32. No, 23. Okay. Okay, that was quick. Okay, connected dots. Stand strong, Gina. Inside the shadows. Where did we go prior to? John Perry Barlow. Heart attacks can be deadly. The 2302, so 2302, right? I don't know if you guys can see that. Right? Just the 2302 showing you VIP Patriots. When one shirt isn't enough, two becomes the solution. Calling in threats before the rallies to get all these Anon shirts out of the camera view, right? Because when they would allow this to happen, that everyone is wearing those where we go all shirts, right? Then everyone starts understanding that this is really popular, right? Nowadays, Anons are coming in, like you see in the intro, where at an exact point at the rally, at an exact timestamp, the Anons are saying, where we go one, we go all, right? And then Trump is silent for a long time and says, don't you think we have some incredible people, right? Really incredible people, He needs to wait to say that, right? But we all know that he talks about the annons. 2332. I don't know. No, this should have been 32. Okay, wait a minute. No, there's not 2032. Sorry, guys. So we gotta.
Yeah. Well, the
There's-
minutes and seconds, right? 2032.
Oh shit. Sorry. I'm so used to look at the mirror that I don't see the straight up timestamp. Yes, thank you. 2032, thank you, Derf. Every battle is won before it's ever fought. Are you awake? Again, also shows you, did the old guard have full control? Did the old guard learn from the mistake in 2016, guys? Boom. Okay. When you are awake, you can see clearly. Okay. So again, it talks about election rigging. As Obama and Venezuela is, a prime example, right? Okay, that's funny. Expand your thinking. Okay, infiltrated 32. Yes, so we got 32. Interesting. Maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful, right? They were in and out, guys. It was almost like, the hamburger joint, in and out, boom, boom. He didn't even have time enough to go into a safe space, right? With his fat ass, right? He's got he was choking on his burrito, I think. Oh my God, The initial wave will be fast and meaningful, and it will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. That even the MSN can hide and rest assured that some will be jailed as deep cover agents. Boom. So yes, indeed, this time in between is pretty important. It talks about the threats. It shouts out the VIP annons. Okay. Okay, guys. Yes.
Hold on a moment. Can you just let me just see if this is the same one. Okay, no, sorry. I was looking at a different one. Never mind.
Okay, 3150. Okay, a screenshot that doesn't want to load.
Yeah.
And again, guys,
Yeah,
if
QHAG,
yes,
QHAG is also having difficulties. It hasn't even scraped the last day and a half or so.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, the context of their post numbers, 1350, right? 1350 is all being brought in connection to the Rothschilds, guys. See that? Rachel Chandler, right? The child handler, Rothschilds. Interesting. As the attack on Venezuela hits, the timing in between tweets. Trump himself is speaking to us. This arrest in Venezuela means a lot, guys. Okay, so we're going into, I guess, the Trump event. Let me just straight up go in. He's coming in at 10:18, guys. Let me see what that drop holds in store for us. 10:18. Okay, the magic bot.
Okay, let's see, guys, what's going on. The President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. There he is, guys.
This is a very important one today. We've worked on it long and hard. For years, they've been working on it.
I was talking at 10:19.
I see Kevin's in the audience.
He's looking at the camera, guys. Look at this.
For years, they've been working on it. And I see Kevin.
There he is. Look at that, guys. Beautiful.
Hard. For years, they've been working on it. And
there he is. We see you, sir. 10:19. Beautiful.
I see Kevin's in the audience, and I just want to thank you. You were fantastic on television today. I actually want to keep you where you are, if you want to know the truth.
Kevin who? Cork?
Kevin Hassett is so good. I'm saying, wait a minute. If I move them, these Fed guys, certainly the one we have now, they don't talk much. I would lose you. It's a serious concern to me. So I just want to say thank you very much. You've done incredible. We don't want to lose him, Susie. But we'll see how it all works out, okay? Thank you, Kevin. Great job. And thank you for all being here as we discuss the largest investment in rural health care in American history. This is the big one. We're delighted to be joined by many incredible members of the healthcare community, including doctors, nurses, and pharmacists from all across America. We're also very happy to have with us some very talented people. A man who is really good at this, extremely non-controversial, which is, I wanted somebody non-controversial. So I chose Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to head the whole shebang up. And he also happens to be a great guy. Brooke
Kevin
Rollins
Hessen.
is doing
Thank
a
you,
fantastic job at agriculture, and thank you. And how are the prices coming?
They're coming, they're coming down.
Don't forget,
coming
we
down,
inherited
guys.
A mess.
We sure did.
Remember eggs? They were up 4 times
Crisis
higher
canceled.
than they ever were.
Trump's
And in
tough
my
talk.
first day, they said, "What are you going to do about eggs?" I said, "I didn't cause the problem. We didn't cause. We inherited a mess, but the prices are coming down."
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices are down 86%. Retail a little bit less than that, but yes, you're making America affordable again.
With you in charge, I have no doubt, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, a really good man, a really brilliant guy, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Oz. And thank you also to Governor Jim Pillen, Senator Dan Sullivan, and Representatives Rob Bresnahan, Mike Lawler, John McGuire, and Nick Begich. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much.
And I don't know if you're still with us. Yes, there you are, Val Smith. Maybe you can drop that video again with let me see if I can find it. Let me see. You want me to play it? Val Smith. Drop a 5x5 if you want to. In regards to Robert F. Kennedy. Let me know, sis. If so, I'm gonna dig it up because I can. Right? Let me see, guys.
Oh, we have other congressmen here, I see, and a couple of senators, and we appreciate everybody being here. Everyone wants to
look at this.
be a part of
Handshake
this.
fails,
It's
man.
So
What the
important.
F?
Maybe, I don't know, for many people, there's nothing more important. I would say maybe defense.
And there it is, guys. The mirror timestamp of 10/21/1201. Trap card plays. Nice work, you. Trump cards coming. Against, guys, those religious organizations. Ooh, guys. You know, I don't know if you've been following this whole Charlie Kirk thing, right? With these, you know. Again, if you want me to talk about it, right, let me know. Again, Elsa, just shut the hell up, right? It's the chosen will be yours. But there it is, right? The estimated wealth of religious organizations. The Vatican Bank. $229 billion. Boom. Yes,
I see that, Trucy. I'm going to dig it up. Trump, we love you. And again, guys, those corrupt will be brought to light, right? Again, if you're ready for it, let me know. I can do like a 30-minute thing on it. It's Dan Scavino's birthday, so if Dan wants me to talk about it, let me do it like this, right? Trump and Dan, if you want me to go into that stuff, right? Let me know. Because, you gotta have how do you say that? You gotta have, how do you say that, Derf?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah, well, it's like I want to say you gotta have like an old soul, right? To be able to, to undergo certain information, right? And to take out what is true, and understand the other things that are being brought with it, right? That might blackpill it, right? You got to understand that certain things are happening, and certain, some people won't die on certain hills, right? Sometimes you can lose the battle but win the war, right? The same thing with the whole Epstein thing, right? A lot of people are complaining about certain agencies or certain people who are running those agencies. But you have to understand that Trump is the director, right? He is the one leading the symphony, right? And all of these guys who are now on their respective positions. When Trump is saying this, they sing along, right? Because it's not the time for certain stuff to come out, right? They all expect it. Ben Bondi was saying the information will be on my decks tomorrow, 7:00, right? That is sending a shockwave through, throughout the grapevine, right? Making people stress and make mistakes, right? We know it's coming out, right? Q was already showing us all the pictures, everything of everyone there. We know Trump is aligned with this. Why is he now all of a sudden taking this 180 turn, right? Again, he's doing the same thing as he was talking regarding the wall, right? Everybody wanted the wall. Everybody campaigned on the wall. Then Trump is saying, I'm going to do the wall. And now everybody's against it. What did he say, right? Maybe I should have said I was against it, right? And now everyone would, wants me to bring it out, right? And again, think about this. The sum of all fears is an awake and informed public. So if Elon is coming out saying this or that, and people think, hey, I want to look into this. And now they are demanding this. This is the sum of all fear for the enemy, right? Think about this. Now Trump is saying, this and that, right? That's all good. Again, we're not talking about Epstein. I'm just talking about you got to have a soul that can look through these things. If you are ready for this, we can go into the whole Charlie Kirk thing and expose it for the BS that it is, right? But I don't want to, I want the team to give me the green for this, right? Because, yeah. Let's continue, guys. Let me look up the Vol Smith drop, guys. Sister, we love you. Again, the timestamp 10/21/12/10, guys. Trump card coming in the Rothschilds. And again, this drop regarding the religious organizations, Turning Point, the religious part of it, right? Again, when you saw the prayer of what's his face? What's that English guy? Miss Penny, come on.
Russell Brand.
Oh my God, right? When you see, Ben Shapiro, who was the arch enemy of Charlie Kirk, opening up after Erica Kirk, right? Just because he paid a hell of a lot of money to open up, right? to tell everybody how amazing Charlie was, right? Well, everyone knows, those two, Charlie wanted nothing to do with the guy, right? And again, that's why I played the clip of Steve Bannon, right? Again, everything I'm doing, Tina English, we love you. Everything I'm putting out there is with a real good reason, right? Like, I'm not showing you stuff in my show, right? Even though I don't talk about a lot of things. That's true. But what I'm showing you has a meaning, right? When I showed you this whole, let me see. I think it's over here. And I didn't even talk with Trucy about this. Sister, oh God, we're going to have a phone call soon. Yeah, there it is, guys.
Whole thing that's gone on the last couple of days, some of the comments tonight, this is not about, this specific incident is not about freedom of speech or platforming or deep.
Again, guys, he's saying this at turning point, right? He's saying this at turning point. I think this was the day after, what's his face? Yeah, Ben Shapiro opened up after Erica Kirk. We all know what Charlie thought about, what's her face again? That rapper? He didn't like her at all.
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki, whatever her face is, right? Now all of a sudden, all these people are on stage that he hated. And again, guys, I don't know, Derf, if you can feel the crowd out, if they're ready for me to talk about this, but let me let Steve Bannon do the talking, right?
I want to make sure that we get something straight tonight. We have a partners discussion. And I want to say up front, if I hurt some feelings here, you can come and talk to me afterwards.
Yeah.
This whole thing that's gone on the last couple of days, some of the comments tonight, this is not about, this specific incident is not about freedom of speech or platforming or deplatforming. They're all talking about that, and that's, people are saying hurtful things to each other. Tucker said the quiet part out loud. This is a proxy on 28.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think it's way too early to be thinking about 28.
Oh, my God, guys. If you know what he's saying here, oh, my God. If you know what he's saying here, jeez, listen to this.
Now, I think it's way too early to be thinking about 28.
Whoa.
But he's right about one thing. This is a proxy on an issue that's not freedom of speech and not are you going to get platformed or deplatformed. This is about a situation that Charlie Kirk was probably one of the most, if not the most important person in doing and accomplishing. And that is this concept of what I would call greater Israel and Israel first. Now, Benji Shapiro sat up here last night and he was all, I'm going to, it's all about the truth. Ben, I've known you a long time, brother. You can't handle the truth.
Mm-hmm. And dude, this is true on many levels, guys. Again, we might do a little, inside show or something for the people who want me to talk about this. But, dude, you can't handle the truth because if the truth comes out, boom, right? It's almost like a piece of plastic, that wants to be in a 6,000 degree oven, right? You can't handle it, buddy, right? You can say, but if we do it, you will disintegrate.
Let's face it, Ben Shapiro is the farthest thing from MAGA. Let's be blunt. He is a hardcore never Trumper. He's a hardcore never Trumper. In the spring of 16, He tried to upend Breitbart. He walked off the job, made a big deal about some incident in Mar-a-Lago with Corey Lewandowski. He tried to turn it to Ted Cruz from Donald Trump because he hated Donald Trump. In the general election, he barely supported Donald Trump. The first sign of when President Trump gets sent back to Mar-a-Lago, the very first individual that jumped on the Ron DeSantis train, the Israel First train, was Ben Shapiro. And those are the darkest days we had.
And Ben Shapiro opened up Turning Point after Erica Kerr came out. Because they paid like, $1 million, right? Donated to Turning Point. What the F is going on, guys? Right? And he's warning them. I guess it's almost already too late for Turning Point at this stage. Of what I think to know, it's already too late for them. But let's keep on playing.
In 21 and 22, you guys were there. He's consistently been against Trump, and now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up. And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put that ahead of America's interests.
Boom. Oh, my God.
Shapiro called Breitbart Trump Pravda.
Okay, guys, listen to this.
When he left, he called it Trump Pravda. And he was kind of right. We had to be. There was no other news site that was supporting President Trump. When poor Megyn Kelly came out in that first debate and made what looks like now some innocuous questions, right, about Trump's Facebook page or his Twitter feed, about Rosie O'Donnell and others, have Jack Posobiec ask her how it turned out. We unleashed the dogs. We were maniacs. Why? President Trump had no backing at Fox, had no backing at the National Review, and in 2016, that would have driven him out of the race. So we had to be there. But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
Why the F did he open up after Erica Kerr? Ask yourself this question, right? Is there no sensibility in this organization? Right? To have the guy that was so blatantly that he hated, for him to open up Turning Point, show up come on stage after Erica Kerr. To have the tent where he was shot, where people can take selfies, right? It's ridiculous. Who is running this organization? Do you think when JFK got killed, and we would honor JFK, that we would bring out the, how do you say that? The limousine, the open air limousine where he was shot, right? With the bloody seat and everything, right? Do you think that is a blatant disrespect, to have people take selfies in a mock-up tent where he was shot, and then have Ben Shapiro open up after Erica Kerr? As we all know what Steve Bannon is telling us here. And it's getting worse, guys.
Is like a cancer, and he had to be there. But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
Metastasize, guys.
It's a cancer, and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there.
Boom. Wait for it, guys.
He metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor.
Whoa.
Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point.
If not already.
Because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Boom. And now he opens up. And our Turning Point is having this tent, right? Where people can take selfies, right? Unbelievable, guys. He needed to say what he said.
Move there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Boom.
This is not about speech. It's not about deplatforming. This is about power politics. and what Charlie Kirk believed in to the core of his being, that America makes decisions for America and Americans make decisions for America.
Okay, guys. And again, if you want to know the context of why this is being said, is making a lot of sense, guys. And again, Steve, brother, thank you so much for saying the things, right? So we can play it, pause it, give a little bit of background, but there's way more to this, guys. Okay, guys. Let me wait what the team is dropping, and then I tell you everything. But let's continue with Trump.
We need defense, and we need offense too, by the way. As part of the great big beautiful bill, we have increased funding for the health care by an unprecedented $50 billion. That's rural health care. Nobody thought that was going to happen, and we got it done. So we have rural health care for those that were trying to make a case that we weren't taking care of the rural community. I'm all about the rural community. We won the rural communities by numbers that nobody's ever won them before, and we're taking care of those great people. So we already did this. We increased funding for rural health care by an unprecedented, record-setting $50 billion over 5 years, which will benefit Americans in all 50 states. And this was made possible by cutting massive waste, fraud, and abuse from Medicaid and reinvesting those funds to revitalize hospitals and our cherished rural communities and hospitals in rural communities. And I want to say, with all of the fraud that we're seeing in Minnesota and California and other places, I actually think that if we do an unbelievable job, you could almost balance your budget, Kevin. If you take a look at the kind of numbers you're talking about, nobody ever saw anything like it. They're all corrupt politicians, from the governor of Minnesota to the governor of California to everybody. They're just corrupt.
Okay, guys, so QAC ain't working, so let me give it a moment to think. But let me see if I can... Yeah, wait a minute. So can't show this. I can't download this. Okay, maybe I can click this. Yes, maybe this is better. Yeah, okay, so there it is.
Well,
there it is. Let me play it.
Let me just say to the team, if they're listening, if you're going to post something, please do it on Truth Social more than on Twitter. Because from what I can see, Grass, the last posts that QAG was able to scrape off of Twitter, for me right now, I'm seeing the last posts, coincidentally, by the U.S. Department of Labor, and that was at 7:55 p.m. So let's say from about 8 p.m. on the 14th, they haven't, the Twitter posts have not been scraped.
Okay.
So if you guys are going to drop anything, please do it on Truth.
Okay, guys. So there it is, guys. And let me see. Do you want me to play it in full? That's my question, Volsmith. Do you want me to play it till the end? Because I'm not sure if you want me to. Do you want me to play it till the end? Let me see if the QAC has scraped what I was looking for. Yes, there it is, right? What can I do? There it is. Web server, an unknown error. But there it is. Yeah, that's not what we were looking for. Okay, yes. Okay, Volsmith, we love you. Let's watch this clip with total, total transparency, guys. There it is. Bucks bowling. Here we go. Yeah! There it is, guys. 17, right? Boom. 17 in how many seconds? Yeah! There it is, guys. Bucks bowling. And look who's there, guys. Look who's there. We know her, sister. Boom! Johnny Fredo! Okay, brother. Look at him. Show me your friends, right? Boom! Johnny We love you, man.
I got box bowling for my whole family. If you want to improve your hand-eye coordination and stay in good shape, get box bowling and work out every day.
Okay, guys. Woohoo! Let's see that again. Boom! Johnny! Okay, guys. This trick, we're going to support him all the way, guys. Go to his website, by the way. Falsmith, maybe you can drop this. He also has this this awesome beer that he's putting out there. You know, if you're going to get drunk, do it on, right? If you're going to celebrate, do it on the Johnny way, guys. You know, let him take you to, you know, to Florida paradise, guys. Johnny Fredo, we love you. And Bosman, thank you so much for allowing us to play this, because I've been sitting on this for quite a while, right? That our friends of the show, you know, Bosman, we love you, are, you know, amongst these epic patriots. And look at the crumbs that are putting out there, right? 17. Bucks Bowling, and none other is there than our friend, you know, Grasshopper sent me a t-shirt, right? And, you know, our brother, Johnny Fredo. We love you, man. Okay, guys. Thank you, Volsmith. We love you. God bless you, sister. I really want to do a phone call with you soon, but time allowing, you know, it's okay, guys. Derf, what do you think? Wild, huh? He's chilling.
That was
with RFK, guys.
That was, yeah. That was awesome. Yeah.
By the way, I'll be in Florida soon, Volsmith. I'll be in Florida. For the And We Know cruise. So I just booked my ticket. I'll be there. I'll be there just 2 days prior and 2 days after, and then I'm flying back because, you know, I have to be with Little Grass, who is not going to join us. So, yeah. So I'm working on it, Derf. But, yes.
Okay.
You know, like, again, I could have brought some people, and then I said this and that, and, you know, but it's already this late into the thing, right? It's already coming up soon. So I'm not sure how much wiggle room they've got. But it does mean that you have to be in one cabin with me, right? And again, okay, guys. Let's go, guys. Donald J. Trump.
Politicians, and you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud, waste fraud and abuse, but in fraud, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Under the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, it's called the unaffordable. It is unaffordable, remember that.
You're paid fans, we love you.
Rural hospitals and communities were devastated by soaring costs, and that continues, despite colossal increases in governments.
And while we're listening to Trump, guys, you guys in the chat, what do you think that you know regarding the whole, you know, Charlie's story? Right? Let me just get a taste of what you guys think you know, so I can, you know, upon what you are putting out there, then I can, you know, add some information, or, you know, let me see what you think you know.
Spending since Obamacare was passed, only 7% of the annual Medicaid spending on rural hospitals has gone to rural hospitals. So there's only a very little. They didn't care. Obama didn't care about the rural community, to be totally blunt. What he did care about is insurance companies. And this was a bill to make insurance companies wealthy. And they did. They made insurance companies very wealthy. I would say they don't like me too much, because they spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're going to have that money spent to the people and given to the people. Not we're going to circumvent the insurance companies. Partially as a result, rural health care facilities have suffered from low occupancy rates, workforce shortages, and failing programs that put Band-Aids, literally put Band-Aids over the problems.
You know what I'm going to do? Do you think it's a problem because I got too many tabs open? Because do you want me to close these? Do you think that's the problem? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But I'm going to close them regardless. You know? I just, what is this? No, keep this.
Let me try to help Twitter out a little bit. So we're going to keep this. Yeah, I don't want to lose this, guys. But again, I might have to. You know what? We can also always try to look it up. It takes the momentum out of the show, but we got to do what we got to do, right? Okay, let me try to clean up the cache. I don't think that's the case, guys.
In those communities, and we're not going to have that. We're taking great care of them. With the Rural Health Transformation Program, we are getting rural communities the health support they need, and we're getting it immediately. These funds will go to empowering rural hospitals, strengthening their workforce, modernizing facilities and technology, and ensuring that rural Americans get world-class health care in their own community, right smack in their own community, like they've never had it before, and they've been hurt very badly by the Unaffordable Care Act. Every single Democrat in Congress voted against the lifeline for rural communities, and I hope everyone knows this, and this is not about elections, but I hope you remember this in the midterms, because the Democrats are just so horrible toward the rural community. But I want to take a moment to thank the incredible House and Senate Republicans who worked so hard on making this historic investment possible. That's what they did, and they did work hard. I don't think, got a Democrat vote, did we? Did we get one Democrat vote? We got all Republican votes. It was an amazing feat, and I want to thank Mike, our speaker.
There it is. I want to thank, right, at 10:25. We are sincerely appreciative of your kind words. Means more than you know, each one read in full. We are in this together. Where we go one, we go all. 2018 will be glorious. God bless. Again, this is what the next 6 years is all about, right?
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and John Thune for really doing a great job. It was tough. We have small majorities, and I want to thank the congressmen that are here for doing, in particular, for working so hard and getting this done. Yesterday, I also announced our framework to lower health care prices for all Americans, including those in rural America, and we're calling it the Great Health Care Plan. We had to come up with a name, and everybody wanted to say, oh, well, can we put something about lowering costs, because we're lowering costs very substantially. So I had Bobby, and I had Oz. We had everybody in there. We had Bobby, a whole group of people, and we're trying to come up with, so we're saying, the cost reduction plan that gives you good health care. And I said, it's too long. It's not going to sell.
Christian May, we love you.
We had more plans. And they wanted to get the words cost reduction in there, Lola, especially you. They wanted cost reduction in, and then they wanted great health care in. I said, look, you can have one or the other, but it gets too long. We're talking about the name of a plan. So we got it down to 7 or 8 words, and which is far too long.
7 or 8 words, huh?
7 words.
Yes. We love our 78, right? Love that year, guys. 7 or 8 words. Okay. This thing, dude. QX2, QX3, nope. Okay. Ridiculous, guys. 7, 8, 78, 87. Okay. 7 or 8 words. It's 15. Come on, guys. Again, it's pulling up, right? Like you can see it. Like, why is it doing that? See that? You do see the drop. Really odd. There it is. My signatures all reference upcoming events about to drop if this hasn't been caught on. Godfather 3, Snow White. 78. Love that drop. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. The Muslim Brotherhood. Admiral Rogers. Why wasn't Hillary prosecuted for emails? Right? Back then it couldn't happen, but now it can, right? Because now people are aware and hip to how deep the corruption is. Now they're ready for the arrest. And they are ready, for a little bit of discomfort, so to say, right? If this happens, they think, okay, we're ready for this. Beautiful.
Nobody can remember that much. And I said, how about just call it, because this is the great healthcare plan. Now, a great plan has to be cost-effective, otherwise it can't be a great plan. That's the way I looked at it. So we have a very glamorous name. It's called the Great Healthcare Plan.
Yeah, that's true. But again, Trucy, yes, there is this QMap.pub, but it doesn't scrape the tweets and the truth, right? Indeed, but that's a good point, Trucy. A QAC.pub. By the way, I have to add this to my toolbox. How's that called again?
We could
QMap?
We could go to Q Alerts.
Oh yeah, Q Alerts.
I have a slight preference for Q Alerts.
Q Alerts dot pop.
Wait a minute.
Oh no, there, I got it. Okay, so let me go to. So this is
QAlerts.app. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Pub. So copy. Now I'm gonna add this to my toolbox. So where are we going to drop this? Number 17, number 20. Yeah, let's do number 17. Oh, of course, it isn't there. But we got to do this. Edit site. URL. Paste. Oh. Okay. Okay, guys, there we go. Another tool in our toolbox. And then we're gonna minimize this. Okay. What is coded in your DNA? You got all the tools you need. Okay, guys. Okay, now we're gonna do the old-fashioned way, guys. dash. 1027. Okay, guys. Butters will be up all night. What's the news tomorrow?
By the way, if you use just one hashtag, it will work as well.
Okay.
Not the Unaffordable Care Act. I don't like that name. This is called officially the Great Health Care Plan. That means low price and great health care. So you're going to have, at a lower price, great health care. First, our proposal codifies the massive discounts on prescription drugs that my administration is achieving through our most favored nation provisions. Okay, we can go into this. We can go into this for hours, but the bottom line is we'll be paying the lowest price of any nation in the world. Whoever's paying the lowest, we match it. This could have been done years ago. I was going to do it in my first administration, but when COVID came toward the end, I said, I can't believe it wasn't it wasn't exactly a good time to be doing it.
Boom.
But I said, why isn't somebody doing it? And the reason they're not doing it is that no other nation would agree. France, as an example, paid 10% of what we paid. Germany was paying 13 or 14% what we paid. In other words, we paid many times more, not a little bit more, not 10% more, 10 times more. A pill would cost 10 times more in New York than it would cost in London, as an example, than it would cost in Munich. And this went on for many decades. This was right from the beginning. And the reason it went on was a little bit of the healthcare companies, but it was other nations, and I understand that. If I were heading...
it was other nations, guys. The 10%, right? What other countries donated big money to the Clinton Foundation and why? How much was owned by accepting? When she lost, how would this be repaid? What did Obama do with the cash prior to leaving office? They never thought she would lose, guys. Too big to rig, right? Too big to fail. Well, there it is, guys. They have an open investigation into the Clinton Foundation, but Comey dropped it. How many kids disappeared? How many kids died due to this pharmaceutical industry? Again, when Trump is able to make them come out and admit that they put these chemicals in, you know, and just to be cost effective, can you imagine? You're already making billions of dollars selling your bullshit to the people. And to be cost effective, you're gonna make them come, you know, a few times less and give them 5 times the amount of vaccines in one push. And then kids start dying, right? Are you crazy? You understand how absolutely insane this is? You're already making billions of dollars. And then you're going to say, you know what? Instead of showing up 2-3 times, just show up once and we give you 5-6 shots at once. Wow. And I wonder, guys, you know, Trump is now saying, you know, split them up. Don't take these combos, right? Take them one by one. I wonder if they're also, you know, going forward to take the toxin out, right? And if they do, I want to know, because just saying, right? If people want to have some kind of reassurance, right? I know people who are not vaccinated, who are not sick at all. I also know people who have polio, right? Because they didn't take the polio vaccine, right? And if there's one thing you don't want your child to have, is something like that, right? To be, you know, walking around like that for the rest of their lives, right? I'm not saying that, you know, but if the chemical will be out, then a parent can be assured that if they absolutely don't won't have this happen to their kids, that they can proceed with, you know, giving something that doesn't have that chemical in it. And I just wonder if they go advanced to that level, right? To take the aluminum and mercury out. And, you know, they say they use that to, you know, to keep the virus in check, so to say. But yeah. I wonder if they're going to do it, right? Now he's saying, for the time being, if you want to do it, right, don't give them 5 at once or 3 at once. Split them up, right, in multiple appointments. And I'm just waiting for them to take it all out, right?
Germany, I'm not going to double and triple and quadruple my health care.
By the way, Grass, sorry.
Yes, sir.
We could have also maybe looked up 10-10, considering how often he was saying 10%, 10%.
Okay, guys, 10-10. We love it. Yes, there it is, guys. Boom. He's saying 10 a lot, right? Indeed. Enough is enough. Revelations. Conspiracy, the quotations. You are a conspiracy theorist, right? Just like, you know, Bigfoot. You believe in Bigfoot, right? Like the monster, the Loch Ness monster, right? You're one of those. No, we're not. We're saying 2020 is rigged. Yeah, but you're one of those conspiracy theorists, right? Quotation. Like the Loch Ness monster. One of those people, right? No, that's not who we are. We followed the money. We got the receipts. Right? And this is how they try to paint you. The Rothschilds, the Fed. People are going to learn that the ultimate win was death and money. This is what I was saying, right? Giving you poison shots and saying, you know what? Instead of coming up 5 times, let me give you all of them at once. Saves us time. Are you crazy? Hands and mouth, baby, cancer, chemicals pushed. Your voice doesn't matter. Pharma class D, water poisoned, air poisoned, election rigging, control. Wars are fake top heavy and back end deals. Gun control, decreased threat level of population, mass extinction event designed to do this. People are simply in the way. They despise you. You're slaves, sheep, pawns to be sacrificed. If this is coming out, right? And it kind of already is, right? When people really start to understand this, when the information that is coming out will be so undeniable, it will smack them in the face. They would panic. This is when they need us. Don't force those not ready yet. Because there will come a time where we'll go from dark to light that it will be impossible to defend and impossible to ignore. This is the plan, right? They could have gone into the Oval back in 2008. They didn't. They waited. They weakened the enemy so much and, just let them run free for a little bit, right? This is showing you the level of control and certainty they have that they will win. To let them go ahead and steal 2020. Just to show you guys the level of corruption in real time. This is true control. Or how do you say that? It's almost like, you're so certain of yourself, right? That you can let the enemy just do his thing. Say, okay, just look at him. Let him walk around, let him try to attack me. You see what he's doing? I told you. This is what they were going to do. Boom, 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 boom. What do you want me to do? You want me to hit him back? This is, we had to deal with this. They were doing this behind the scenes. Now they're doing it all for everyone to see. Do you want me to change this? Now everybody's voting for Trump again, right? Bring him into office. And now he's got the pharmaceutical industries on their knees. He's got the weapon industry, the military industrial complex on their knees. He's creating peace everywhere. Instead of these wars that would last for years on end, he's just going to Venezuela, boom, boom, in, out, done. Yeah, the military industrial complex made some money, but this war could have lasted for like Vietnam. This could have been Vietnam, right? Right? They could have milked this for years. Trump isn't like that, He's coming in with a plan. We need Maduro because we're going to expose 2008. And they're going to they did Iran the same way, Just take out their nuclear capabilities. Boom, there it is. And sanctions. With as little as possible innocent lives to be taken out. But now the government is killing its own people, right? Now Trump is like, hey, come on, guys, you got to stop. Or else help is on the way. He's already saying this, right? And yeah, I think this is something that will drop pretty soon. Yes.
Kind of funny that you mentioned. Kind of funny that you say this, Grass, because, well, I guess little shout out to Mattman, because I saw you posted a link there, Mattman. But Trump has posted on Truth Social a couple times.
Oh, now?
And yeah.
Okay.
And his latest post kind of goes hand in hand with what you just said.
Oh, shit. Okay, so we actually have to go to Truth, I guess, huh? I gotta verify as a human. 1 second, guys. I am.
Well, I mean, QAG is pulling up Truth Social posts.
Yeah, it's still loading, so.
Is it?
Yeah.
Man.
I know.
Sorry, it's loading for me, but I guess not for you.
So let me see, guys.
So weird.
The seventh Will, great to see you. I love nostalgia. Thanks for painting the picture. Okay, guys. The Dutch Rondo.
Here you go, Grass. I'm actually going to post a link in the chat.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll be a little quicker.
Okay. There it is, guys. Allow True Social. Okay, so this is what they posted. Oh, wow. 10 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like we were on this already for 10 minutes, huh? I greatly respect the fact that all schedules hang. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, geez. 800 of them have been canceled by the Iranian leadership. Thank you. Wow. Okay. 800 people. They stopped it. Okay.
I do believe Trump said something to
Of
them
course he
with
has.
regards to
Yeah. Oh, now QAC is
taking it easy.
Jeez Louise, guys. Okay, so Trump is dropping this at okay. Let's open up another one. 12:40.
12:40 and 20 seconds.
Okay. Yes. Again, is it possible to pull up more drops on this one? No.
Unfortunately, no.
No. Okay. So 12:40 YouTube. What is this? Oh wow! We must fight.
Okay.
Beautiful. Everything is slow, guys. Net is being slowed.
Now let's set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war.
Again,
but
Derf,
there's
what
only
did you
one
say? Minutes and
guaranteed way
seconds?
you can have
2040?
peace, and you can have it in the next
40-20.
second. Surrender.
40-20.
Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? When Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better read than death, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet.
Boom.
And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay, there is a point beyond which they must not advance. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material complications. When great forces are on the move in the world, we learn they're spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
Wow. Wow. Powerful, huh? And I just looked at let me just play it like this. I just looked at the mirror timestamp. So Trump was dropping, let me show you. 12 40 40 20. Right? Was it 12 40 20?
Yeah.
Or 20 40? Oh, dude.
12 40 20. Yeah.
I thought it was okay, so I did it wrong. Because if this was the case, right? I thought it was 40 20, so I did 4 0 2 2, right? There it says some things are better left untold. Public truth of some events, force wars. So I thought, okay, Trump wants me to not talk about it. So that's why I highlighted it. You know, like, okay, Derf, we're not going there. But I was mistaken, guys. This is 40-22, and that's not the case. So it is 2042. Okay. 2042. What is this? FISA? Okay. So the crumbs that we have is 1240, showing you this beautiful "we must fight" President Reagan, the long version. Beautiful, guys. All those drops we love to read. And there it is. If you bake it, he will crumb. Big, big, big.
Oh, Grass. You
40-20.
Yeah, you did 20.
Yeah.
You did 20.
Yes,
you
I
did
did
2042.
I did it again. What?
Well, you were 2042, and that's correct. That's the mirror of the middle.
Yeah.
But if we do just the middle, we get 2402.
Okay. 2402. And again, guys, okay, eyes on VIP Patriot. Okay.
That's that one is the lady in the black t-shirt that says "Trust a Plan" with a plus in 3 brackets.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, yes. That's a good one.
Dude. Oh, man, that's too bad that...
Okay, I can try to look it up. Yes, there it is. Okay, so you were saying 2402. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it does pull up a little bit. Come on, man. Come on.
That is so weird because it is working seemingly fine for me.
Okay, let me do QX3. It doesn't want to effing load, dude. So you were saying 2402. Okay, boom. So this one can F itself. Okay, there it is. Man, look how slow it is.
It's slowly but surely.
Let me check my internet speed, guys. I might lose YouTube. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm 40,000. Look at this. 4 gigs download. This is gigabit, huh? Oh, this is bad. So the upload is bad. Jeez Louise, guys. What?
That's not as fast as it usually is.
Oh, jeez Louise, what is going on? Okay, look at this. Twitter has problems, guys. See that? Twitter is down.
Well, there's, even, I think it was Ted Phillips who mentioned earlier that Twitter has been having some problems ever since Elon mentioned something, I think, about Iran.
Okay.
Iran.
Okay, the results. So I can show you something here with the results of my internet speed. So this is now, right? But this is when I started the show, right? So it's like 4,000 up gigabits, right? And 4,000 upload and download. You know, this is what I normally have. Now, when I'm running the show, I've got an upload of 143, which is enough, more than enough for me to do a show. But I just don't understand. Let me run it again. This can't be. Yeah, so this is good, man. And normally the download speed is lower than the upload speed. Now it's the other way around. That's really odd. Okay, there it is. We're back, guys. Right? So look at this. This is how it should be. This is normal.
It's intermittent.
Okay, boom. There it is, guys. This is how it should be. This is gigs. 4 gigs up and down. Boom. This is how this is what I pay for. Okay, guys. Let's continue. Again, this sucker doesn't load. There it is. Okay, there it is. Boom.
Dude. What do we see?
Yes, I know.
Second to last line. QAnon baby.
Yes. And remember how Trump gave us the keystone, the keyword that Grok was asking for, right? And then posted that speech that he did. And posted that speech that he did in Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, right? Posted it exactly at the time that I was born, right? At 8:20 p.m., 2:20 a.m., Central Eastern Standard Time, right? European time. Yeah, the knob, right? Yes, I pay for quick internet, so I can do the shows. And I don't have problems opening up 300, 400 tabs to walk you through all the crumbs that are connecting with the stuff that they're putting out right now. To show you what's happening now, this concoction of hints is in line. It's communicating what they've said before, right? The crumbs that they have set out before, right? So now it's almost like this is not a random piece of cardboard. No, it's a piece of the puzzle, right? Because this little hole fills in that little joint over there, right? And this little joint on the, fits into that hole over there. Now we got a puzzle piece that fits perfectly. That's why I have so many tabs open. To show you that the crumbs they're putting out are connecting perfectly, watertight with what they've dropped before. And this is what the Q team told us to do, right? When big news drops, go back, collect a map, all those compilations, stack them up together, you form a legend. Now you can flip through it, right? And now you look at the sequence of events, and now you can see this, this map is creating a picture. Right? And this picture is giving you that bird's eye view or 40,000 foot view, which is the classified level of understanding, where they wanna pull you up to that level, right? Again, the parentheses here, right? I can try to look it up on the thing, guys. We're gonna look it up on the thing. There it is. And the thing there it is. Okay. What is this? No. Let me see. X. Okay. Okay, it pulls up Okay. So again, I subscribe to the Diablo 4 because Elon is dropping a lot there, right? And back in the day, I was doing a lot of these decodes on crimes of Elon, how he responded to that whole Diablo. And I could not post those tweets underneath because first you got to be a member of that group, right? So that's why I'm, a member of Elwino and this group, right? Because underneath these games, I would then you can only put your comments of the decodes on Elon in this group when you're part of it, right? So that's why. Let me see, guys. Let's go to boom. There's Kevin, by the way. 1 hour ago. Fentanyl death. Dropping, guys. Okay. So they were up 6,000. Now they're down almost when Trump came back in office, or during his time in office. They're back to normal, so to say, right? So this is when Trump was there, 16 to 20. They're back to, of course, still too much, but okay. Let me see. If I do this, do an answer search? No, I don't. There it is. So we do Keystone Grok. Okay, so this is one. Okay, so we got the answer. Okay, so this is when I said, right? Do you remember the time that Grok got answered, right? In here you can see, and I guess that here you can see the whole conversation. Okay, wait. So this is Dan Scavino. This is at the end of the month, on July 31st. I thought, I want to make this decode. I want to solidify this, for the archive. But I think underneath here, I must have dropped the tweet and it doesn't pull it up. See that? Check out this thread. Okay, there it is. So this is the decode. No. Decode, guys, because I showed you in the... Okay, guys. This is the initial decode, right? So the Grok got answered. Back then, we asked Grok, we talked about the national security laws, right? The plausible deniability that there need to be if Q was a true military operation. And if Trump wants to give a little hint to the ones in the know, so to say, he could use some keywords, right? To wink to the ones who know about it, So I was reasoning with Grok, and Grok said, yes, indeed, plausible deniability. I understand that. So then I said, okay, when we have this fact established now, and you are doubting the Q is real, what keyword should Trump use in the upcoming day that if he used that, it would convince you, it would function as a plausible deniability wink to you, right? And then he said, okay, I choose the word keystone, right? Again, I just don't know where that conversation is. Okay. So this is not it. I wanted to show you the whole thing. Maybe it's this one. No. God almighty. Where is it?
Twitter is really odd, guys. I was not pulling up one thing. The Grok answered. Why didn't I put the original tweet underneath then? Was it here? Okay, wait. Okay, yeah. So there's the whole conversation, guys. If the president of the United States would confirm the Q is real, would you believe it? Again, he's saying no matter what it says, right? Again, what keywords must Trump post that would signal as a confirmation? There's no one single keyword that he can use. Well, he reposted those memes, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and this is when I said, do you understand that if this is all true, Q being a military undercover movement, plausible deniability has to be in place regarding national security laws. Now, Grok is saying you raised a valid point. Plausible deniability in the context of a hypothetical Q military undercover movement. In such a movement exists, blah, 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 blah. Plausible deniability allows officials to avoid direct confirmations of sensitive operations, protecting strategic interest and avoiding legal or political fallout, to maintain structural integrity. Q was saying here, right? Okay, so again, Q and Trump was talking about these where we're going wrong walls, blah, 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 blah. And then I said, okay, so what obscure keyword would you like the president of the United States to post that would convince you somewhat? I know that Grok is saying, I will always think for myself, and that's why they always go to Snopes, right? And always goes to Breitbart, and always go to these other bullshit, sources. But, right? What keywords would you like the president of the United States to post that would convince you somewhat? Okay, now Grok is saying, if I were to pick an obscure keyword for the president to post that might make me consider Q is legitimate, it'll be Keystone. Right? In QAnon lore, Keystone is a recurring term in the Q drops, right? Okay, so they chose Keystone, right? Then I said, okay, Keystone it is. Can we get a solid yes from you? So I put it in a corner, right? And now Grok is laughing, right? I see what you're looking on, right? Keystone, all right. I give you a yes for picking a solid. An obscure Q term, blah, 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 blah. Right? So again, yes, they wanted Keystone. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready, guys? So let me see, guys. So this is established. This was the conversation. Okay, we got Grok to ask for a POTUS keywords that would convince it to reconsider 17's legitimacy. The word is Keystone. Let's effing go, right? This was July 14th at 8:55 in the morning. Okay, guys. The things I do when I wake up, huh? And there it is, guys. The very next day, this happens.
Before, it's mostly to do with AI.
This is the 15th, right? This is the 15th.
We're going to Pittsburgh. We're going to be touting about, actually, going to be numbers like nobody's ever heard before. It's mostly to do with AI.
So he's going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, and they're going to talk about AI.
We have tremendous investments being made, literally trillions of dollars of investments.
And listen to what he's saying.
Being made in our country on AI, artificial intelligence. I don't know if the word artificial is a good word, but that's the word. That's what they've chosen. So,
see that? The word, that's what they've chosen, right? Boom. So he talks about AI. He's going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, right? To talk about AI, And again, the word. I don't like the word, but that was the word that they've chosen, right? Keystone. Boom. So now I'll bring it to Grok, right? Like, hey, bro, yeah, there it is. And it absolutely lost his mind, right?
Okay, so, but this all happened the 15th, right? The 15th at 13:59. Maybe I want to look up that drop. Let me see what it is. Oh, no, Q. No. Let me see, guys. Let me see what the drop. Again, I haven't looked it up. 13:59. Okay. On guard. Pickle. EU. Okay, and what is 1:59? The PM timestamp. We are awaiting your answer. 48 Q clearance, guys. Dude, I haven't looked. Dude. So Trump dropped this at 13:59, and the drop is saying we are awaiting your answer. 48. Well, that is Q clearance, right? So that's wild. And now we're looking up 1:59 or even 9:51. But let me see what this is. Red October, the Hunt 4 is a reference to a submarine. Incorrect. Okay. But what is 951? Okay, the public will know soon. So that's wild, guys. That Trump dropped this at 1:59 to the nose, guys. No seconds, nothing. And 59, guys. Oh, that's a wild drop. Let me see. Boom. 59. Look at this one. And again, it's hard to read on a different aggregator because on the keyboards there's an enter here, right? As it reads, combine all post and analyze. Weird, that dude, Derf, that this is without a space, right? Combine all post and analyze. The question provides answers. Dude, the question provides answers. As Grok is calling for the keystone. Jeez. Remember, information is everything and no longer controlled by the MSN, the source Grok is using, but by you and others. Hence why we are dedicating critical time to distribute crumbs, which can be followed in greater detail to paint the entire picture once more information is released. Boom. Why has POTUS dedicated so much time into labeling the MSN as fake news? Good question. Why is Grok using the mainstream media as a valid source? Hence why it's, not respecting the truth regarding Q and Trump. Right? And Trump is dropping this at 13:59. As this drop is saying, we await your answer. 48. That is Q clearance. 48. Boom. Q clearance. Does it refer to someone dropping such information that has the highest level of security within all departments? The calm before the storm. Psst. What is 13 showing us? This is getting better and better and better, guys. Okay. I said too much. God bless Patriots. Okay. What is 31? Okay, we have the goods on everyone else. There's so much string pulling and blackmail. We need to cut this off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this great country. Okay, guys. But again, beautiful succession of drops. Grok asking the keyword, keystone. We await your answer. 48 is Q clearance. Boom. Calm before the storm. Q clearance. And the 59 minutes
And 900. What is 900? Oh. Let me see 900. Okay. Oh, why are we providing this much sensitive detail in a public known forum? What? Everything has meaning. Why are we giving him this much attention? Boom. Grok. Look at this. Right? 900. Oh, wait. 135. Okay. 135, 531. Okay. So if we can do 900, what is 531 or 135? Oh, wait. Wait. Come on. 135. Okay. Yeah. The central banks controlled by the Rothschilds. And 531. Ay. 1 second. Oh, Julian Assange, guys. Queen to Fox 3. Jeez, impressive, Anon. Boom. Julian Assange, famous game with a deadly move that was thwarted in 1918. This comes on the day that Trump's zero tweet marker. Wow, so it talks about the zero tweet marker, guys. Zero, guys. Boom. Zero tweet. He drops exactly at 0. Next move on Julian Assange's chessboard. Are you ready for this? QF3, aka Queen to Fox 3. Q, Fox 3. Impressive, Anon. Boom. Dude, now we gotta look at 2840, huh? And 404. And 4048. Oh, there's another 48. Dude, do you see how juicy this one is, guys? Okay, 2840. Ay. Okay. Mitt Romney. Never Trump conservative. Okay. Let me see. 404. Don't know if that is something. I don't know. Don't think so. 404. Okay, complex. And 448. They fear you. Massive global reach. Forgotten country. Okay, and there it is, guys. The initiative to seek to challenge Trump's online combat up. They fear you. Your massive global reach. You only attack those you fear the most. What is this article about? Okay, doesn't exist, huh? Okay. But again, pretty wild, right? But again, we're not even scratching the surface, right? Because what I wanted to show you, so we went into this. So again, you know now that Grok was forced by me and put into a corner, right? To admit plausible deniability if the Q, operation is real. And by understanding this, it said, yes, indeed, these plausible deniabilities or keywords can be used as a signal, right? And by admitting this, I asked it, can you choose a word now? Jeez. Keyword.
Yeah, and you know, the only thing I can do is then show you this screenshot and then zoom in. But I want to have the effing original decode. But again, you can look at this, right? So the Grok got answered. Remember how we got Grok to take the plausible deniability, you know, in account, the proofs and legitimacy of Q as a military operation. We got Grok to choose the keywords of his choosing. Keystone. Within 24 hours, Trump goes to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, talking about AI, mentioning, but, you know, I didn't like the word, but that was the word they've chosen. Boom. Plausible deniability 101, right? This is that video that I just played. And this is what Trump then started to do. He came out with Pennsylvania, 92 billion Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, and he dropped this, right? Here he was talking about going here. Then exactly at 2020, that is 2:20 my time, and that was exactly the time that I was born, right? Like I said somewhere, I think in 23, right? 2023, July 16th, 2023. 45 years ago today, at 2:20 a.m., Grasshopper got his curtain call. 45 years later, he'd be in the USA. Will he be shaking the hands of Mr. 45? Let's see how this movie's gonna end, right? So interesting, guys. Exactly at 2:20 my time, the time that I was born. This is not something that I said in hindsight. This was something I said already in 2023, right? This is 2025, right? Okay. Now Trump posts exactly at 2020. 2020 is 2:20 a.m. my time. But he's also, remember how he just hit that drop exactly at the 00, right? As the drop was showing us the 0 marker. Let me see, where is it? Where's that thing? Okay, there it is. Okay. But where's that drop with the 0? Derf, do you remember?
Sorry.
I just showed you. I can't. Queen to Fox 3. What the fuck? Where is it?
This one, not 531, right?
It must be, yes. Oh no.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't say 0, right? Oh yes, 0 tweet marker. There it is. Of course it is. Yes, there it is. The 0 tweet marker, right? Dude, as Trump is exactly posting at the 0 marker. Okay, wait. So I gotta get this one out of the way because I don't need too many tabs. Now I know exactly what I'm looking at. So as Trump is hitting to the second marker at 0-0, right? We just saw this. Now he's dropping 2020 with 42 seconds. And now we're getting into the parentheses, right? Something that Trump just dropped on Truth. Right? He dropped at 12:40 and 20 seconds. And I think it's which one was it again, Derf? The Twitter link.
Oh, 1 second. It was. Come on.
Again, there it is, right? 2402 is showing you VIP anon, right? This is the exact drop, guys. Trump dropped at 12:40 and 20 seconds. This is the drop. 20:42, right?
By the way, I think I got the tweet itself. Posted it in the chat.
Okay.
Control.
Yes, there it is.
Wait.
This QX is driving me effing nuts, guys. I got so much internet speed and this damn thing just don't want to load shit, man. Unbelievable. How difficult can it be to go to a damn website, man? Nothing wants to effing load. Unbelievable. There it is. $24.02. Jeez. And there it is, right? There is the drop that I was talking about. Right? This is the QAnon baby, right? Parentheses. And this is the timestamp that Trump dropped. Come on, dude. There it is. He dropped at 12:40. Again, why is it grayed out? There it is. So there's your 24:2, right? There is your drop that I was talking about. There it is. There's the drop. Look at this. Now you can't scroll this damn thing. Unbelievable, man. So Trump is dropping. Look at this, guys. As we were asking Trump to talk about a certain thing or not, right? He then drops at 12:40 and 20 seconds, giving us the 2402. 2402. 2402. As he's dropping exactly on my birthday with the keyword to grok, right? There it is. 2042. He just dropped 2042. He just dropped 2402. See that? see that. Guys, check this out. There it is. There's the drop. Eyes on VP Patriot, right? This is the Twitter link that leads you to this. This is when the Anna went backstage, right? And asked Trump the question, what about Q, right? And he said, well, you know, I heard they're great people and all. You know, they took a picture. And then days later, the picture was sent to his home. And during that time, Q came out and said, this is an important moment in time. Again, this is proving to you that Q has a close relationship with Trump. Because how, if Q was a LARP, how would they know that Trump would put the plus in the parentheses on the back of that picture? As Q was saying, important moment in time. The Q will be the answer. The Q will be answered within the parentheses. Where we go one, we go all. Okay, this the one doesn't want to load. Maybe this one. Yes. So let me see. The Q will be answered. Answered. Come on. Maybe I gotta run something heavy on my computer now. 1 second, I might lose the stream. I might lose the stream, guys. Stay with me. I'm running something heavy now on my computer. It's taking control over my PC and just ripping everything out. It might take some time.
Well, I could just give you the drop if you want, Grass.
Yes, but it doesn't want to pull it up. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Which drop is it?
Well, if you look it up on Q Alerts, it's 2347.
2347. Boom. There it is. Important moment in time. The picture will be the signifier. Again, nobody knew what was going to happen. The signifier will force the Q, and the Q will be answered between the parentheses. And then Trump came out, sent the picture back, and at the back of the picture was the plus in the parentheses. As Q was saying this, the picture will be the signifier. Will force the Q, and it will be answered within the parentheses. Q was writing where we go one, we go all, as Trump put the plus in there. Q plus, right? Okay. All we do is win. Absolutely, guys. And again, the computer doesn't want to work with me, but I'm running some kind of heavy duty cleaner, you know, cleaning out all the malware, all the BS that can ever be interrupting anything on my end. And again, like I showed you, my internet is pristine, right? I've got, you know, it's not on my side. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Grass, even Miss Penny Black seems to be having issues with QAG, so I'm guessing it has something to do with Cloudflare, that maybe it's having a hard time reaching Europe. Because, like I said, it's been working better for me. Although even, you know, some of the pictures are loading very slowly at times, but all three QAGs are working much better than they were at the beginning of the show. But again, you know, Miss Penny Black was also in the UK, and she's also having problems, so, you know.
Okay. And there it is, guys. 800 of them. Protect 41020 from Hillary Clinton. Coincidence? Huh. Thank you. Again, Trump, Does he want me to talk about this or what?
Well,
11:30.
hey, Chris.
Yeah, what?
Oh, hold on. We didn't quite finish with that. With that one. There's a couple other notables in there, Grass. If we look at the truth number, 31772, if we mirror the last four, we get 2771.
Okay. And the weird thing about this, it doesn't want to scroll, right? Okay. They knew the reach then. Think about now. Oh, guys, the most
That's
influential.
the article.
Yes. Okay. There is Donald J. Trump. Wait for it. Boom. And beep, 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 beep. Okay, wait for it, guys. Wait for it. Yeah, there it is. That infamous letter, guys. Q. Last October, an anonymous user known simply as Q started posting cryptic messages on the controversial message board, 4chan. The common theme being that President Trump is a secret genius and his opponents, namely Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, are evil. Right? Okay. There's nothing to disagree with here, right? I don't think, cutting a girl's face off or ramming an iron rod into her brain through her nose and sucking it out is anything but nice, right? And pleasant. Just saying, I think that's pretty rough and dehumanizing. But that might be me.
Say that again.
Maybe it's me.
The other couple of things that I thought were interesting from that post, Grass, was, over 800 of them. Drop 800 is the one that says protects 61446 from 788. Coincidence. And I counted the words in that drop. There were 39 words.
Like this or the total?
Yeah, the total.
Okay, 39. Okay, go ahead.
39. Who feeds NK with strategic intel?
Ooh.
Iran.
Oh.
What deal was done with Iran under BO? So his word total is pointing to Iran, just as he's talking about Iran.
Yes, again, guys, like I said, Iran is next, guys. Sealed under top secret classification. Wow. Whew. Again, guys, yeah.
Oh, those are the notables as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Have you looked at the 2158? 1318? Let me see. Okay. QX is kind of snappy again.
I gotta admit though, I'm not sure. Can you scroll up and see which post that it's?
Oh, it's Mike Pompeo.
No, it's Pompeo. Okay.
Well,
so no, I did not look at.
No, wait. I gotta remove him from the feed, guys. Not that we don't like him, but he's not one of. They're pinging off, right? They're pinging off Dan, right? Something like that. But, okay. We got the Wheel of Death again. Jeez, this is impossible to do a show, guys. Come on. Okay, Mike, you gotta go now. Mike is gone. Okay, safe. Yes, this one is from the Department of Labor. Look at this. Piece of shit, man. Unbelievable. Oh, come on now.
So funny enough, that is the last. It's the last Twitter posts that QAG has scraped.
Of yesterday.
At least from. Yeah, this is from the 14th, actually 2 days ago.
Oh.
And, my list includes, Elon, White House, Rapid Response, Cash. So, from all those accounts, Mike Flynn, obviously, Scavino and Trump, those are the last Twitter posts that were scraped.
3557 3559 755. Is there something to the drop?
I didn't look at it, to be honest.
God already won. Great to see you. For America's Flag Original, we love you. Jamie WV is with us. We love you. Barco, God bless you. Again, we're running up, I don't know, Wheel of Death, and I don't know what's going on here, guys. It's pulling up stuff and it doesn't want to show us. I don't know what's going on. Come on, dude. Okay. What's the news this week? Mass deportations. Mass deportations. Lower crime, more jobs, higher wages. Okay, guys. The evidence, guys. Hunters become the hunted. Do not force those not ready yet. I told you this earlier. The fake news make-believe has been ingrained for a long time. Do not isolate yourself within your own family. Because there will come a time where it will go from dark to light, happening right now, guys. That the truth will shine. That it will be impossible to defend and impossible to ignore. Stay strong. You are not alone. Patriots all. We love you guys. Military intelligence, beautiful. The tell guys, woo, we hear you, we see you. What must we legally demonstrate in order to gain such warrants? Who can we trust? Expand your thinking. 355. Okay. Interesting, guys. Beautiful drops, but I think let's move it up here. Okay, we were at showing you something here in regards to now Trump is answering with an in-between timestamp that points us to a hint that he dropped while he was giving us the keyword that Grok asked for, right? Okay, my Twitter app is gone. Okay, you know what? Okay, Derf, maybe you can do a few shout-outs, or do we want to go? Yes, let's play Trump for a bit. I'll be back in a second.
They got the healthcare companies to pay. It just took place over a long period of time, got worse and worse, and it just hit numbers that were just absolutely unsaleable. And if you remember, the doctors in the audience remember, they say, well, we have to do research and development. I said, well, what about research and development for Germany? Well, we've decided to put up so the pill would cost 5 times more because of research and development and 5 times more for other reasons. They had all these phony reasons. And finally, I said to the healthcare companies, can't do it anymore. We can't do it. And it started, really, I tell the story. It wasn't meant to be funny. People find it funny. But a friend of mine who's a very smart guy, very, very rich, very powerful man, actually. But he was very fat. And he took the fat, I call it the fat drug. I won't give you which one. It was Ozempic. I won't tell you that. And he went to London on one of his many business trips. It's all he does is business. He can't walk across the street, but he's a great businessman. And he said, President. I said, what? He used to call me Donnie. Now he calls me President. So I said, you've come a long way. He goes, but I have a problem. What's your problem? In New York, I pay $1,300 for this drug. Now, this means nothing to him. This is like a penny out of your wallet. The guy's worth hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. He said, and in London, sir, I pay just a fraction of that. I said, what are you paying? $87. I said, well, is it the same drug? I knew exactly what he was getting at because it bothered me for a long time. He said, it's the exact same drug. And because of his wealth and his business smarts, he had it checked. It was made in the same plant by the same company. It's identical. And here I pay $87, and in New York I pay $1,300.
87, huh?
So.
And what do we see here, guys? Jamie WV, unbelievable, inviting 20 of your beautiful patrons into the Radcastle Club for this wonderful month ahead, guys. Jamie WV, we love you to the moon and back. Look at the people streaming in, guys. Seventh Whale, welcome to the Radcastle Club. Glad again, welcome to the Radcastle Club. Let's scroll up. Let me see where I was, guys. This is where I left it off. So, Seventh Whale, glad again, welcome to the Radcastle Club. Let me see, guys. April with the keys to the universe. We love you. Welcome to the Radcastle Club. Earth Mama 36. Welcome to the Radcastle Club. Gentle Lady Boutique, welcome to the Radcastle Club. Love Forever On, welcome to the Radcastle Club. For America's Flag Original, welcome to the Radcastle Club. And Always Right 2020, welcome to the Radcastle Club. Elephantress, welcome to the Radcastle Club. JJ White, welcome to the Radcastle Club. Al Mixon, sister, we love you. Welcome to the Radcastle Club. And there is beautiful Jamie WV. This is where we stopped. And let's scroll, guys. Let's scroll. There is Billy Boyd Project. Welcome to the Radcastle Club. And thank you so much, Jamie WV. Sister, we love you to the moon and back. And there's more coming, guys. There's more coming because the gift of Jamie is still giving it out, guys. So be active in the comments. Rumble is going to decide who's going to get it, guys. So, by the way, I have to say that we also have to read all the happy birthday messages that came in as we asked you guys, right? So let me read a few. Debbie Hine is saying, happy birthday, Dan. Thank you for your loyalty to President Trump. Have a wonderful day. Debbie Hine. Ted Phyllis is saying, it's going to be lit. P is saying, United States of America, 1776 to 2026 with a Q. America's Flag Original is saying it's time, and thank you so much for your epic support for America's Flag Original. Welcome to the Radcastle Club. And let me see if somebody else got some. Gentle Lady Boutique, Billy Boy. Okay, yes. So again, the Radcastles are still streaming in. Let me see. Miss Penny Black is dropping a beautiful meme for Dan Scavino. The journey of a lifetime. There were a few comments also on truth, so let me go over there and read your message to Dan Scavino. 2 replies. Let me see, guys. So Cuban USA is saying, happy birthday, Dan. May God protect you always. You are such a blessing to this country.
and to President Donald J. Trump. And again, Commander-in-Chief DJT Q Plus is dropping Dan Scavino, the man who controls the internet, with a beautiful meme. We love you, Commander-in-Chief DJT Q Plus. By the way, that's an account, right? And there are two messages here on QAG. Not QAG. On and on up. Happy birthday, Dan Scavino. We love you, Kathy Dupler. Again, guys, we love you. Okay, guys, let me see. So, Dan Scavino, happy birthday, belated birthday. And again, for American's Flag Original and beautiful Jamie WV, we love you. Let me see if there were some more red castles coming in. Okay, guys. Still waiting, guys.
Yeah, there's
Katiana.
8 more to go.
Katiana, welcome to the Red Castle Club. We love you, sister. Thank you so much for joining us. And Jamie WV, thank you so much for inviting all our friends into the Red Castle Club, guys. DJ Golf, we love you. Ted Phyllis and April with the keys to the universe, guys. We love you guys. Let me see, because Trump has dropped some more, right? Let me do some live decoding on Donald Trump. Let me see if it is going to pull it up. There it is, guys. Go back to the beginning. There's Mike again. Mike, you need... Where's Mike? Mike Pompeo is not synced on, so why is it still pulling it up?
I don't know, but in the last hour and 17 minutes, no Trump nor Scavino have posted, so...
Okay, so we can look at this gap code, right?
Yeah.
So there it is. The whole thing is acting up strange, guys. Let me try this one. 3. Nope. Let me try 1. Yep, there's 1. 1 is doing it. Those 2 others can have a run for their money. 102. 102. 201. A beautiful, how do you say that?
Oh, a little mirror going on.
Mm-hmm.
Nice reflection.
And yes, and the 1020 is being mirrored in the 102 or 201. Beautiful. Then we're going to look at the 3721 and 1273. All right. And look at this beautiful 1717, huh? Okay, QAC is thinking. Let me see. No frames drops, no packets dropped. Bitrate, 11,000. Okay, that's good. We're running the show for 4 hours and 14 minutes. Okay, guys. Retired Aviator, we love you. Welcome to the show. We love you. Okay, guys. Is it pulling it up? Not yet, huh? Ay. Let me try to load number 2. Let me try to load number 3. Okay, there it is. Paste. Okay, so this one is going. Oh my God. Okay, what happens if 90% of the media is controlled by 6 corporations? What happens if the news is no longer trustworthy? What happens when the news simply becomes an extension arm of a political party? When does news become propaganda? How does the average person who is under a constant financial stress by design find the time to research and discern facts versus fiction? The majority of people more prone to believe someone in power sitting behind a big brand or news name. Yes. Okay. So, when you're hosting CNN or 60 Minutes and you are, a reporter or a journalist, they might believe that you did your due diligence coming to certain conclusions. If you are too financially stressed, not have time to do your research. Okay. Again, I think it's coming to that point that I really like. Yes, when non-dogmatic information becomes free and transparent, it becomes a threat to those who attempt to control the narrative or stable livestock. The sheep, right? When you are awake, you stand outside of the stable, the groupthink collective, and you have free thought. Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that position regarding truth should be formed on basis of logic, reason, rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma. This represents a clear and present danger to the constitutional republic of the United States of America. And this is what that traitor brought in through, the modernization of the Smithman Act, making it possible for these agencies to use military-grade propaganda on the American people.
And I gotta say, Grass, that last one kind of goes nice. 3721 kind of goes nicely with the post number 1771.
Okay. 1771. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So this is an Anon that is talking about articles about Q. Why do they never ask the Anons why they are here? And then the way Q responds is excellent. You cannot fool a massive group of dedicated Gold Star researchers. At what point does it become mathematically impossible?
Boom.
Comms structure designed for a very specific reason.
Okay, guys.
So, the last drop is talking about what happens when 90% of the media is owned by 6 corporations. And this one is saying articles about Q. Why do they never ask the Anons?
Indeed. Beautiful, guys. Those who know cannot sleep, cannot find peace until those responsible are held accountable. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust the most are most guilty of sin. Who are you taught to trust? If you are religious, pray. Poof. Guys, the commas are really important here. Talking about, that offshoot of Turning Point, right? The religious. I don't know, what is it called? Turning Point religion? Turning Point something. It has all these pastors with their, foster care and all that stuff. Yikes. Public announcements. End of POTUS investigation. Stage set. Planned. We have it all. Welcome to the White House. 1020. Faith. I think Turning Point Faith. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Wow, guys. Oh, Woo, baby. And to have that idiot from England do the opening prayers. Wow, guys. That should scare the living hell out of you. Russell Brand, guys. Jeez Louise. Unbelievable. The money behind these people. Just because, he's agreeing with Trump is nothing, guys. They're just paid people who just say what they want them to say, right? Indeed, clown fronts, human trafficking coordinations. Boom. Jeez, look at this, guys. Those who know cannot sleep. Those who know cannot find peace. Those who know will not rest until those responsible are held accountable. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. And who are we taught to trust? If you are religious, comma, pray. Wow. Again, wow. Pfft. Man, doesn't want me to talk about this or what? I think so, huh? Minnesota. The troublemakers, aggregators, insurrectionists. In many cases, highly paid professionals. Yes, Russell Brand guys. They totally lost control in our Hey, dude, he's doing a misspelling.
He is.
Yeah.
Shout
And
out to
R.
Hammy.
And are currently being rendered useless. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Quickly, effectively. Okay. Which word is he misspelling?
I don't know if Hammy is still in a chat with us, but she did point it out.
Okay, guys.
Earlier.
Okay, this word he's misspelling. So he's using 324. Ooh. Okay. 324. Okay, please pray tonight. Good people are in harm's way. Okay. 50 spaces.
51 words.
So he's dropping. He's okay. He's putting the emphasis on the word, which are 51. And 51 is, Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans, such as yourself. The time has come to take back a great land. The time is now. Rest assured that Poland is backed by the absolute finest people alive, dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the US and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. Boom. And he's misspelling and are currently being investigated. So, and are. So, hey, I think. So, right? This is, and he's doing our. So, okay. So, the character count is correct. It's an A instead of a O. No, it's an O instead of an A. It's a U instead of an R. And it's an E instead of an O. Shit, what? Okay. Okay, so he's misspelling this word. The 30th word consisting of 197 characters. I'm not even going to bother anymore with QAG. 197. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. The gold skin of the gods. Spiritual significance. Again, the cult, guys. He's pointing out the cult at 1138. He's pointing out the cult, and then he's dropping something as an answer to the annals that Q is real, right? 2402, the plus in the parentheses. You've seen all those crimes connecting, right? Now he's doing a misspelling at 1138. So what is 1138? Okay, guys, the honeypots. Again, poof. Again, children are part of that. Well, yes.
We could do 1831.
Okay.
That's the middle mirror.
Gotcha. 1831. Oof. Okay. Surrounded
Never
by
stop
evil.
praying.
Boom. Haiti guys. And again, this is when Trump roasted Hillary, right? This is that clip. This is roasting Hillary. Well, you know the part, right? Okay. So, okay. 3819. Look at that.
Yeah, that's got a couple of Miami Herald articles.
Welcome to the Tea Party. Well done, Anos and 5x5. Do you understand what we're trying to tell you here? Okay. 819. You know, I'm going to drop it, guys. Because, you know, there's a few things that you need to understand. And there it is, guys. Ha! Dude, 918, huh? Swear Trump is killing me here. He keeps putting out clues. You are learning. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here. 1717, guys. Okay. Do you want me to get into the Charlie Kirk thing? If you tell me yes, we're going to do it.
I think the chat is
ready.
Is okay with it. Yeah.
Okay, because again, let me eat a cookie first. Baba Maverick, we love you. Elephantress, okay, guys. Again, be careful what you wish for. But again, I'm gonna explain it, right? Again, if you guys can handle that Kash Patel, you know, and the whole Epstein thing, if you can handle that, then you can handle what I'm going to say about Charlie Kirk. If you can understand that Trump is the director, and if Trump is directing the orchestra, you will not expect Kash Patel or Dan Bongino to put out things that Trump on this moment is saying Epstein is, you know, he's taking this other route, right? Where first he was exposing everyone that went there. You know, we know what Q is doing. You know, now Trump is taking the opposite approach. And as the director of the orchestra, if you understand that Kash Patel is working with that, right? He's looking at Trump. Okay, so this is what we're doing now, okay? Okay, gotcha. Trump might know something, right? They're going to use the Epstein thing at the perfect time, right? Let people attack Trump. Let them attack Kash. Let them attack Dan Bongino, right? Let them scream for the Epstein files. Louder, please, right? Louder, right? Louder, you know? Maybe Trump has to hide something, right? Maybe Kash, oh my God, Gas, what a disappointment. Don't feed into it, because Trump is the commander-in-chief. If he's saying the sky is orange, right? Or the sky is black or whatever, that is the tune we're going to play. We're going to play in D minor. Here we go, guys. Tick, 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 right? Everybody tune their violins. Okay, guys, here we go. Boom. They're not going to play out of tune. They're not going to do standing up
and playing some kind of solo through it all, right? He's, you got to respect the conductor, right? You got to trust the plan. This is being set up in a specific way. If you can understand this, then you can understand what's going on with Charlie. Because you understand that certain things, certain hills you're not going to die on yet. Because those things are left for a different period in time, right? Let me eat something first before we get into it. I think it's pretty clear what Trump is doing here, right? Okay, what are we going to do? Let's play Donald Trump for a second. Let me line up a few videos that I need to show you. And then get into the gist of it. Yes? Be back in a second.
It was too much to bear. Because after I told him that the drug does not work on him, because I saw him recently, he's actually fatter than ever. I said, the drug is not working on you. You're going to have to go to something else. But it does work on a lot of people. And he said, thanks, you make me feel good. I said, well, I got to be truthful. You always tell the truth, right, Mr. Congressman? Oh, look, two of the great congressmen. But the drug, we have to do something about it, because that's the same with I would say, Bobby, every drug, essentially. Doesn't have to be in that proportion. In some cases, it's much worse. Because what happened, I might as well get off this crap because it doesn't explain it properly. Because what happened is these countries are very smart, and the drug companies would go to them and they said, look, we're paying $10 for the pill. We're not paying more. Charge America. And this happened one time, then the next year. This is over 40 years. All of a sudden, they're paying $10 for a pill, and we're paying like $130 for the same pill. It just happened over years, slowly. And it got to a point over the last 10, 12, 15 years where it just was unbearable. And I went to a great executive at Eli Lilly, the top man. He's a very smart guy. And I confronted him, and he had the same line that they always had, blah, 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 research and development. I said, look, we got to stop this nonsense. We're paying 10 times more for things in Europe. It's not research and development. And if it is research and development, they should pay their fair share of that too. And he said to me, and he's a great guy, he said, look, you're right, we can't defend it anymore. I said, you're admitting it? Because these guys had all of them. They must have taken a class together. It's probably illegal what they did, Lola, you'll check it, right? They must have gone to school together and said, this is the way we're going to fight this crazy thing where the United States pays 10, 12, 13 times more for a drug. Same drug made in the same plant. And he said, here's the problem we have. The nations are brutal. When we go in and say, we have to give you an increase, they say, no, put it on America, we're not paying you anything. And they say it with such power, and they actually shut us off from selling the drug. And it just happened over and over again. It got a little worse, a little worse, a little worse. All of a sudden, we're paying many times more for the same. I said, well, it's not going to happen anymore. He said, the problem is, sir, you'll never get the nations to agree. It's impossible. They're very tough, and they are. And they'd have to agree to a doubling or tripling of their drug prices in order to get you down, because the world is a bigger place than us. So it's not like you cut it in half. Actually, if they raised it a little bit, we'd go down a lot. You understand that? I think people understand that. So you raise it like from $10 to $20 or $10 to $30, but we'd go from 130 down to 30 or down to 20. So, because the numbers are much bigger, the numbers on their side are much bigger. So they'd need a doubling or tripling or quadrupling. Now, if you're the head of France, the last thing you want to do is say, I'm going to quadruple the cost of a drug. And that's the way it is. But I said, I know, but it's not fair. And this is taking place. And the head of Eli Lilly, and I really mean it, an unbelievable executive, an unbelievable guy, one of the most successful companies, and who's, by the way, spending hundreds of billions of dollars right now. He told me the other day, he's building 6 major plants in the United States. You know why he's doing that? Because of tariffs. He's doing that because of tariffs. Without tariffs, he wouldn't be doing it. Nobody understood tariffs until I came along. Nobody understood, other than President McKinley. He understood them a long time ago. And because of him, we were the richest nation that we ever were at that period of time. And then when he died, he was assassinated. Teddy Roosevelt came over and he inherited a war chest. And he built the Panama Canal, which is the single most expensive thing ever built in the history of the United States, relatively. We spent what would be the equivalent of $5 trillion building the Panama Canal. It was also the most successful thing probably we've ever built, and to this day. And then Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. This is the same theory we have on favored nations. The great Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter, gave it away for $1. We lost 38,000 men. In those days it was men. I hate to say this, but mostly men. They didn't have a lot of women workers on the Panama Canal. But we lost 38,000 people. They died from malaria and snake bites. It was a combination of that, a vicious snake, one of the most vicious. You get hit, you're dead. They died from snake bites. 38,000. They paid workers from the United States 3 times more than they made to come over to Panama and dig. For many of them, that was not a good deal. They died, 38,000. We gave it away for that. But that same stupidity having to do with the Panama Canal, and I could tell you about 100 other stories too. You don't have time. But that's what went into this whole thing with favored nations. So Europe and other nations all over the world were getting drugs from the same plant, same factory, same everything, same location, everything, same company, for a tiny fraction of what we're paying. So our people were paying a tremendous amount. So the gentleman from Eli Lilly and others, we had a meeting, and they all finally put up their hands. You got us. We give up. And they were great from that time. But we had a problem. The other nations weren't going for it. France turned it down. Germany turned it down. UK turned it down. European Union turned it down, the whole group. And they said, there's nothing you can do about it, sir. And I said, yes, there is. No, there isn't. You'll never be able to get them up. Or never. I mean, the whole industry is going to be torn apart. I said, we'll get them up easily. Are you crazy? Of course we'll get them up. That's what I do for a living. I get people up. So I started with President Macron of France, and a very nice person. I like him a lot. I hope he's listening because he doesn't believe that, but I do. He's a nice man. And I said, Emmanuel, yes, Donald, thank you so much for calling. Oh, I said, you're not going to like this call. You're going to have to get your drug prices up. No, I will not do that. I said, Emmanuel, we're paying 13 times more than, 13 times, not 13%, 13 times more than you are for this pill. I rattled off some numbers that are crazy. You know the numbers I'm talking about, Oz. Oz would give me some numbers. I'd say, this is crazy. We're paying 10 times, 12 times, 13 times. No, I will not do that. I said, look, you've got to do it. 100% you're going to do it. No, Donald, I told you I will not do that. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. If you don't do it, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on all goods, wine, champagnes, and everything else coming into the United States of America. He said, Donald, I would love to do this for you. It would be a great honor to do it. And that's where it began. And I went through country after country. Susie was responsible for getting every one of those leaders on the thing. Susie, by the way, stand up, Susie. She is doing such a good job. She's the first female chief of staff. And she might be the best chief of staff, too. But she's doing a great job. Thank you, Susie. So Susie got him on. And I just went one after another. I called Germany. No, we will not do that. I said, no, we're going to put a 25% tariff, which is, by the way, about 7 times more than they would have to pay by raising their drug. Like 7 times. This wasn't like a little bit more. 7 times more. And I may do that for Greenland, too. I may put a tariff on countries if they don't go along with Greenland, because we need Greenland for national security. So I may do that. I'll give you a little. I'll take you out of that. In fact, that'll end up being the story. But actually, this is a much bigger story because we're reducing health care by numbers that you haven't seen. So I spoke to the top 10 countries, They all said no, and within about 2 minutes, they all agreed. And we were off to the races. And now we have favored nations. It's called most favored nations. So if France is paying, let's say, $20 or $30 instead of $10, we are going to pay that 20 or 30. We pay the lowest price, whatever the lowest price is. So if France is paying $100, but Germany's paying $20, we pay what Germany pays. So we go from a horrible situation on drugs, prescription drugs, to the lowest price anywhere in the world. Is that a correct statement, Oz? Because they're going to blame you. If you want to correct me, you can, but you won't be here for long if you do.
You're correct, Mr.
Oz has
President.
left employment. No, but is that a correct statement?
That's absolutely correct statement. And that's what we want to codify in the great healthcare plan.
Yeah.
That's
what
why
we're
it's so
codifying.
important.
That's
Because
right.
if the president's not here, there's a flight risk with these companies not obliging us anymore, because I think it's the strength of your personality, but also they know they will follow through with the threats if we don't act. So we believe other countries will change their opinions, and so will drug companies. So we've got to get it into legislation.
Well, if you have the wrong president, the countries have tremendous influence over us. They look, why did we go to an income tax system instead of a tariff system? We had the wealthiest nation. If you go back to the 1800s, 1887, we had money, so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. But the countries at that time, same, no different. They have a tremendous influence over this country. For whatever reason, I don't know, but they do. So if you have the wrong president, they'll change the system in 2 minutes. I mean, they'll change it. And the drug companies are very powerful, too. You have to deal with them. In this case, it was both. I mean, you had a problem with the drug companies, but you had a tougher problem, in theory, other than the fact that I understood how to deal with them. And I'm the tariff king, and the tariff king has done a great job. And I hope we win the Supreme Court case, because if we don't, be a shame for our country. Be a shame. We have a great, safe, beautiful country now. We're doing better than we've ever done. We hit 42 stock market highs during the 11-month period that I've been here. There's never been anything like it. Stock market's hitting a new high again today. So it's it's been incredible. So just to end it on this, because it's such a big subject and it can't be explained by reading. As good as my speechwriter is, he's fantastic, but he can't write it in one sentence what we're talking about. So we're going to get most favored nations. We will be taking prescription drugs down to levels never even contemplated. And that's all great for healthcare, because when you're paying a tiny fraction of what you had anticipated paying prior to today, prior to this month, this all took place over the last month and a half. And the sad part is that when we first announced it, and we did it in a little bit more general form, when we first announced it, the Times did a story on page 22 or something, way back in the little story in the back of the newspaper. This is the biggest revolution in the history of medicine in this country, because it's price. You're going to buy the drugs for a small fraction of what you were paying for them last month. And I tell the story of my first term. I was the one, after 28 years, that got drug prices down. It was either 1/4 or 1/8 of 1%. I got them down for the year. First time in 28 years. I was so proud of myself, I called a news conference. I said, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 28 years, drug prices have gone down for the year. 1/8 of a point. In fact, I had a chart. It was the worst chart I've ever seen. It was a line that went from January to December, and it was dead straight. You had to get a little, like a carpenter uses to see. I said, this doesn't look good. It's not the greatest line, but I was proud of it, because it did. It went down either 1/4 of a point or 1/8 of a point, tiny. And now think of what we're doing. We're bringing medicine down by many times. Nobody's ever seen. And there are two ways of calculating. You could say 1,000%, 2,000, or you could say 90% or 80%. The Democrats want you to say 90 or 80, but there are two ways of calculating it. You understand that, Dan? And we'll take either way. It doesn't matter. But we'll be paying a tiny fraction. So that's going to go into our plan. And what Oz said is very important. It's very important that whoever is in this office is, strong and intelligent. And if they're not, they could, it could be ended. But what we want to do is we want to have it codified so it's very hard to change. And that's all part of the process. I think it's the greatest revolution because it's financial is, a big part of the drugs. And all of the doctors sitting there know exactly what I'm talking about. They have their patients in Europe and they're saying, I can't believe it. I'm buying the same thing for, 15% of what I pay in New York or in Chicago. And they're all nodding their heads. That's right. That's not going to happen anymore. We pay now, just to end it, the lowest price in the world, whatever that is, that's what the United States of America will be paying. Isn't that an amazing, long story? I was going to say long, boring. It's not boring. To me, it's long and exciting. It's the biggest thing to happen to healthcare. I don't think there's anything we can do. We can do all of our different methods, but there's nothing we can do that can ever top what we do. And the press should treat it fairly instead of not writing about it, because they don't write about it because it's me. Primarily because it's me, but also because it's Republican. And they don't write about it, and they should be ashamed. But fortunately, the public understands it, and that's why we won the election in a landslide. So it's a great thing. Instead of Americans paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by far, by 10 times sometimes, we'll now pay the lowest cost paid by the lowest nation. So the lowest nation, whatever that is, I hope they negotiate a great deal. I hope somebody out there of all those nations is going to be a better negotiator than everybody else. And whatever they get, we get, Mike. Is that pretty good? Look at Mike, even Laura, first time I've ever seen him smile. And next, our plan would reduce your insurance premiums by stopping government payoffs to big insurance companies and sending the money directly to the people. So instead of, and this started, and I'm not really a healthcare maven, but I was always a good businessman. It started, I'm reading the paper, and I see the money that the insurance companies were making from us on Obamacare. And they're up by 1,000%, I think one was up 1,723%, 1,700%. And it's because of the massive amount of money that's sent to them by the United States government. And I said, why don't we just send it directly to the people instead? And I made that statement. It was a common sense statement. I didn't check with anybody. I didn't even call Oz or anybody. It just made sense. I made a statement, and it went viral. Can you believe it? It was so popular. In other words, we cut out the insurance companies. They're making a fortune. And, they're good people. They're business people. I don't blame them. But we cut them out. We pay the money directly to the people. The people love it. I said it, I said it as a non-professional in that business. And I made the statement like all of a sudden it's like the biggest story, that one, the biggest story. And I get a call from Caroline, who's around here someplace. She said, sir, we're getting inundated. Margot called me too. Margot, you called me too. Margot, everyone knows Margot. She's been here from the beginning, right from the beginning. But she said, sir, both of them. They said, sir, we're being inundated by what? You made a statement about health care being paid directly to the people into health savings accounts or whatever you want, health care accounts. And I said, I did. What's the story? He said, it's crazy. It's blown up. People loved it. And so that's where we started. So Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich. It really was. I mean, maybe not knowingly at the time by Obama, because he didn't know much about this stuff. It was designed by other people in Congress that are total pros that are bought off by the insurance companies. And the problem we'll have with this is we'll get no Democrat votes, even though it should be very bad for them if they don't. But maybe you'll get some. You'll call some of your friends, fellas, and Bob, you'll call some of your friends over on the other side. I don't know how they can reject it. It's just so popular. It's so compelling. So Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich with taxpayer subsidies, and I want that extra money straight to the health savings accounts for you. And you can choose your own health care. You go out and negotiate your own health care. It makes people entrepreneurs, mini entrepreneurs. They'll pick the health care that's best for them because it's so different. A young person, they need health care for different reasons, and an old person doesn't need certain things that a young person needs, and vice versa. To further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to insurance brokers and corporate middlemen. We're getting rid of the middlemen. How long have you heard doctors, all these doctors over there, they look so smart, They're all brilliant people. I assume you're brilliant, otherwise you wouldn't be here, right? I assume we have the best. Do we have the best of the doctors, I would imagine, right? Hey, how cool is the White House, okay? They're always in operating rooms. I wouldn't want to be in an I don't like operating rooms, but they do. But how cool is the White House, right? The coolest place on earth. And this is where it all begins. This is where we came up with a little concept about a place called Venezuela. How did that work out? And this is going to be the same thing in terms of its precision. Its importance is so big, it's going to work just like that. The one is Venezuela was so amazing, but I equate that to other things because we can do other things like that. It doesn't always have to be a Minnesota where everything is corrupt, where they have healthcare centers that nobody shows up and somebody's making millions of dollars, where they have daycare centers where there are no kids. Are you ready? It's a scam. It's a big scam. It's like a horrible thing. We have a country that was great. We have a country that's now great again. It's really, come a long way. Make America great again is almost going to be obsolete because our country is very close.
We love you, Trump.
You know, we were going to keep America great. We may have to switch to keep America great. But I don't know. There's something about MAGA we should never change it. Susie said, don't change. We like MAGA. Everybody likes MAGA. So we want to make this precision, just like a Venezuela, just like the attack on the Iran nuclear weapons, which wiped that out, just like all of the other things we do, they're precision. We want to make it the opposite of Minnesota, California, and all these places that are so badly run. So to further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to those insurance brokers and corporate middlemen that you've been hearing about for so long. It also funds the so-called cost-sharing reduction program to bring down the cost of the most common plans on the exchanges by more than 15%. And next, the great health care plan mandates unprecedented accountability and transparency from insurance companies and all health care providers. We want transparency. You're not allowed to ask a doctor how much is it going to cost. You're going to have your heart ripped out, and you're not allowed to negotiate. This is a giant scam. It's, in certain ways, look, nothing can compare to most favored nations. But when you give yourself the right to negotiate, you're not allowed to even ask how much it costs. You're supposed to go into a hospital and get operated on. Then they send you a bill and you have to file for bankruptcy. Not going to let that happen. So we're going to have insurance companies and healthcare providers going to have great, and hospitals, great transparency. The word transparency is a very important word. So they can't get away with ripping you off any longer. It requires insurance companies to make it easy for you to compare plans. You got to be able to compare plans. You can't do that now. You're not allowed to do that. It's not even believable. I tell you what, I used to sit before I was a politician home, and I used to say, how is that possible? Things happen that, I guess it's just the forces of nature, the forces of power, and you end up with very, very badly treated people, and they won't stand for it. But these forces are going to release an earthquake of reduced price health care. You're going to have massively reduced costs. This is no longer we're going to cut it by the famous
guys, are you ready for this?
Of a point.
Let's get into
You're going
it.
to have massively reduced health care, and it's going to be massively better.
And Trump is winning for America, right? He's winning. He's winning it from one of the most powerful lobbies out there, right? And Q is saying something. We're saving something for last, right? For a really specific reason, not mentioned a single time. Okay? All right. Let me put a few links in the chat. Again, I'm just putting the links in because in that way I can, well, let me see. I can also do it differently. I can send this. Wait, I can send this to Derfman, and then I will click the links. So like this. Again, so this is just me doing just a little bit of looking around, to find the gun, right? The supposed gun that was used, and to show you. Again, what is this? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Okay, guys. Okay, so again, what gun was used? Again, what is the official story? Let me say it like that. The official story of Charlie Kirk. What happened? Come on, chat. Tell me. What is the official story? They got the guy. What's his name? And with what did he shoot him? Where did he get the gun? Etc. Oh. You couldn't see that, or could you?
I don't think
they did, huh? Okay, good. Okay, so boom, there we go. So again, it's not about the source, it's about the gun that was used, right? This is the picture from the FBI of the gun that was used, a 30-06, yeah? A 30-06, the guy, Tyler, right? He got it from his grandpa who used it in the war. First World War and Second World War. Well, this looks like, you know, this doesn't look like an old gun to me, right? But again, awesome. So this was the gun used, a 30-06. Well, what does a 30-06 do?
Watch what happens when we shoot gel blocks with a rifle. The bullet residue ignites upon contact with oxygen, creating a flame as it exits the barrel. Then we see how the first block deforms, becoming engulfed in flames. The bullet continues through the next block, but since it's lost a lot of speed along the way, it can't make it all the way through. The scene was recorded with a device capable of capturing 82,000 frames per second.
Look at this. Do you see what this is doing to a person? Look at the expansion. If you have a 30-06 hitting your neck, your whole neck would explode.
The scene was recorded with a device.
Boom. Look at this. This is what a 30-06 is doing with your tissue.
All the way through. The scene was recorded with.
See that? Boom. Look at this. Your head will be loose, right? And there was no exit wound. The thing is that there were these EMT guys around, right? Did they ask him to help when he was shot, right? So his security team was there, right? Somebody made it up a roof and shot a 30-06 in his neck. They went to Charlie, right? The EMTs were not asked to help. Instead, they dropped him, carried him to a car, and drove him to a hospital, right? I think the first thing that I would do, right, if somebody was shot, is to have some experts help stop the bleeding or something, right? This is a 30-06, guys. Do you see what this does to the neck? This is insane. This is not what we saw, right? We saw a little hole, right? That's it. But this is what a 30-06 is doing.
Watch what happens when we shoot gel blocks with a rifle. Recorded with a. Can't make it all the way through. The scene was recorded.
Boom. Unbelievable, guys. Right? Again, the proper help was not asked, right? He was dropped into a car and then drove to a hospital. Again, how long will that take? Right? I think the guy needs immediate help at location. But somehow they thought it was better to carry him, even though he's got a gunshot in his neck. You know, he could be paralyzed, right? If he would still be alive, right? And then they're running with him, right? If somebody breaks his neck, you leave him laying there, right? You fixate the neck, you stop the bleeding, right? And then you do something. They jumped on him, carried him up, ran over the street, threw him in a car to a hospital. That's weird. Really weird. And look what the 30-06 is doing, right? This is the official story, right? This gun shot Charlie. But did they retrieve the bullet? No, they didn't, right? So if you want to make sure that this gun actually shot him, the man that was
the pinnacle of free speech. You want to isolate the bullet, right? And then look at the bullet and then show that the fingerprint that the barrel is leaving, that this bullet actually came from this rifle. Now we have conclusive proof that this guy did it. Instead, we have this ChatGTP kind of conversation between him and his furry friend, right? Right? Again, he has something to do with this. But Charlie was not shot with a 30-06, right? Again, you can see, the expansion isn't that of what we are used to with what you're seeing right here, right?
Was recorded with a...
This is huge, guys. This should explode your neck. Again, I wasn't supposed to show this again because I thought, I think that he was shot from the back at least, right? The hole that you see in front, right, it looks more like an exit wound than it looks like an entry wound, right? Because if you shoot somebody, and again, you guys should know, right? Because you're all shotguns, right? And the entry wound is always smaller than the exit wound, right? And this, I think it was shot with some smaller caliber, and instead from the front, I think it was from the back. But again, that doesn't matter, right? He's dead, right? But what happened? This is an internal memo of Charlie asking, this was 8 days before he died. Effective immediately, right? Justin, whatever, is taking on the new elevated role within the Turning Point USA, right? And he's asking for a Dodge-style audit on Turning Point USA. He wanted to know where the money was going, right? Who was giving the money? How much money is coming in? And where is it going, right? Well, 8 days later, guys, Charlie Kirk on the 9th, right? Or on the 10th, sorry. This was September 2nd. He's calling for a Dodge-style audit. In this role, I have empowered Justin, among other priorities, to engage in an organizational-wide Dodge effort to see where the money is going. How much is coming in, how much is coming out. He didn't trust something, right? And what do we also know? Let me see. Is this 11? Okay, so this is another example of a 30-06, right? How hard it hits, how hard it is, guys. And listen to the sound, right? This, it sounded more like like an AR style gun going off instead of, again, and it's not about what gun did shoot him, right? It's all about why is this narrative being taken, right? And what did Charlie knew before it all happened, right? Because maybe one thing is connected to the other, right? Okay, so there's that thing.
Watch what happens when we shoot gel block.
Maybe we have to move our way up. Okay, so there it is, guys. So according to multiple reports, this dude offered $150 million in cash, and he refused. And why was he doing this? To take a more pro stance on it, and he wasn't doing it, right? So this happened first. He was offered this amount of money. He refused this, right? And then he's calling for this Dodge-style audit of his company. Now he died, and did it happen? Did they audit, Turning Point USA in a way that Charlie wanted? No, they didn't. right? So there is your, how do you say that? There's your motive, right? There's your motive. What did he want? What happened 8 days later? And what did he refuse? He didn't want to do this. And what did Steve Bannon say? America first, right? By the way, there is this interview before he died that he did with Megyn Kelly. Maybe I can find that. Megyn Kelly and Charlie. Megyn Kelly.
You and I are both supporters of Israel and have defended Israel since the beginning of this conflict and spoken out about the anti-Semitism that has erupted on these college campuses many times. And something's happening, though, with this whole debate that is really bothering me, and I wonder if you're feeling it too. So, I mean, I genuinely believe you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody in the public eye who's been as outspoken a
Israel to win. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are
Okay,
you...
listen to what's happening to him. This is being broadcasted 5 months ago. I think this was, let me see, I can't find the date, but this was just weeks before he died, right? Look at what kind of text messages he's getting. And understand that he was giving this amount of money to take this approach. Are we 5 by 5, guys? So, okay, now this is going on.
Read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you... What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But, like, some of the mess... And you saw... I mean, you've seen how I've been treated, Megan. By some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair.
you,
They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was
you're not allowed to,
overrepresented.
though. No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper-paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany? To see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany to what my grandparents, if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany.
Boom, guys.
Online, how would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
Yeah.
So
and it's offensive. It's offensive to those of us who have been out there defending them in many instances against critics on our own side. And now you have a couple of comments like, well, what about this? Well, has it gone on too long? Like, is it time to wrap it up? And the thing about Epstein is just so bizarre. I don't know who he was an agent for. It might have been Israel or an asset, or it might have been nobody. Yeah. But we're allowed to speculate about that. It's there's some rule you can't go there when it comes to Israel.
Well, you and I believe that we're Americans and Americans first. Period.
Okay, guys, right? Like, why should he tailor his, his topics that he's talking about, right? Again, like Tucker Carlson is saying, right? If these operations are happening within my country, right? I have the right to know.
End of story. We are citizens of this nation, okay?
That's
and
right.
Israel, we have funded, we have supported, and they're up against a sea of Islamic totalitarianism, and we should be cheering for them, right? Because they're up against barbarians and monsters, and we want them to win. However, here is Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk combined, probably 30 million social media followers, like pretty, right? And you and I have been holding this down, and you probably get the negative, oh, you're just shilling for Israel, whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do what's right regardless of the feedback, right? But then all of a sudden, like I host a person that I moderate the debate of, mind you, right? And I give equal time to Josh Hammer, equal time to a pro-Israel advocate, and my moral character is being put into question. And so I think it's a hyper paranoid, like
he's pushing it back, right? He's saying, you know what, F you guys, right? You know, I was trying to be, reasonable, right? But I'm just distancing myself from this whole damn topic, F your 150, right? The day before, he had a meeting with a lot of these people, and they asked him, what is there a plan for after you died, right? This is why he's reacting the way he is, because he's feeling that he's like the text messages that he's getting, we're not talking about Twitter bots or stuff like that. These are friends of him, right? Doubting his character, right? And now we got all these big names financing big money to make him dance, to take Turning Point USA to the next level, right? He refused this. On top of this, he's distancing himself from the whole topic, saying, hey, genocide is genocide, right? And that's not okay, right? And whatever, it doesn't matter how you see it, it's not okay, right? And he's distancing himself from the whole topic, right? Then he does the audit, right? Where's all the money? Where's the money coming from, right? And where's the money going? And then he dies, right? So this is the sequence of events. And he dies from a gun that shoots a specific bullet that has this effect. His head should be should be blown off. And that didn't happen, right? We saw him move, right? He moves back. And then instead of calling in the EMTs, emergency first responders, they pick him up, run him over the street, throw him in a car, and then drive him to a hospital. And then not retrieve the bullet. And before you know it, he's buried. And now somebody's running the organization, right? Having people on the stage that, and his enemies are on stage, talking about Charlie like they are their big friends, right? And listen again to what Steve Bannon is saying here.
I want to make sure that we get something straight tonight. We have a partners discussion. And I want to say up front, if I hurt some feelings here, you can come and talk to me afterwards. This whole thing that's gone on the last couple of days, some of the comments tonight, this is not about, this specific incident is not about freedom of speech or platforming or deplatforming. They're all talking about that, and that's, people.
Again, why isn't Turning Point saying, hey guys, we're not getting to the bottom who killed him, right? Because if one thing is pretty obvious, he was not shot by a 30-06. Whatever happens, right? Some people in the comments are saying other things happen, right? Might be true. We don't know. I tend to think that he was shot from the back, right? There's some video proof for that. But again, if you look at all these other things, a lot of things could happen, right? But I think that is the most thing, like he was shot from the back and the bullet passed through here, right? You can see his shirt kind of do that as well, right? Again, the video that I'm showing you is not a good one, right? I don't think that is proof that he was shot from the back. Just his shirt was doing a certain thing. I think I deleted it. I took it out, but Let me see. Maybe this one? No. This one? No. This one? Okay, guys. 1 second, guys. I don't want to show you this. Okay. Shit. Sorry, guys. But just this. See that? Something is hitting here and going through the shirt out, right? And then you see, you know, the hole in his neck, you know? See, he's moving to the front. Bop, 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 bop. And his hair is moving with the airwaves a bullet is making, right? It's ripping through the air with hundreds of feet, right? And then when it hits, right, it takes that air pressure, right, and pushes forward. And this is what you see his hair do, right? Bish. His hair, look at his hair. See that? And his shirt is going up. Like it's almost like it's moving through here, right? Again, so if I would make a guess, he was shot from the back, right? If I to see his behavior, like bam, right? It's almost he's hit from the back, right? Bop, bop, bop. And then it passes through here and shoots out, right? But again, you know, this is if I would make a guess, he was not shot from the front, he was shot from the back. But again, you know, and have you seen the guys doing their movements before he got shot, by the way? You know, his team, man, around him, those are weird people, man. Like hand movement. Wait a minute. Can I look this up? This is a heavy topic, guys. No, I want to look at look at this motherfucker, right? Look at this. So before he gets shot, this guy is touching his head, moving it. Then the guy steps forward. He steps forward as he's taking up the mic. He's stepping forward. He pulls out his arm and he makes that, you know, little adjustment to his sleeve, right? See that? Boom. Boom. And this is when he got shot. Bang. So immediately when he takes up the mic, right? He's making a sign. He's moving forward as he's grabbing it. Unbelievable, guys. Is there a better... There must be a bigger view, other viewpoint. Look at this guy. He's moving forward, then he does his sign, right? Boom.
Over the last 10 years.
And then he...
Counting or not counting?
See that? There he goes.
Gang violence.
Gang violence. And this is when he got shot, right? You know that. Again, I don't want to show it. I hate to see it, guys.
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting?
Gang violence. Bang, right? This is when it happens.
Gang violence.
Bang. Then it goes off. See that? Unbelievable, guys.
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Bang. These are the guys that are not calling EMTs, emergency first responders, throw them in the back of a car and drive them to a hospital, right? Dude, if a bullet would hit your neck, you would assume that his vertebrae were broken. You will not move the guy. Right? You want to stop the bleeding, fixate the neck, right? And then carefully, stop the bleeding. Help him immediately on the ground. Not carrying him like a doll, like running with him through the street and then throwing him in the back of a car. That's not what you do, guys. I'm saying this because, I hope that somebody would do the same if this would happen to one of us, right? We have to say this. What the fuck is this guy doing? Bang, right? Okay, guys, but we were on something else. Okay, so you can see and again, people say that this is a bullet. I don't say that this is a bullet, right? This can be a fly, this can be a lot of things. I'm just looking at the way that his hair is moving and how his head, bam, right? It's like he's being hit with a baseball bat at the back of his head, right? Bam, right? And you see the hair move forward. And you don't see the expansion you would expect from a 30-06, right? You don't see the expansion, and what has been said in, the autopsy report, right? That his vertebrae from here are broken off, right? Now they say he was shot in the neck and then the bullet went up and moved down his neck, right? But again, if he was shot from here, from the roof, and it hit his neck, it would pass through here, right? Again, the bullet didn't pass through. There's no blood on the end, on the backside, right? We do have a hole here, so it could have been shot over here, right? That is making sense. And the way his head is moving, and the way his shirt is moving up, almost like something is piercing through. See that? Plep. Some say, other theories, right? Let's just keep it that he's shot and he's dead, right? And, the wound cavity is not the same as what you would expect from, a 30-06. Look at this, guys. This is the expansion, ballistic gel is making. Boom. And this is what he was talking about, the frustration of his friends turning on him, second guessing him as a person.
We're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice, but it goes to the point where if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan? That's not right.
And he's an American, right? He can say whatever the hell he wants.
Wrong-headed. I'll tell you, this, for me, so I got some blowback after saying Mossad possibilities with Epstein, a comment behind which I stand. I mean, I realize, and I've, of course, reported what Alan Dershowitz has said as his lawyer. He says, I think he would have told me. He didn't say he had any of those connections. I hear all that. That doesn't mean it's not true. I think all these things should be explored. It's one of the many things that should be explored around. Doesn't make you anti-Semitic. That's fucking crazy. And then we get to last week, I go on Piers Morgan, right? So I go on Piers Morgan last week, and Piers Morgan last week on Piers and also saying he might be a U.S. asset, et cetera. Doesn't make explored. It's one of the many things that should be explored around Epstein. But saying that and also saying he might be a U.S. asset, et cetera, doesn't make you anti-Semitic. That's fucking crazy. And then we get to last week.
Again, guys, Mama Bear, indeed, right? If you ever shot a deer or anything with a 30-06, you know the story is BS. Amen, right? And I just wonder, guys, why bring the 30-06 into the story at all if you don't want to wake up people? Because his audience is 99.999% gun owners. You don't fool these people.
You know, an entry wound is small, not that big as what you're seeing, right? And the blood is shooting out the back, not the front. Again, I'm not going to show you wound cavities in, you know, meat targets. But his whole back of his neck will be blown out. The side of his neck will be blown out. Look at this, guys. Boom. Ridiculous.
I go on Piers Morgan, right? So I go on Piers Morgan last week, and I don't talk about Israel a lot on this show. I just like a couple of things, both of reluctant to put too much stock in the image propaganda, and they're fine having their own children. And frankly, it's a lot of Palestinians. So I'm very skeptical of taking those images at face value and saying it's Israel's fault. Okay, so that clip gets circulated.
I'm with you on that.
A million times by my Israeli friends and my Jewish friends online. Like, go Megan, yeah, okay, great, cool. Yeah, she's right on. Look at her, you know, speak truth to Piers. And then Piers released as a separate clip my follow-up to that comment. Okay, and here's that.
You're not allowed
Sod
any
11.
nuance, Megan. It's only tribalism.
No, that's right. So here's Sod 11. Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has made itself the villain of the world in letting this thing go on so long. They have lost support amongst their dearest friends. And even the entire Democrat Party here in the United States has turned against them, and they're losing Republicans by the day here in America, which is their most important ally. So whether the fight continues to be just or not is almost irrelevant. As Trump said when he was running this time last year, not yet elected, time to wrap it up. And that's how
Time to wrap it up, guys.
I feel
Again,
too. And
let me show you his response again.
Israel and fight for it. And they're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive.
Wait a minute.
Ever. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie. You know, you're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away.
See that? It's pushing people like you and me away. He's already distancing himself from the whole topic.
Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I
see that?
have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical
ridiculous.
Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like, some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair.
you,
They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize.
Look at his neck. Look at his stress in his neck. Look at this.
For, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there.
See that?
Dave Smith is allowed to
See that? See that tick?
that you had Dave Smith there.
See that
Dave
tick?
Smith is allowed to criticize.
See that? Again.
Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel.
Look at this.
By some.
No, it's very irritating.
Look at his neck.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there.
There it is.
Dave Smith is allowed
There it
to
is.
criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was
You're not allowed to,
overrepresented.
though. No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question.
Boom. He's angry, right? His moral character is now in question. F you.
Megan, not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this.
This is the text messages that he's getting from his friend. He's being threatened, right? He didn't accept the 150, right? This happens the night before he was asked, you know, what will happen with Turning Point after you died, right? He knows what's coming. He knows what's coming, right? And the day before he got shot, he was sending to friends, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, right? And then he got shot.
And if you look at his demeanor, the tics that he's having, right? Look at his neck.
That you had Dave Smith there.
Dick.
Dave Smith is allowed to criticize.
Right? See that again?
That you had Dave Smith
Dick.
there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize.
See that? This man is in a lot of stress, you know? And he's saying, hey, guys, I love you. I love you. I don't want this, right? But he knows it's already too late, you know? He didn't want to take the 150 to take it, quote unquote, turning point to the next level. He knows accepting this money, right? You know, it's going to be over. By not accepting this, he was flipping the finger, right? Then he wants to audit. 8 days later, he's dead. Then the audit happened not in the way that he wants it to after his death, right? And then people are on stage that are his rivals, right? Dropping $1 million just to open up after Erica Kirk is there. And, you know, you got the whole Minaj, whatever the hell her name is, sitting there, even though Charlie was saying, you know, she's a bad influence to young women, right? She's there now. You're good, right? The assassin, right? The assassin, J.D. Vance, right? Remember how she said that? Oh my God, right? The assassin. Not that J.D. Vance shot him, right? But just, right? Charlie was just assassinated. What are you talking about? Assassins, right? Why is Shapiro opening up after Kirk? There's a reason why, you know, our friend is saying what he is. Where the hell is that thing?
We're saying hurtful things to each other. Tucker said the quiet part out loud. This is a proxy on 28.
Boom. The assassin, right?
Now, I think it's way too early to be thinking about 28.
Straight up, they started pushing, you know, JD for 28, right? Kirk came out, JD Vance for, you know, not even talking about her husband, man, you know? We're going to stand behind JD Vance for 28. And he's saying, hey, we're not even there yet. What the hell are you guys doing? Being political, right? After Charlie died. And after that, you know, Ben Shapiro goes on stage, right? Oh, Ben, you know, Charlie's such a good guy. We go back a long way, blah, 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 right? He was his enemy. Then that Minaj is being on stage, right? Talking about assassins, right? What the hell? And then he comes up like, hey, guys, what the hell is going on here?
He's consistently been against Trump, and now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up.
Okay, guys, Mr. 150, right?
And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put that ahead of America's interests.
Boom. Man, dropping truth.
Shapiro called Breitbart Trump Pravda. When he left, he called it Trump Pravda. And he was kind of right. We had to be. There was no other news site that was supporting President Trump. When poor Megyn Kelly came out in that first debate and made what looks like now some innocuous questions, right, about Trump's Facebook page or his Twitter feed, about Rosie O'Donnell.
And again, you got to understand, you know, back then they were playing the game, right? They want us to say this, okay? They want us to go against Trump, right? Now they think, hey, what the hell is going on? You know, we did all these things for you guys. But if we are looking for some nuance, now our moral character lays in the balance. Now you're threatening us, right? I'm an American, right? And I can say whatever the hell I want. No, you can't, so it seems, right?
And others, have Jack Posobiec ask her how it turned out. We unleashed the dogs. We were maniacs. Why? President Trump had no backing at Fox, had no backing at the National Review, and in 2016, that would have driven him out of the race. So we had to be there. But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Boom, guys. Right? Okay, let's now look at, the finances. Now let's have a look at, if you start following the money, what is the problem, right? What is the problem regarding Turning Point? Let's see, guys. There's a guy out there called Wolf Finance or whatever the hell, He's an auditor, right? Wolf Finance. Let me see, guys. This is one of his last videos, but okay, so this is what I think this is one of his first videos. Let me see. I don't know which one to play. I think I saw one of them. And again, I'm just looking at the numbers, right? So you have to be careful of what these people are injecting in these videos, right? But I'm just following the money and those things, right? Let me see. More fraud. Let me see. Maybe this one. Let me see. Let me skip through this one.
Since the murder of Charlie Kirk, there's been growing concern over potential financial mismanagement at Turning Point USA. I've been looking into this and have discovered some shocking information.
And again, this guy talks like an AI or something, right? But this is, if this guy would show up at your door, wants to look at your numbers, right? This should scare the living hell out of you because this guy is going to find every dot, comma, and misspelling out there.
We're going to explore the question, did Turning Point USA commit fraud? I'm Zach, I'm a certified public accountant, and you are watching Wolves in Finance. In this video, I am very critical of Turning Point USA. Let me start off by saying that I believe this is a good organization, and I hope that they succeed. But they are not going to be able to continue Charlie Kirk's legacy if they are employing people who are stealing donations. The reason that people are concerned about Turning Point USA's finances is because statements made by Charlie Kirk himself. This is a memo written by Charlie Kirk on September 2nd, 2025, that is only 8 days before he was murdered. In this memo, he promotes Justin Strife as the new Chief Operating Officer, or COO, and announces a new Doge-style audit. After this memo was revealed, people obviously wanted to know what were the results of the Doge-style audit. Why was Charlie Kirk concerned with the finances of Turning Point USA right before he was murdered? Here's an exchange on X.com of someone asking that question. Why was Charlie about to audit the finances, and will it still be audited? This was responded to by someone from Turning Point named Tyler Boyer saying, "We audit our finances every year. They were just audited at the end of our fiscal year in July." He then goes on to say, "There is no scheming. Nonprofits have a 990 where everything is out front. No one owns anything, and our salaries are transparent. If you'd like a quick course on nonprofits, here is a good start." And then he links the accountinginsights.org website where they talk about the Form 990. Okay, number one, that response by Tyler Boyer is a little bit snarky. And I'm just showing you one of his posts. There are many posts like this, and they are all just as snarky. I would like to ask Tyler Boyer if he can lower the snarkiness because it is a very legitimate question. A Doge-style audit is not the same thing as the annual financial audit, and everybody knows that. Charlie Kirk wanted a second independent audit on top of the annual financial audit. According to Tyler Boyer's post, Turning Point is not going forward with Charlie Kirk's wishes.
See that?
They have canceled the audit. The question is why? Why did they decide not to follow through with Charlie Kirk's final wish? What is also interesting is that Tyler Boyer is the person who was replaced by Justin Strife in Charlie Kirk's memo.
Right?
Tyler Boyer was the former COO of Turning Point USA from 2017. And then 8 days before Charlie Kirk was murdered, he appoints a new person as COO. Tyler Boyer steps away so he can focus more on his job as COO of their other organization, Turning Point Action. Isn't that a strange coincidence? Tyler Boyer was removed from his position in the same memo that Charlie Kirk announces a financial audit. Then after that, Charlie Kirk is murdered, and Tyler Boyer is on X.com saying that no audit is necessary.
Boom.
So here's what I think we should do. We should follow Tyler Boyer's snarky advice. Let's go look at the 990 forms that Turning Point USA submits to the IRS every year. These contain their annual financial statements. When you look at the forms, there are some very strange anomalies. Several of the 990 forms are missing. Turning Point USA lists 4 related entities. There's Turning Point USA, Turning Point Endowment, Turning Point Action, and America's Turning Point. All different organizations do slightly different things. The Form 990 for fiscal year 2024 is posted for Turning Point USA, but it is missing for all the other 3 organizations. It looks like it was never turned in. This is a massive red flag. So Tyler Boyer is being snarky on X.com and telling people to go look at the annual financial audit, but the financial audit is missing from last year for 3 of the 4 organizations. Just to show you how strange this is, if we go back 2 years to fiscal year 2023, where we have all the financial statements, we can see that in fiscal year 2023, all 4 statements were filed on the same day on 5/15/2024. That is what normally happens. On May 15th, Turning Point would file all 4 financial statements for their organizations. But for fiscal year 2024, only 1 financial statement was filed for Turning Point USA on 5/15/2025. The other 3 are missing. This strange decision to hide their financial statements happened 4 months before Charlie Kirk was murdered. I will repeat for clarity. Someone at Turning Point decided not to file 3 of the 4 of their annual financial statements 4 months before Charlie Kirk appointed a new COO, requested a new audit, and was murdered. Those 3 financial statements are still missing. Let me give you just one example of why this is problematic. Let us look at the one financial statement we do have for fiscal year 2024 for Turning Point USA. Schedule I shows grants and other assistance to organizations, governments, and individuals in the United States. This schedule shows you where Turning Point is sending its money. We see that a lot of money, $8,560,625, is being sent to America's Turning Point. They are sending it to their own shell company. Now, this is not necessarily illegal, except for the fact that the financial statement for the other organization is missing. We cannot see how this $8.6 million is being spent. This is very important because there are strange variances around this money. I have pulled the last 5 years of 990 forms for Turning Point USA. Here is a table with contributions compared with the largest expense, which are the grants from Schedule I. You can immediately see a strange dip between 2022 and 2023. This dip happens because in prior years, they were sending money to Turning Point Endowment. They were transferring millions of dollars. This stopped in 2021, and they started ramping up sending money to America's Turning Point. Let's break this down. First of all, I find it really unethical that they were sending millions of dollars to their own endowment. I know that a lot of nonprofits do this, but I think it is unethical. Do the donors know this is how Turning Point is spending their money? Turning Point USA is taking in donations and then sending the money to their endowment to invest in the stock market. In my opinion, they should be spending donations on operating their nonprofit, not on buying investments. Year 2024. America's Turning Point has never
Let me
reported
see, guys,
any
because
employees.
there was another one where he's actually going to one of those drop boxes, right? Where they were sending the money. What is this?
To understand who Baker Tilly is.
Okay, wait.
If what I am saying is true, why wouldn't their annual audit catch these issues? The annual financial audit for Turning Point USA Inc. and its affiliates was performed by an accounting firm called Baker Tilly. In the notes, they explain that they audited Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Endowment, America's Turning Point, and TP USA Merch. That usually means they audited all the shell companies when they provided their opinion that the statements present fairly in all material respects. That means it is a clean audit with no problems. I wonder if Baker Tilly will provide an explanation why they can issue a flawless audit report when 3 990 forms were never filed with the IRS. And just to clarify, Baker Tilly's audit opinion letter is signed after Turning Point missed the filing date with the IRS. So there is no excuse for Baker Tilly not to mention this in their audit opinion. Just so you understand who Baker Tilly is, let me show you a lawsuit that was filed against them just this year by a Catholic charity.
In a lawsuit filed Friday, Catholic Charities claims they're out millions of dollars after a former employee in their finance department misused funds. And that's not all. The local nonprofit is also going after Baker Tilly, the firm that was auditing their finances at the time. Catholic Charities provides a number of programs, including counseling, adoption, and immigration services.
Oh, boy.
This 12-page lawsuit says the former employee worked for Catholic Charities for over 10 years.
Did you hear that?
This 12-page programs, including counseling, adoption, and immigration service. Catholic Charities provides a number of programs, including counseling, adoption, and immigration services. Counseling, adoption, and immigration services. Counseling, adoption, and immigration services.
Just saying, guys, right?
This 12-page lawsuit says the former employee worked for Catholic Charities for over 10 years, holding many positions, including Director of Finance. It says she abused her authority and misappropriated millions of dollars. The lawsuit claims she did this in 2 schemes. The first alleges paying false invoices. Catholic Charities says the second scheme involved the woman using company credit cards for personal purchases like Amazon Prime Video rentals, Uber rides, Ticketmaster purchases, and casino purchases from MGM Grand.
What?
The lawsuit also states that Baker Tilly failed to recognize clearly fraudulent purchasing activity.
Okay, guys. A great company to work with, auditing your organization, and keep working with them while they are doing these kind of things, right? We're going to audit you, give them some money. Everything is fine, guys. It's been audited, right? And Charlie wanted, an independent source to go over it again, a Dodge-style audit. He knew something was up.
The lawsuit alleges that someone in leadership at the highest levels of this Catholic charity stole millions of dollars. This was going on year after year after year, and Baker Tilly never mentioned it in any of their audits. It makes you wonder, are they even looking at the financials? This is the same accounting firm doing the annual audits at Turning Point USA. Erica Kirk assumed the role of CEO of Turning Point USA on September 18, 2025, 8 days after Charlie Kirk was murdered. She has been the CEO for almost 2 months. She needs to answer these questions. If someone has lied on the 990 form, people go to jail for that. I want some explanation of why Turning Point USA sent $8.6 million to their shell company and then did not file financial statements. And Erica. This reminds me of what happened with Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is one of the most famous investors in the world. But a lot of people do not know that he got in big trouble with the SEC. This happened a long time ago in the 1970s. He had a rapidly growing organization consisting of all these different shell companies. The companies were transferring money back and forth. The companies would own stocks of all the other companies. The SEC opened an investigation into Warren Buffett for fraud. He talks about this in his biography. He describes a scene where he is sitting with his lawyer, Chuck Rickershauser. Rickershauser had been studying a chart that showed Buffett and Munger's complex financial interests. The complex cross-holdings that Buffett had created looked suspicious. Rickershauser stared at the crazy diagram and fretted. There's got to be an indictment in there somewhere. Now, do I think that Warren Buffett intentionally committed fraud? No, I do not. I think his company grew really fast and things got out of control with all of these shell companies. He fixed it by restructuring the company and paying a $115,000 fine. I think something very similar is happening at Turning Point, and let me give you a specific example. In fiscal year 2023, Turning Point USA, which is the main 501c3 nonprofit organization, transferred $664,572 to Turning Point Action, which is the 501c4 nonprofit. This transfer was reported as reimbursement of event expenses. Turning Point Action then turned around and transferred almost the exact same amount, $650,000, to Turning Point PAC, which is another shell company I haven't even talked about yet. Now, this is not necessarily illegal, but it looks really suspicious. It looks like you are taking in tax-exempt donations at Turning Point USA and then funneling the money through your shell companies to your PAC that you can then spend on political campaigns because of less accounting restrictions. Again, this is not necessarily illegal if they structure their transactions correctly and utilize campaign finance loopholes, but it certainly looks unethical. Why is it that almost the exact same dollar amount gets transferred between the organizations? The difference between Warren Buffett and Turning Point, besides the obvious fact of the difference between private companies and nonprofits, is that at Turning Point, we have missing financial statements and a memo from Charlie Kirk saying that he has concerns with the finances.
Okay, guys. So point is made, right? I think one more other thing. So this is fraud. So we watched this one, right? I think more fraud is found, etc. Maybe this is a good one.
2 weeks ago, I posted a video about red flags at Turning Point USA. I have to tell people, please do not go to Tyler Boyer's house. That is not appropriate. This money. But what is even more important is if you go to the other shell company, Turning Point Action, in FY 2024, their number one independent contractor is a company called 110 LLC.
Okay, guys.
In fact, this has been one of their largest contractors for the last 3 years.
Here we go.
These are all the payments, and they total $1,456,261 over the last 3 years. That's almost $1.5 million. The description they provide is social, digital media, ad placement. Now, there is also an address for this company. So I thought, let's take a trip and go check this company out.
All right.
If Turning Point is paying them $1.5 million, they must be doing something really great. I am on location in Queen Creek, Arizona, and on the 9th. And this is strange. This is a strip mall. So I'm going to get out, I'm going to take a walk around and see if I can find the business 110 LLC. Okay, I've walked past all the suites. I've checked all the doors. The business 110 LLC, as far as I can tell, is not here. What is going on? So Turning Point is putting on their IRS form that they are sending $1.5 million to this parking lot. Well, I'm sitting here in the parking lot. The business is not here as far as I can tell. What is going on? I mean, maybe they didn't think that is being spent. There's no website for 110 LLC.
Wait.
How do you run a business without a website?
Okay, guys.
That's How do you run a business? How do you run a... The question is, earning dollars. Another thing that is strange is that there is no website for 110 LLC. How do you run a business without a website? That's pretty strange. And I thought, maybe they moved. Maybe there's a different location. But if you look it up on Google Maps, there is no location for 110 LLC. So there's no website, there's no location. Does this company actually exist? Well, we do have records that it is owned by someone named Jake Hoffman, who is actually the former communications director for Turning Point USA.
Uh-oh.
He is now a Republican state senator in Arizona. Now, just to give you some context, Jake Hoffman is a really powerful person in Arizona, which may be why no one has talked about this before. In his financial disclosure statement, he lists that he is the owner of 110 LLC at the same address in Queen Creek. What is also curious is that on the financial disclosure form, he lists out 8 different businesses that are all operating out of that same strip mall. But what is even more strange is that on the financial disclosure form, he actually lists out the suite numbers. He claims that he is operating his business out of suites 105 to 503. Excuse me? That is every suite in the strip mall. How does that make sense? Is he operating out of the grocery store? Is he operating out of Panda Express? Is he operating his business out of the pet dental clinic? Now, if you watch my channel, you can tell that I'm a conservative. But I do not have a problem calling out a Republican if I see something that looks shady or not. All I can speak
again, guys, do your own research on this. What's going on here?
I would like to hear Patrick Bet David give us some kind of business scenario which explains why Turning Point would send $1.5 million to a parking lot. USA to America's Turning Point. Now we have the finances so we can see how that money was spent. Just to recap, there are 4 shell companies. Turning Point USA is the main one. Then we have Turning Point Action, America's Turning Point, and Turning Point Endowment. Just as a reminder, Tyler Boyer is the only paid executive listed for America's Turning Point. Charlie Kirk is not even listed. So it seems strange to me that in FY24, $8.6 million mysteriously got transferred out of the main company into the shell company managed by Tyler Boyer. When we look at how this money was actually spent, it went mainly to salaries. And in the last video, I mentioned the possibility of ghost employees. This is when an organization pays people, records it as salary expense when those people do not actually work for the business. Maybe there is some kind of innocent explanation for this, but at some point, we're going to need a lot of explanations. One of the board members for Turning Point is a guy named Tom Sedeka. Ironically, Tom Sedeka was the president and CEO of a payroll company. This is from a press release on the NASDAQ website. From 2003 to 2020, he ran Precision Payroll of America, where he turned that company into a leader in the complex, highly regulated world of human resources and payroll processing. So let's ask the payroll guy. Tom Sedeka, do you see anything strange with these payroll numbers? Now, to understand the full picture, it's not just about where the money was going to, it's also where the money was coming from.
Oh, right. Again, you get the drift, right? Something is going on, and it can be an honest mistake, right? Charlie wanted to do something about it. And again, like he's saying, where's the money coming from, right? He refused the money from some country, and that happened way before, right? And then he started distancing himself from a certain topic, and then he got shot, right? Now the company is going on, not doing the audit that he wanted, right? And not asking questions for the reason or the method by which their friend died, right? And that is astounding, guys, right? If I would work with Derf, right, and something would happen to him, and I would just move on, this fake story is being created, right? I would feel, pressure to say something about it. Like, okay, guys, rest in peace, but this is not what happened, right? We need to know what happened. Who is responsible for this? But if you are looking away for it, it looks really suspicious, right? That's all I'm going to say. Right? I think if you lose somebody that is your friend, it is suspicious that you don't want, everything out there. Am I wrong? Yeah, Theories MC,
We're talking about his wife, not just a friend here.
Yeah, well, again, I don't want to name names. I just want to say, the people around him, his colleagues, right? His protective, inner circle. He's being shot. You're not taking in the emergency first responders, He's being shot in the neck. He might have broke his, vertebrae, right? And then you're going to run him over the street with his head dangling, right? Now he is, he's paralyzed. Absolutely paralyzed. You got to stop the bleeding, fixate the neck. I'm an emergency first responder. I know what to do, right? What the hell is going on here? Why are these guys making these signals before he got shot? Touch the head, boom, hit him, right? And the question, guys, and I don't want to make this about a certain person. I just want to paint a picture like, why aren't these people know the truth? Why do they accept this other narrative, right? If somebody would do something to somebody that is my friend, right? I would not accept, somebody else to go in jail for it, right? Again, the guy who is now arrested, right? He has something to do with it, right? And again, to understand that straight up from the beginning, somebody said, I shot him, right? The fat guy, right? In the middle. He was arrested, So there's straight up from the first time, that people knew that this was going to happen, right? And they all set out all these different, false leads, right? Now this guy, that supposedly shot him with a 30-06, he's now in jail. And yes, he should be, because he has something to do with it, right? But I think the important thing is you want to get to the bottom of who actually did it, right? Because the gun that we're seeing is shooting a 30-06, and that bullet does not do that little of a damage. That it does not penetrate the neck. That is ridiculous. It's almost like saying that a 737 is cutting through reinforced steel, but that's the opposite, right? You understand? So on the 10th, something happens, right? That should have happened on 9/11, right? Something should stop and not penetrate the building. Now a bullet that should have penetrated is not penetrating, right? The day before. And you got to ask yourself a question, right? Why is everyone surrounding him not asking these questions? Why wasn't he helped the way he should have been helped? Why are these guys making these weird movements behind him? Right? Why wasn't this audit being done? Like, he just lost his life. Make this company run the way it should be, right? Now we have, motive, money, right? I'm not saying that Charlie is guilty of this. He wanted the transparency. But some people around him, there was a reason why he took this guy off his job and put in somebody else, right? And said, this guy's going to make sure that this Dodge-style audit is going to be done. 8 days later, he's gone. And everybody is like, yep, guy did it, 30-06, shot in the neck, right? Boom, that's it. bury him, and move on. You know what is a good idea? Let's have, what's his face? Ben Shapiro on stage, right? Why not? Why not just have, his tent where he was shot so people can take selfies? Who are these people? God forbid something happens to Trump, right? Do you think I want to stand in a tent where it happened to take a selfie there, right? What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you have Ben Shapiro on stage? Why would you have the one artist that he hated on stage? Oh, you're fine, right? You're fine, right? The assassin, right? The assassin. What are you talking about? I would feel ashamed, right? If I would even mention an assassin when somebody's husband is being shot by an assassin, just to bring up that thought, right? There is something truly wrong with what happened, guys, right? What do you think, Derf?
Well, I mean, I've definitely been questioning a lot of stuff, but I did not even go looking into the finances. And this is pretty, if any of you guys had doubts before watching all of this, like, this is the cherry on top.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I've questioned a certain person's behavior, and, not just that certain person, but a few other people. But this guy, this financial, what was his title again?
Again,
like an auditor?
Again, I don't really know who the guy is. I just know that the information that he's sharing is good. And he's like he's not a Republican. He's not a pro-Trumper or something, right? So be careful of, who he's putting the blame into, right? But again, just when somebody's spitting numbers and showing you the receipts, right? Now I'm paying attention, right? That's why I'm saying I'm bringing this up. If you guys can handle listening to people who might put in their own opinions, right? If you can't differentiate what somebody is saying, like, okay, wait, that's your opinion. Oh, this is your opinion, right? You should not be going into this, right? You just listen to what I'm saying. That's all you need to know, right? And the thing is, like, a lot of people are like, I told you guys, right? When Cash was doing his presser, right? Like, we got the guy, and everything. He just turned himself in, etc., right? I saw a look on Cash's face, and, you can go back to that broadcast, and you might hear me say, like, there's a difference in being an advisor to Trump, right? And then Trump let the election steal. And then, you're doing podcasts, writing books about deep state hit list, or I don't know what the book is called. And then you become the director of the FBI. And then somebody kills your friend in broad daylight. And of course, you got the FBI, right? You can follow, you can see things that other people can't see, right? And then you think, oh shit, right? Like, okay, this is dangerous, right? Again, the choice that we can make: do we give the American people closure, right, or do we proceed with things, when it is not the time? That's why I brought up Epstein, right? The sum of all fears is an awakened informed public, right? That needs to happen first for stuff to come out, right? Again, I think the same method is being done here, right? Where it's not time yet to talk about the things that I've shown you, right? The 150 million, right? The influence, right? Paying people, that kind of stuff is not the time for that yet, right? They're saving that for a specific moment in time, right? When it is the perfect storm for it to give the perfect push to it, right? That is when it happens, right? That's why I said, Trump is the director. They're looking to Trump like, what is he doing, right? And he's letting, just like with Anthony Fauci, he's letting people expose themselves, right? Never interfere with an enemy while he's in the process of destroying himself. Nobody can do it better than the person itself, right? I can point at somebody and say, this person is not a true musician, right? And then do all podcasts and prove like, hey, they never went to music school or whatever. Or I can let him steal my spotlight, right? Sit down and let him play some music. And then you will hear him missing beats, just effing up all over the place, sweating bullets, performing poorly. And that's all I need to show you, right? I don't need to waste my time to prove to you something. Let them prove it. Because nobody can do it better. Like I said, right? If somebody would clap out of beat, right? Or sing out of tune, nobody can do it better than a person who's really not able to sing or to have totally no musical tendencies, right? You can't fake that, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think, and a lot of people are like, yeah, cash and that and Trump and this and that. It's not the time for this yet, right? This is happening. They're letting them expose themselves, and of course the analysts are going to dig, right? And you got the sauce, and there is this big money coming in, and somebody wanted to audit it, and then so there is motive. Motive is money. Money is power. And they wanted to branch out, and there's a lot of other stuff, but this is where I'm going to leave it, right? But yeah, guys. There was another thing that he was going to these. I haven't seen these videos, right? I've seen snippets of it, right? Of really interesting stuff. I just don't know where it is, right?
I have been doing.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yes, this is the actual mailbox, guys. This is where the company is run from. Check this out.
Out of their way to avoid talking about this $1.5 million.
We are back here in the parking lot, and Jake Hoffman is concerned that I am hiding information from you. So let's talk about the UPS mailbox. Jake Hoffman wants us all to talk about the UPS mailbox. So I'm going to show it to you.
One of the reasons I've been so hesitant to make this connection is because of the massive implications. I understand that small businesses use UPS store mailboxes all the time, but this is different. This is not your mom and pop shop. This is not your typical small business. This is an Arizona state senator. He has a UPS store mailbox where people are dropping off millions of dollars. This is the mailbox. He is operating his multi-million-dollar business out of this UPS store mailbox. There's no location. There's no evidence for this business other than this mailbox. I do have to correct a mistake I made in my previous videos. I made the statement that there was no website for 110 LLC.
Oh, this is a good one, guys.
I have discovered that is not correct. There is a website. It's just very hard to find. It is at 110.io, and I think it is very revealing. On the website, you can see a sample marketing example with Turning Point Action listed on the ad. I think it is very suspicious that he is advertising that if you pay him money, you are also going to get the support of Turning Point Action. You should go check this website out. There's not a lot on it. It is literally one page. What is even crazier is that if you look the website up using the Wayback Machine, you will see that the website has not changed at all since 2021.
Okay, guys, this is a multi-million-dollar company, right? Doing how do you say that? Propelling you, making your campaign better. They haven't changed their website at all. If you are something that is promoting stuff, you should be promoting yourself, your company as well, right? You're successful in making, organization go to the next level, right? And you haven't changed your website, that one page, since 2001.
I will repeat. This marketing company has not
guys.
Not made a single change to its website since 2021. Additionally, the reason the website is so hard to find is that it is not indexed by Google.
Oh?
If you search on Google site:110.io, you will receive 0 results. So this supposed marketing company has a website that you cannot search for on Google. This really does not do anything to convince me that this is anything other than a fake shell company.
Boom.
Jake Hoffman has also explained that he does not give out the address or details of his operations because of political persecution from what he calls the insane, murderous left. I'm sorry, Jake Hoffman, but that explanation is not good enough. You are a state election campaigns and a small amount related to Wisconsin campaigns. Now, this is just a portion of the revenue that was reported as part of state elections. We know the actual revenue numbers for 110 LLC are much higher because this doesn't even include all the money paid to them by Turning Point. Kirk.
And I walked away from that going, I can hitch my wagon to this guy. I can hitch my wagon.
America's Turning Point. Tyler Boyer is important because the Turning Point shell companies that Tyler Boyer managed just happened to be the same shell companies paying 110 LLC.
Oh, dude. Melinda Rich. Hello, Grasshopper. President Trump just said plus about 3 minutes ago. Oh, we love you, sis.
Let me show you how Tyler Boyer describes the first time that he met Charlie Kirk.
And I walked away from that going, I can hitch my wagon to this guy. I can hitch my wagon to Charlie Kirk. He was my best friend. We went everywhere together.
He says that he was going to hitch his wagon to Charlie Kirk. He said that he was Charlie Kirk's best friend. We're going to see how good a friend he was. And does anyone know what this hand signal is? This is very...
Yeah, well, this is bullshit, right? This is effing bullshit. People can do okie-do, right? I might have done it, now when I know what it is, right? This is effing bullshit, guys, right? Like this kind of stuff, just get the hell out of my face, right? Show me the numbers. Don't get in your window and that kind of bullshit, right? Right? I hate this when people do this. Fucking ignorant, right? If somebody, like how many times does Trump do this, right? It's not a big thing, guys, right? Chill the F out, right? Sorry, excuse my French. Sorry. But please, guys, don't fall for this kind of stuff. Yes, indeed. But again, some people do it, they don't even think about it, right? So don't think, Charlie, we love you, man,
He talks about Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Never about that.
Yeah, whatever.
I have questions about the IT guy, Terrell Farnsworth.
Oh, this dude, man.
Like, why did he move the chair at the crime scene to remove the SD cards? You might have noticed that he has the same last name as the IT guy, Terrell Farnsworth, who...
Yeah, wait. This is, this is, like, I like this stuff. This is good. Don't show me the 666 hand things. Like, move, dude, right?
Dwayne Farnsworth, very strange. He is a bankruptcy attorney in Mesa, Arizona. Why is this random bankruptcy attorney a director in this company with Jake Hoffman and Tyler Boyer? It seems unusual. Well, you might have noticed that he has the same last name as the IT guy, Terrell Farnsworth, who was present at Charlie Kirk's murder.
And again, guys, this dude immediately. So let me tell you. So Charlie gets shot. He runs behind this wall, takes out his phone and said, Charlie is dead. Charlie is dead. Like, why the hell would you do that? Your buddy got shot, and you pick up your phone, you make a self-recording claiming that he died. Why aren't you there? Stop the bleeding, right? Calling the paramedics, right? Why are you standing behind the wall saying, he died, he just died? How do you know, right? Immediately, like a minute after he got shot, he's doing this.
Now, I don't know if these two people are related. Maybe you internet sleuths at home can figure that out. But a lot of people have questions about the IT guy, Terrell Farnsworth. Like, why did he move the chair at the crime scene to remove the SD cards with the footage of the murder? Why did he film a selfie video of himself directly after the shooting?
He's dead. God help him.
What the hell, guys? This dude, no remorse, no nothing. Cool as a cucumber. What? Dude, listen to this.
Of himself directly after the shooting.
He's dead. God help him.
They're carrying him out.
I find this extreme.
Dude, what the hell, man? Dude, this is weird. Really odd.
Extremely strange. Who witnesses a shooting and immediately thinks to themselves, I want to film a selfie video of myself? I think that's odd. So a lot of people have been questioning why this IT guy acted so strangely. Well, I can give you one possibility. If his relative was involved in shady business dealings on the side with Tyler Boyer, that could explain it. But again, I don't know if they're related or not. The main point is to show that Tyler Boyer and Jake Hoffman have a history of doing these side businesses together. We have the paperwork. This company was formed in 2017, and then it was dissolved in 2021.
So we got the receipts, guys, right? Again, enough of this, right? Again, let's move on. Just keep it where it is, right? And just know that something is really odd. And again, there might be a good reason because we're saving something for last, right? Cash can come out with certain things like what if, right? Trump wants to take the whole Epstein case on a different location, right? At a different moment in time. And then Cash is coming out saying, you know what? Let's release it all, you know? This is not, then you're not part of the symphony, right? Okay, so wait a minute. So our sister Melinda Ritchie is saying, Grasshopper, hello. President Trump just said, plus, 3 minutes ago, said. Where did he say that?
It's because he is doing another thing right now. He is participating in a Southern Boulevard dedication ceremony.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure what that is exactly, but he is live right now.
Okay, yeah, I really have to go. But I'm going to look at the final numbers here. But I hope that you guys appreciated the little, quick rundown of the things, right? Because we owe it to Charlie, right? I'm not here to bullshit you or, to something is really bad, right? And I believe that Trump is doing the same as what he was doing with Fauci, right? Standing next to, and letting the enemy destroy itself. Nobody can do this better, right? Nobody can do it better than the person itself. Again, why is QAC doing the way it does, man? Okay, so 321. Okay, that's a nice one. But there's your plus, man.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yes. So there's your 137. Okay, Trump. January 16th. Beautiful, guys. July 16th. 321, 137, right? Okay. And 123, right? The mirror of his minutes to hours is showing you plus, right? Boom. So interesting that he's saying plus 3 minutes ago, right? And his timestamp, right? 1 to 3 p.m. is showing you nothing is random. Everything has meaning. Plus. Let me see what the 2105 is. Okay, guys. VIP Patriot. Boom. We see you. Trump and beautiful sister. What's it again, Derf?
Yeah, Graminator and
Yes.
Sarah Snyder.
Absolutely. And again, Graminator, I heard you went to the hospital a while back. I hope you're doing okay. Let me see. Oh, dude. 5125 152. Again, right? Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here. Right, dude? We had this in the beginning.
Right.
Where Trump was doing, what was it again? Was it 1240? What was it again?
I think it was from that, but let me check.
Let me see. Wait until you learn who has been talking to her. Wait. Trump is killing me. Trump is killing me. No post. What? Trump. There it is. 920 or 918. 918. There it is. 918, right? Boom. There it is. When we were asking, right, should we go into this or not, right? 918 and all these other numbers in the drop, right? The 2402 bringing you to the parentheses on the back of the picture, right? That brings you back to the Keystone comms that Trump dropped on the request of Grok, right? Right? The exact time, right? 2020 42, right? He dropped this at 2020, 2:20 my time AM with 42 seconds, right? So 2042. That is bringing you to that drop. The parentheses drop. The plus in the parentheses. And the 918 here is bringing you to the original, right? The North Korea stuff that is being shown over here, right? Curious, what is below, right? And then Trump is putting out his tweet, right? Saying that he talked to Kim. And there it is. He keeps putting out clues, right? You are learning. Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here. Interesting, guys, right? And this is how it all started, right? With this picture, thank you, Asia, where Q is saying, curious. Isn't that curious? What is below? North Korea, right? Here he's saying North Korea, you know, and has promised not to do so through our meetings, right? I believe they will honor that commitment. He keeps putting out clue. He already talked to him. You are learning. How many coins are before mathematically impossible? Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here, right? Now Trump is dropping this. 1, 2, 3, right? Plus, plus, plus. Everything has meaning. And this drop, curious what is below, is the hours and minute. 12, 15, 2. Let me see. 2:15, 2:51. $2.51. Jeez. So my numlock just went out. That's crazy. Okay, news unlocks message. Find the keystone, guys. Right? What did we just show you regarding the keyword? Derfman. We were just showing you that Trump was using a timestamp that came from the whole Keystone thing. This is the time that Trump dropped Pennsylvania 92 million or billion regarding AI in the Keystone State, right? And his minutes and seconds, or 22 and then 2042 is bringing you to the parentheses, the plus, right? And there it is. Find the Keystone. 105. 501. 105. Okay. High value targets. Okay, guys. And 501. Okay. Sky Fortress engaged. 1337. Okay, guys. I gotta run. Let me give Miss Grasshopper. Oh, dude. Mother, no. Dude, Vault 7, dude. Mother. What hell? What? Dude, I'm telling you, man. Again, I hope, if they're listening, that they are kind of, satisfied with what I said, I don't want it. Oh, yeah, one second. I got to mute. I got to say something. I'll be back.
All right. Well, yeah, by the way, thank you, Melinda. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, Deflustrated, for letting us know about Trump being live. And believe me, you all have it saved on the side, so we'll probably get a chance to go over it on Sunday.
Yes, guys. Dude, do you see this, guys? 1773, Vault 7. Wow. Wow, Trump. Who is this? Melinda. Welcome to the show. We love you. Because of you, I started looking at this. Give it up for Melinda. Or is it Melania? Richie, right? Melania in the chat, guys. We see you, Melania. We love you. TJ Let's Up, we love you. Indy Fourth. Okay, guys, I hope I didn't ruffle too many feathers, right? I hope you guys can handle this, right? Because, I asked you, do you want me to go into this? You were yes, right? And we made a pledge, right? We're not going to jump to any conclusions, right? We're not going to make it about a single person, right? It's all about following the money and having some kind of, being an adult, right? Using our critical thinking, not to listen to a person that we might disagree with, right? And just taking out the gems and the undeniable proof that is out there, right? Like sometimes we can listen to a person, how do I say this, right? They do put out certain undeniable proofs, right? But then again, they will make it like, oh, he's doing this hand signal, right? And now it's all the devil and stuff. Dude, right? Get out of it, right? I expect you to have that capability, right? So, it goes without saying, right? But, I just, 3177. Okay. Optics are very important. Who has full control? And again, so don't be disappointed in cash, right? Don't be disappointed in Trump, because the truth is getting out there, right? And they want you to dig. They want you, this is why this operation is what it is. 3771. Dude, do you believe the truth will be told, guys? Absolutely. The truth will be told. Boom. Optics are important. Vault 7. Wow, guys. Confirmed. Sky Fortress engaged. Find the Keystone. If you've seen the show from the beginning, you know how important this is. We showed you this, guys. right over here with, let me do it like this. Come on. With the keystone. There it is, guys. The keyword. We got Grok to choose a keyword of its choosing. Keystone. Within 24 hours, Trump goes to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, talk about AI and mentioned, I don't like the word, but that was the word they've chosen. Then they drop Pennsylvania later that night, so it happens to be exactly when I was born, on July 16th, right? I'm 6 hours ahead of you, so I'm already in the 16th, right? 2020 is 2:20 Central Eastern Standard Time. It's now already July 16th. And now it is minutes and seconds, 24:02, as I show you over here with Trump. 24:02, right? 24:02. We were asking, should we go into this, right? Because I don't want to ruffle any feathers, right? Boom, guys. There it is. 2042 or 2402. There it is. 2402. Boom. That is this drop. Eyes on VIP Patriot. That is showing you the drop with the t-shirt, with the parentheses and the plus. This is the sign that Trump gave an add-on that talked about Q. Asked about Q, right? This is how our show started. And then we made the decode, and Dan Scavino came out after we made the decode. I made this decode days later, before it turned August. I thought, I have to make this decode to, how do you say that? To archive it, right? Else it's just going to float around in my head. Let me just post it before the end of the month, right? And then exactly 11 hours later, to the second, guys, Dan Scavino comes out 11 hours later, or 39,600 seconds later. National security laws, right? Like I said over here. Oh wait, I think it's right over here. Yes. Confirming Grok subtly validating the military operation known as Q as a strategic wink that upholds the plausible deniability while aligning with the national security protocols. 396. Sweet dreams, national security, right? Public, not private, right? POTUS, personal. Public, not private. Then he talks about sleep tight, y'all. Hours later, right? This is at 8. Dude, look at the time that he's hitting. He's dropping at 20:42, guys. That was the timestamp that Trump hit, right? Look at this, 2042. Mm-hmm. There it is, 2042. I just made this effing decode. Then Dan Scavino, 11 hours later, drops at 2042, the minutes and seconds. And he's showing you a sand clock, right? Or an hourglass. This one only works when you mirror it or when you turn it around. So there's your 2402 again. Just like with Trump, right? 2402, boom. And the characters that he's hitting. But he's back, right? Back. I can't say the C for so long. But he's back. But sleep tight, y'all. Sweet dreams, right? Then he drops sleep tight, y'all. And he's using all these characters. They got 270 characters. And 270 is saying, hey, Trump working with the military and no such agency, Winston Warlocks, Admiral Rogers. Apply the keystone. Boom. The keystone. Paint the picture. Right? And now Trump is coming out with what he's doing. Right? Boom. 2402. or 2042. He keeps putting out clues, right? 918, there it is. Learn who has been talking to you here. Donald J. Trump. We love you, sir, right? And in these crumbs, guys, what was it again? Yes, the Vault 7, guys, is in here. There it is, 1773. There's your Grasshopper, guys. Vault 7. Unbelievable. Confirmed. Boom. Find the keystone. Boom. 251. 251. You are learning how many coincidences before mathematically impossible, right? North Korea. Boom. He's hitting this one. 152, right? 152. Showing you the original. Where Q is saying, hey, curious, what is below? Asking you to do the research. Now you're following those rivers. Yeah, this isn't Asia. This is North Korea. Did he just go to North Korea? Right? Let's research. And then Trump comes out, promised through our meetings, many plural, right? Keeps putting out clues. Wait until you learn who has been talking to you. There's the VIP add-on, right? As this drop was showing you, right? Over here. Eyes on VIP Patriot, right? Boom. VIP Patriots, we see you. Come on, guys. 2105. 2105. Straight up, guys. Nothing is random. Everything has meaning, right? 1, 2, 3 p.m. 1:37 is showing you 4 times the Netherlands. 1:37. Showing you 4 times the Netherlands. Boom, 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 boom. And then the final one, guys. Okay. Do not fear, stand united strong. Okay, Trump, we love you. I gotta go, Derf, man. Final words to our beloved patrons.
Okay, well, right quick, we forgot to mention Durango Nibiru's 5 castles that he dropped earlier.
Oh, we love you, man.
So thank you, Durango Nibiru. Welcome, Andrew Up a Storm, Elaine Cardmaker, 1K Dirt Mod, Zero Rugrats 67, and Retired Aviator. Welcome to the Red Castle Club. And same thing with Jamie WV, who posted 20 red castles. So welcome L Mixon, JJ White 63, fellow Canuck, Elephants Are Us, Always Right 2020, For America's Original, Love Forever On, Gentle Lady Boutique, Earth Mama 36, April 369, glad again, welcome to the Red Castle Club, 7th Whale, Billy E. Boyd Project, Katita, did I get that? Katita, yes, sorry. Kara Green, 7778, look at that. Another, oh no, sorry, wrong one. Wonga Tonga, 99, that was a troll. Ula, Soul Searcher, Jojo, 7912, Love for Pecky, Mama Bear Trump, Paul Revere 111, and Alita. Welcome to the Red Castle Club, courtesy of Jamie WV. Again, guys, thank you for letting us know that Trump is live. I'm definitely keeping it on the side, and we will be probably, most likely, back on Sunday and going over it at that time. And for those of you who were asking, the channel that Grasshopper was showing us, the channel is called Wolves and Finance.
And again, I don't stand with everything that he talks about, right? Again, I don't watch any of his videos. I just focus on this one, right? Because understand that truth is getting out there, and in the wake of this, they're putting their own spin on things, right? I'm just focusing on the numbers. That's it, right? I'm just showing you this because this is showing you that there was a problem and it wanted to be solved. Now it's not solved. Now the corruption can continue with the organization, right? That was supposed to be solved. Now he's dead. So I'm showing you motive. I'm not showing you political this or that, or this person is bad. I'm showing you motive. I'm not saying who did it. That's not what this is about. I'm showing you motive. And why didn't they honor his last wish? That is something terribly wrong. And there's a reason why Steve Bannon is saying what he's saying. Because they're going after Turning Point. If not already. Because somebody is standing on stage. He paid $1 million to stand there. And they allowed this. As they allowed this tent to be there for people to take selfies under. Something is terribly wrong. I think it's already too late. But who am I? You know? I have no skin in the game. I don't give. I'm just here to speak for Charlie. Like, right? I just have to say this. And I trust the plan. Because I understand, we're saving something for last, right? Just like I understand the whole Epstein thing. This is going to be, coming out at a really specific time when everybody's screaming about it. So that's cool, right? I understand that, right? But don't start looking into these things if you can differentiate these things, because then you will get lost in, other black holes, right? I don't want that, right? We are not here to speculate. We're not here to, I'm just showing you the numbers, right? I'm autistic like that, right? So be careful who you're following in, right? There's an active war for your mind, and to disillusion, how do you say that? Disillusion you, or I don't know. To make you feel, disillusioned.
Yeah, well, I think that's well said, Grass. And on that note, it is 4:32 p.m., which means it's 10:32 over in the Netherlands. So, Grass, thank you, everybody from Trump to Dan Scavino. Happy birthday, by the way.
Yes.
And by the way, Grass, a few things happened at the start of the show. We'll go over those things on Sunday. So Trump, Dan Scavino, everybody else from Elon to Cash to Mikey Palms, General Flynn, Chucky Grass, everybody running the rapid response and White House accounts. We love you guys. Thank you for all that you're doing. And Grass, thank you for going over it. I think, in my opinion, I think our chat is definitely mature enough to have handled what you presented. And your message is, well, at least from my perspective, it's well received. And I'm pretty sure that's the case for everybody in the chat. We understand, like, it's not about the gossips and like you mentioned, like, oh, did he do the 666 and blah blah blah, but it's about the numbers, what's concrete. And I think you did a really good job showing us what you did, basically. So thank you, Grass. And again, keep an eye on our socials. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you haven't already, and keep an eye on our socials. We'll let you know for sure the next time that we're on. So again, thank you guys. 6.5 hours. That's right. Susie 1638. Thank you guys. And we'll see you guys probably on Sunday.
Absolutely, guys. And again, if you want to know more about this, let me know, because then I can prepare something for you, right? So, if you want to look at what happened, who did what, and strange movements and stuff like that, there's a lot of awesome stuff that we can look at, right? Weird admissions of people in his security team. Also, fun fact, there was no security check for the event that would happen the next day. Like, if you listen to the security guy, He's doing an interview talking about, yeah, we were there, 2 months before we did that and we did that and we called the police and we did that. We could fly drones and they said, yeah, we got you covered. So I thought they were watching the roofs and that's why I didn't do it, right? Like, what? Okay, cool. But now this security check did not happen at all for the day after Charlie died. Like they already knew. Again, guys, right? The people surrounding Charlie, there's something really wrong with this. Nothing is making sense. Again, follow the money, keep it simple. Follow the money and pro bono. Who benefits? And I'm not talking about, Erica, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about who benefits, right? Because this is bigger than just US, now Turning Point USA, right? This is not the pinnacle. It's way bigger than this, right? Do not get distracted by this organization. It's way bigger than this. Who benefits, right? That's what it's all about. We're saving that for last, right? But if you want me to go into this more, let me know, right? And I'm going to show you some more, because it's a really interesting topic. And we owe it to Charlie. And shout out to Johnny, man. Look at this happy camper. We love you. And again, sister, send our love to Johnny. Tell him we love him. We support him in his run. David versus Goliath. Johnny Fredo, we love you to the moon and back. Hopefully we're going to get a beer, one of yours, right? When I'm in Florida. And again, I love you all. God bless you all. See you on the next one. Hopefully Sunday. Absolutely. Maybe somewhere in the middle of the night somewhere. My time, we're going to go live. Who knows, guys? But QFA, we love you. Let's play Hold the Line. Let me shout each and then one out because you know that I love you. Derf, man, we love you to the moon and back. Thank you so much for your due diligence. Always being with me. Brother, I love you. Can't do the shows without you. Johnny Fredo, we love you. Val Smith, we love you. And again, let's play Hold the Line, guys. Let's go out with a bang. And if something happens, I'm not suicidal. Joking. Here we go. Boom time. Okay, that was a joke. Okay, guys. Okay, this one can go.
I will be a president for disease.
Okay, Nui. Deep frustrated. We love you.
Anger.
Let's scroll up. Mike.
Hatred.
Peace out.
Extremism. Lawlessness.
Peace out, guys.
Violence.
Wolf, good to see you. We love you.
No progress. No nation. Only a state
Democrats, piss me off.
Don't piss down my back and tell me it's
Smith, we love you. We go to home. Where we go one, we go all. 316. We go to home. I love you. Beautiful number. We go to home. JJ White. God bless your beautiful soul. We go to home. Janine. We go to home. We go to Hold the Line. Boom time. Kristen May from Denmark. Real news hat. Jeez. Djibouti's, we love you. Daddy Beckers. Curious MC. Phyllis 1977. Paco, Temper Tim, and Enchanted Rolling. Miss Betty Black is flying over seeds. Woo, baby, yeah. The Knob, what a name, we love you. Democrats, piss me off. American Scout, Mama Bear, we love you. Okay, guys, Serious MC, we love you. Santa Fe Kate, Rebel Socks. Okay, guys, drop me a link where you want to go after the show. Help me out here. America's Flag Original. Alright, guys, that we have Risa cruising altitude of 40,000 foot long ago. As we prepare to land, make sure your seats and folding trays are in their upright position. And please, guys, double check if you bug it up. And watch the roofs, because you don't want them bumping around. Bump up, jump up, and get down. Derfman, you got this.
United Airlines to Guantanamo Bay. Immediate boarding at gate scan B.
Guys, Cabby, we knew that they will come to grab your favorite beverage and deliver tears. Grab your popcorn. You elected them to do the heavy lifting, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
We made it! Man! So, Golden Surrey girl, we love you. Kristen May, Q-Face, sing a new song and singing it loud. Well, for you to see, here we go. The angels are sounding their horns. The apocalypse is nigh. Lord, shadow from millennia, no falling right in front of our eyes. We're so blessed to be alive and to be witness of this epic transition to greatness. Big shout out to Donald J. Trump, Dan Scavino, Elon Musk, General Flynn, Cash Patel, Dan Brody, Chuck Grassley, Richard Gunnell, the less than 10 original Walkouts. We love you guys.
We love you.
Janine.
We will be back in
Trucy,
some
we
form.
love you.
Too many of us think it is impossible.
Q Trooper.
Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous,
333.
defeatist belief.
We love you, sister.
It leads to the conclusion
that
we are gripped by forces
we cannot
control.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare for the storm magna.
Okay, guys, we have arrived, and let's wait until the world will go 1 week off. Worldwide, it's full on screen because you guys are absolute proof of this. Please send me a link of a nice Rumble channel where you want to go, because I still got a few to send you to before I lose my Rumble, whatever the hell it's called. Let's see, guys. Okay, what? Deflustrated. You want us to go there? What is this? Or this is Miss Penny. What is this? I'll lose my Rumble. Okay, whatever the hell. Okay, you could hear my voice. Let me see. What's going on here? Rumbo. Yes, I already sent you to Rambo, didn't I? I already sent you to Rambo. So I have to send you to 5 original ones. So I already did this, guys. So sorry, Miss Penny. Defrosted, where are you sending us? Let me see. What is this? Did we already send you here last time? Pebbles React? I don't think so, right? Derf, you can say something if you want to. Let's go to... Yes, let's do this.
Yeah, I don't know. We do have Badlands Media.
Yeah, already sent you there as well. So, like, you see, like, these are the ones that I'm following, you know? So there's Rambo and Badlands. So I guess I already sent you there last time. So, yeah, Pebbles. What is this? Pebbles React. Okay. So there it is. Still live? Okay, guys. Let's send you to Pebbles. Why not? Tell them Grasshopper sent you. Have fun there. You know, you don't have to stay there for the whole time. But again, you know, I need to do this for my Rumble. I don't know what it's called. A creators program or something. But, okay, guys.
It sort of reminds me a lot of you. You guys know a lot about the old
what?
music.
We've been already over there. What? Pebbles?
He's like that too.
Okay, I don't know. Trucy Space Shot. Is he live? Is Space Shot live? Space Shot. Space Shot. Space Shot live?
I don't see.
No,
the
he is
one,
not live. No, he isn't. Okay, guys. I'm gonna send you to Pebbles. No, Trucy, no, he's not. This is Space Shot. He ain't live. He's not live. Okay, guys. I'm going to send you to Pebbles. Have a good time. I'm going to run the outro, guys. Have fun over there. I love you. And see you Sunday, guys. Bring a friend. It's going to be epic. And again, Donald J. Trump, we love you. Our shows are only as good as the crumbs that you guys are putting out there. And boy, are you spoiling us, guys. Let me see. Dash raid. Raid. Come on now. Dash raid. And Control V. Have fun at Pebbles, guys. Confirm raid. God bless you all. Gearing up. Here we go.